Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale what is. Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here, what is. From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
a question,
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
notice it.
Don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
Hello everybody. Welcome to another episode of Finding Gnosis. I do hope you are exceedingly well. We're trying to find out what is going on and what we should be doing. And basically, it's a space for you to come on and talk about what you think is important, what you think other people should be thinking about. You might have an anecdotal experience you'd like to share that you feel could resonate with others, that you feel has taught you something that we could all benefit from knowing. You may have discovered something in your reading, in your studies, that you feel is pertinent to all of our, missions to try and find out what is going on, what we should be doing. You may have, as I said, an opinion. You may also have a question. You might have a question that you'd like others to contemplate. You'd like others to answer it for you, perhaps. Maybe you haven't got the answers and you are seeking. That's okay. We are all seeking here. I want to welcome Nefarious Rockers and Sean. Nefarious Rockers, brother, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Good to have you back.
Thanks.
What's up?
Welcome, Sean. Nefarious Rockers,
Thanks for
it's
having
been
me.
a while. Nefarious Rockers, have you had any thoughts about reality and what is going on that you'd like to share with us, or are you here for the ride, listening and maybe going to interject as and when you feel like it?
I'm here for the ride, listening, and I'm going to interject when I feel like it.
That's perfectly fine, brother. Good to have you here, Sean. Sean, welcome, sir. What about
No,
you,
thanks for having
Sean?
me.
Sorry, Sean.
I was being too polite there. Thanks for having me again.
Yeah. What have you got to say, Sean? What are you bringing to the?
Well, I was
agenda
thinking
today?
about the way that the world is going to shit. What I was trying to say, okay, there's solutions to this. I was talking to the AI there. I couldn't help myself. I started to talk to Gemini. I lost control. I started talking to Gemini for a long time, and I was asking all these important questions like, what should we do about climate change? Should we do a war effort to solve these problems, and is precision fermentation a solution to it? I was proper autistic with this AI, and it basically agreed with me. We need to do like a World War II effort, solve all these problems, like a war effort, you know what I mean? And like precision fermentation could be also a solution to it.
So basically, you're saying shit has hit the fan, so it's about time we put in the same level of effort that we did during the World War II to try and remediate matters, to try and come up with a solution. You don't think we're trying that at the moment? You don't think we're doing good enough, Sean?
I don't think we're going hard enough. I don't think we're sacrificing ourselves hard enough.
Sacrificing ourselves? Tell us what you mean by that.
We need to suffer for our sins.
We
like
sorry,
Jesus.
we need a what? We need to be like Jesus.
Jesus said you have to suffer to go to heaven. So basically the Christians want the world to suffer, but I'm an atheist, okay? But nature is basically telling us we have to suffer for our sins.
Right. Okay, and so are you telling me you're some kind of Christian fundamentalist now, that's what's shaping your ethics?
No, an environmental fundamentalist.
Okay.
No,
Jackie
I was looking up the prison.
We need $80 million. Okay, thank you for that. Tell us what you mean by
they
that.
say
Jackie,
that like 50% of all the
do
fossil
come on.
fuel,
Crystal, good to see you. Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
50% of all the fossil fuel is run by governments. It's not run by private companies. So, and it's also they subsidize a lot of the fossil fuel to the public to make fuel cheaper because without fossil fuels we will be dead. But if they all like reduce the subsidies for fossil fuels, obviously it's going to hurt us, but we need to do like a war effort. Like the governments are going to have to tax those companies, or governments are going to have to change their energy so all these government run energy companies in China and Asia mainly or in Norway should like invest all their money or borrow loads of money to solve this problem, and they should be doing now. And I heard that the big banks are reducing their funding for climate change by 40%.
You're coming at us. Would you like to get this information and read it to us somewhere from some news source, Sean?
All right.
Thank you. I would ask people in the audience to come on and join the panel, please. Chickpea says to Crystal, who's also in the chat, she can't wait for Wednesday. She's really looking forward to seeing it. By the way, if you're not familiar with what goes on here Wednesday is Women Only Wednesday here on the Finding Gnosis show, where we give the ladies a chance to speak in isolation without, too much testosterone getting in the way. Okay, so we have a women only show where the ladies get to have a chin wag and bring up issues from a feminine perspective, hopefully clean up some of the slop that us men are leaving behind. It's always interesting to hear what the ladies have to say. We have a fine bunch here. Do come on and join them if you are a woman who feels inclined to talk about what is going on and what we should be doing. We need help from the ladies, and we have a great crew of them here at Finding Gnosis. So we're waiting for Sean to bring some news that he is going to read out in a moment. Other than that, I'm waiting for others to join. Hello to Jean Francis. Good vid, says Jean Francis. Well, it's only just getting started. It's only just getting started. If only we had others on now to carry the show a bit. There's a few here, so I'm waiting for them to click on the link pinned in the live chat, and then the conversation will begin to grow organically, and it will go here and there. It will meander to this place and to the other place, and hopefully, somehow or other, we will pull something sensible from the crisscrossing of our words. Hello.
I've asked the Ecosia AI, the eco-friendly AI, and it said, they've reduced their funding. They had plans for 2030 to fund renewable energy stuff, and they've reduced it because renewable energy is less profitable still than fossil fuels.
Sorry, Sean, you're going to have to repeat that for me. I was reading Chickpea's comment here. She says, why are you so early today? It's lovely and hot outside. Hot. Feeling hot. She can't even walk to the co-op. I'm sorry you're such a sweaty Betty, Chickpea. I've been up early. I went to the gym. I went to the market and bought some fruit. I had a sauna. Now I'm home. And I'm just chillaxing here, Chickpea. I thought I'd turn on the Finding Gnosis machine, see what happens, see where it goes. We have Nefarious Rockers here. Nefarious Rockers can keep it going. He's got the key to the ignition, so he can keep the engine running if I have to step away for a bit. But yeah, it's open. Finding Gnosis is open for conversation. Chickpea, deal with it. We open when we want, Chickpea. Finding Gnosis just does what it wants. You can't stop the finding of Gnosis. Okay, we are waiting for Jackie. Jackie hasn't been on here in a while. Jackie from Down Under. If I remember
this
rightly,
AI.
she lives in Brisbane. Lovely Brisbane. Go ahead, Sean.
The AI said that the sources came from Sierra Club and another one. So it is from reputable sources. So yeah, they have reduced their funding for renewables. They reduced their goal from 2030. They reduced their goals. Not good, like.
Right. Not good. So what you going to do about it, Sean? Crystal says you're welcome to suffer.
Pain about it.
I mean, what are you going to do, Sean?
Well, talking is action, okay? Talking matters, okay?
It does matter. Silence is violence. They do say that. If something matters and you're not talking about it, well, then in some ways, people say that's morally reprehensible. So, Sean, you're doing something. Sean, you're in Ireland. What is Ireland doing to stop climate change or halt it? What is Ireland doing?
Well, we're probably going to have to accept loads of refugees, which is currently happening. And we're probably going to have to, Ireland is not doing the best. We're the biggest polluter per capita in Europe. We're up there. But at least we're not like Norway, you know? Huh? They have the most electric cars and they have the biggest fossil fuel company in the world. That's because we buy their shit. We're basically addicted to fossil fuel. It's like a huge drug. We can't get rid of it. It's like fentanyl. No, it's like alcohol.
Right. I understand in Ireland you got some environmental initiatives going on. Like you separate your rubbish more than we do in the UK. You have especially where I live, we got 2 bins, but you got about 3 or 4, have you? Per household. Compost.
Yeah. I think we've got like 55% recycling rate. Or more.
55% recycling rate. You also have that thing that they used to have. They have in Denmark, and that is that bring your bottles back. So when you buy a bottle or a can of drink, you can return it and get 50p. Is that right? Or 15p or something? Well, what is the rate?
Yeah.
Sorry, cent. It's euros, isn't it? Cent. So
you get money back. Yeah.
How much do you get back, Sean?
I haven't used it yet. I don't really care. We send it all to
Is it
the
new?
council thing. Yeah, it came out like 2 years ago, 5 years ago or something.
Right. It's a nice way for people to make a few quid if they're at a loose end. They can go around the city picking up.
Yeah, the
bottles
homeless
and
people.
cans.
I remember going to Germany like 10 years ago, and homeless people were taking my bottles. And I was like, what?
Daniela is not here. No, Daniela is not banned. Whoever Kitty Trap is sending out false news. That's fake news. Fake news. Daniela is not banned. Daniela
But
is
if,
not banned.
let's say Europe becomes like a desert.
Someone
they
did
say
ban
that
her. Someone did ban her. One of the moderators banned her, but I unbanned Daniela. So,
But if Europe becomes like a desert in the summer, like really dry in the summer and wet in the winter, which they say will become in the next 50 years, we could still adapt. I mean, they say with precision fermentation, all you need is like 10% of the current farmland for growing the fake meat from bacteria and fungi in the fermenting tanks. And we'll grow that with sugar. All you need is sugar and vitamins and minerals in it. And it requires, the fermenting tanks for beer. A lot of beer companies now have too much beer production and there's not enough demand. So now they're selling it to precision fermentation companies that make protein.
Yeah.
And milk, fake milk.
Making protein out of yeast. Is that what you're saying?
No, bacteria and milk.
Oh, bacteria.
Sorry, bacteria and fungi. Yeah, there's fungi, but it's mainly bacteria, I think, for milk and casein, which is the stuff in eggs. I think
I'm just doing some multitasking here. Someone said Daniela's banned and Kenny banned her. I'll have to look into that. I'll have to have a word with Kenny. I told him not to ban.
She didn't do anything. She's a fan of.
I told him not to ban people gratuitously. So if he has, I apologize. I'll have to look in and see.
She's a conservative lady.
I'm gonna look at the banned list here and see if she's on it. I don't think she. I don't think she is. But let's have a look. Someone's just joined. Oh, it's the lovely Chickpea. Chickpea.
You like to see Daisy?
Chickpea makes me happy.
Oh, yeah, look here, Daisy. Look, Daisy's here. Whee!
Hello, Daisy.
Is it cute?
Meow.
Meow.
Okay, Chickpea, welcome to Finding Gnosis. I'm just trying to look to see if she is. She's banned. I do apologize. I've unbanned her. And
who's banned?
Well, Daniela was banned. I'm gonna have to remove.
Know.
I'm gonna remove Kenny as a. I'm gonna remove Kenny as a moderator now because he shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry, Kenny.
Well, he knocked me off a few times too.
There you go. It's done now. He's not going to be a moderator again after that. I mean, that's just stupid.
He threw me off.
That's just stupid. Banning poor old Daniela for nothing.
Yeah, because I tell you,
Daniela is not banned. Do tell her that, please.
Because I tell you, Grumps, Danielle is such a sweetie. She really is an absolute sweetie. I know I'm a bitch, but she's not.
Yeah. I don't know why he.
She's learning a lot here, isn't it? She won't be a conservative soon. She won't be a Republican soon. She won't be a Trump supporter soon. I bet you know.
I have no idea. I have no idea why she would be banned. It's just
she supports Kenny, and Kenny's like a Republican.
Yeah. Yuck. Yuck.
Right. Well,
he banned me as well. He had to cheat to ban some of my comments. Silly little man.
We won't talk about people that aren't here. We'll leave it at that now.
Yes, that's true. He's probably listening.
If somebody could, pass on the message. Daniela is not banned. I've unbanned her. Managed to do that, even though I am technophobe. I've somehow managed to unban her.
So Grumps, why are you working so early today?
Because I had a moment. I had the time, and we have Nefarious Rockers here. If I have to step away, Nefarious Rockers is going to keep control of things, take the reins as well he can. And the show will go on. You know, the finding a Gnosis takes time, Chickpea. It's not something you have to rush. So sometimes it's nice to set out on a leisurely pace on a Sunday afternoon, you know, without a real destination in mind, just trying to enjoy the journey.
Yes.
And sorry, Chickpea, what do you have to say about finding Gnosis? Is there anything you'd like to say today related to what's going on and what we should be doing? Sean has said we're not doing enough in relation to climate change. He says we have to take up the burden and we all have to suffer. We all have to start suffering. That's what he thinks. We really have to dig in, do more, and take huge hits to our personal well-being in order to try and prevent total annihilation and collapse.
Well, I believe, as far as climate change is concerned, I think we've reached the point of no return. Scientists were talking about it back in the 70s already, and I've noticed over my lifetime how the weather has changed, how hot it's become. And I think we've reached the point of no return. We've screwed up good and proper as humans. And, well, why are the elites all building bunkers everywhere? They know what's coming. I think some of us will survive, but I don't think I will. You lot might. I won't.
Hello, Daniela.
So should I just give up and
No, I'm not giving up, Sean. I'm not giving up. Okay.
I want to just say, guys, Daniela, you are appreciated here. You're not banned. I would never ban Daniela. Daniela is a little sweetie pie.
Yes, she is.
She's very much a part of the Finding Gnosis family. So good to see you again, Daniela. Sorry, guys, go ahead.
Yeah. But what I was saying, Sean, I believe what Cougar has to say on this subject, and I think we've taken it too far. We've built our entire economies on fossil fuel consumption. Old Trump wants to dig up more from here, there, and everywhere, and I think he will succeed. I don't like what's coming, but I think we've taken it too far already.
So it's going to be like Mad Max in the future. Mad Max is pretty cool.
But when you look at I think we've right, I'm in the UK. The UK is supposed to be a very cold country. It's so hot here, I can barely go outside. It's worse than being in the Middle East. And I've lived in the Middle East, so I do know. It shouldn't. It's on the 51st parallel. It shouldn't be like this. Something's very wrong.
So are we all going to go back to Africa? Should we all migrate, leave Europe, and go back to
I don't know.
It's
I'm
too
not
late.
a scientist, Sean, but I'm just saying. Well, some scientists, I believe what Cougar Duma has to say on this subject, and I think we've taken it too far. Plus all these wild.
Yeah, but there's technology now. There's precision fermentation, nuclear. We could survive in the desert. I mean, the people in the desert, Saudi Arabia, they could spend all their money. Hypothetically now, if Saudi Arabia could spend all their money on renewable energy, on insulation, on precision fermentation, on desalination. What?
Have you seen what's happening in Dubai? Have you seen what's happening in Dubai? Dubai is literally on its last legs. Desalination takes up huge amounts of energy. It is enormous. It's very, very, very energy dense. Because, it involves boiling seawater and then getting the steam and turning that into drinkable water. Have you thought how much energy?
Well, I asked the AI how many. I've asked the AI how many nuclear power plants would it take to replace all fossil fuels, and it said about 2,000 to 4,000.
Energy.
2,000.
Right. We are releasing heat into the atmosphere. Okay, this planet is an enclosed biosphere. The heat cannot escape. It's enclosed. We live in an enclosed biosphere.
One second, guys. 1 second. That which says it's too late to save humanity. They say they want to replace our species with AI. They also say 2020 proved that the owners are done with our species. Daniela says 3 months of heat here. We don't have summers like this. We never have had summers like this. We're on our 5th heat wave this year at the moment here in the UK. And Daniela says, I've brought a smile to her face. Well, I am absolutely delighted. It brings a smile to my face knowing that I have made Daniela smile. Thank you, Daniela, for the
Sean, can I
a
go back
little
to talk to Sean, please? Okay,
tip
about
there.
this
I appreciate it.
desalinization nonsense. I
Yes.
love it. People come out with this nonsense, okay, because it uses huge amounts of energy and produces huge amounts of heat.
No,
And
I know that. I'm just saying that in the
escape to. Where is it going to escape? That's the trouble. We are producing.
I understand, but I'm just saying in the Middle East, like they use a lot of oil. They make loads of money from oil. They can spend all their money to try and adapt to the climate. They probably could. They could recycle. They could recycle their sewage water. They can
you're such
eat
an optimist.
plant-based mainly. They can grow crops that are drought tolerant in the desert using desalinated water.
Sean, the average human being does not want to go plant-based, okay? The average human being...
Yes, but with precision fermentation, it'll be very similar to meat. It won't be like vegan Beyond Burger. It'll be even better.
Yeah, well, if you say so. But, and like I was saying, you know, I have lived in the Middle East, and I've lived in the Persian Gulf. And you should see what's happening to you. Know what? When I lived in Bahrain, with all these air conditioners everywhere, something used to get so hot outside with all the heat being produced by the air conditioners. You couldn't walk near a building, and that's happening in Kuwait and in Dubai. Things are worse than you think, and Dubai is really reaching its limit, and it is that beautiful city. They've made a big, same with Las Vegas, I've read, is going downhill. Another, you know, we've burnt it.
Yeah, I know they're running out of water. The dam there in America is running out of water. There's no more water in Iran.
Yes, exactly. So what are you going to do without water? Water, what about... We've taken it too far because, and all this heat, like I said, it cannot escape. The Earth is an enclosed biosphere. The heat cannot escape.
Yeah, and Elon Musk was scamming us into thinking we could go to Mars. What a dumbass. We should take 90% of the billionaires' money and use it for climate adaptation stuff.
God, you're an optimist. Even the sea is warming up. Do you know that fish are being killed by the heat? It's the sea. The sea is warming up. And it is.
I'm just saying we're going to have to do this shit. We can't just do nothing. I mean, we're going to have to do something, even if we know we're not going to.
What are we going to do? What money and what resources do you have?
Okay. So what should we do? Nothing. I mean, we have to do something, even though we know we're going to die.
Well, I think the best thing, if you really think you have a chance to survive this, I suggest you go over to New Zealand and build yourself a nice bunker to survive what's coming.
Well, I can't afford that. Actually, there's loads of people leaving New Zealand now because the economy is not doing well.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the billionaires aren't too worried about that. I'm sure a billionaire doesn't care if the economy's doing good or bad. He's got his billions. No, we've gone too far. And I think what Cougar has to say on the subject is 1,000,000% correct, unfortunately. And I don't like it because, you know, I don't want to see I don't like to see animals dying of thirst. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see all the birds die. You know, I haven't seen a single starling this year. Not one. Going extinct. Animals are going extinct.
Yeah, we have 3 acres here. We're like a mini nature reserve, and there's loads of insects and swallows nearby. But everywhere around us is dairy farm, and they're all struggling, I'd say.
Yeah, well, you know, it's I feel my heart breaks for the animals, absolutely breaks for them, and I feel but I think we've gone beyond the point of no return. We've gone too far. Have you ever read the book Silent Spring? It was written in 1976.
I've heard about it, but I've never read it.
Yeah, well, she saw it then already. I did. I noticed winters were getting warmer back in 1976. And I've noticed how the insect population has plummeted since I was a little girl. You know, it's plummeted.
Yeah, it was like 70% reduction in Europe of insect population.
Yes, exactly.
Much less insects.
Yes, exactly. You know, I haven't seen an ant for years. I haven't seen an ant for years. I haven't seen a robin or sparrow. Nothing. All gone. It's heartbreaking.
But that's why I
Guys,
think we'll need to.
say
And I have read the sea is warming up in the UK. I haven't been anywhere near the sea for years, but apparently the British seas are becoming warm. Well, the water in this country used to be freezing when I was a little girl. Absolutely freezing. I remember it.
Guys, I want to say you can become a member now here if you want to help the show keep running. Only if you can afford it. There are various options.
But
Only as much as you can
sorry.
afford to help pay for the bills.
Sean, you're very
appreciate
lucky
it.
having some land, you lucky thing. I envy you. Wish I had some land.
Well, I was pretty worried there with the drought. I was trying to grow some veg, and I had to water them more. I never watered. Well, it's my first time doing it properly, so. But yeah, I mean, the vegetable farmers are going to have to start irrigating their fields now a lot if the droughts keep on happening every year now.
Yes. Where are you going to get the water from, Sean? If the reservoirs, I've read
Well,
some of
if
the
everybody just ate less meat, we wouldn't need as much land for irrigation. So we just
you try. Oh, Sean, you try telling them that. You try it, okay? I've been trying for nearly 70 years.
well, the
Big
drought,
waste of time.
climate change, and the drought is going to force people to eat less meat because the meat's going to be more expensive anyway, and they're going to have
Yeah,
to
I
eat
know,
like
Sean.
that fermented bacteria shit.
I don't know. Yeah, I talk to a vegan. Yeah, I've been trying for years to convert people. Yeah, I think you're very lucky owning land. How are your strawberries doing?
Well, we had a few. We have like I'm going to start harvesting the honey now. It's going to be like a lot of
Oh,
honey. I think we're
lucky
going to have a
you.
good harvest of honey.
Wow.
So, yeah.
My neighbor.
Well, this is my father's apiary, okay? We have like 40, 60 hives. So,
Wow, you lucky guy. No wonder you're so optimistic.
I'm not optimistic. I'm very scared, but I'm trying to be optimistic to not make people scared. But I also know that the real problem we're in. But we can't just give up, you know what I mean?
Well, I live in the middle of London. I'm an old dear, and I know that it's just a matter of time. There's nothing I can do. I'm stuck in the middle of a city.
Somebody released genetically modified mosquitoes. That which is, I believe it was to outbreed the ones carrying malaria. I don't know. That's what I've heard.
I think, you know what, Grumps?
Yeah.
I think there's a plan. You know that the New World Order has said they want to reduce the world's population. It's a good way of getting rid of a load of people. Just inject breed some mosquitoes with some horrible disease. And if you think they wouldn't do that, well, I'm not so sure. But Sean, you've got land, so you're ahead of most of us. You stand a better
Well, no.
chance.
Yeah, but the farmers, I mean, it's precision fermentation. Hopefully, I wish it would take over. They say it will take about 5 to 10% of the market of dairy and meat in the next 5 years to 10 years. So it will replace dairy and meat in the next 10% in the next 5 years to 10 years. It'll be the same price as dairy and eggs in the next 5 years. So the fake dairy and fake eggs will be the same price in about 5 years from bacteria.
You can already get fake dairy and fake eggs and fake this and fake that.
But this will taste like dairy. It will taste like dairy and it'll taste like eggs. And it'll be from genetically modified bacteria fermenting in a vat.
Genetically modified bacteria fermenting that. But why can't we just drink soya milk?
Well, we like milk so much that we'd rather drink the milk than soy milk.
Oh, the dairy fairies. Yes, such manly men. Do you know that milk contains pus cells and estrogens?
Well, no, these genetically modified bacteria will make all the good stuff in dairy, not all the bad stuff.
But I'm just saying, do you know that milk contains pus cells? People like to drink pus cells.
Yes. But that pus stuff is probably not that bad for you. It's probably not that bad for you.
All that. And you know it contains estrogen, which is why so many men have got breasts nowadays. Bigger boobs than I have. Always remember their boobs.
Yeah, I heard that people nowadays have less testosterone. We're basically like we're humanity has fucked itself inadvertently and voluntarily.
Yeah, shall I tell you something, Sean? My uncle had an uncle, back in the 50s, he used to go fishing in the Mars Tunnel, a tunnel in Holland, a canal. And the Dutch are very big into dairy products. And he noticed back in the 50s already that male fish were turning into females. That was in the 50s. And nothing's been done about it. So all that water in the rivers, we're drinking it, full of estrogen.
Yeah, and the nitrates as well. In Ireland, we allow 220 parts per million of nitrates in our land. In Europe, it's only 170. So we have more pollution because of dairy in Ireland than in Europe.
Yeah.
So we have to stop that.
It's so polluted. And, well, like I said, Silent Spring, she writes about all this stuff and the birds disappearing, and she saw it in 1976, and my uncle saw it in the 50s. That's 70 years ago. He saw it in the 50s.
And it's all men's fault. I mean, I don't think women would allow this to happen. You know what I mean? If women were in charge in the 70s, do you think they would have let this happen?
I don't know, Sean. That I don't know. Got no idea about that one. It's I don't know what to make of any of it. I'm surprised. You know what? People say there's a God. I'm surprised that God has allowed us to do this. Because if I was God, I wouldn't have allowed it. I would have stopped it.
Well, nature is pretty crazy, so it's mad world. Like that song. What's it called? Mad World. What's that guy called again? Cat Stevens.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I remember him. Yeah. I used to have his pictures on my bedroom wall when I was little. Cat Stevens. Gosh, yes, it's a long time ago.
Nefarious, you have not said anything. I think you're going to say something.
He's gone away. DW's cleared off as well.
No,
you know that naughty Grumster?
No, I'm here. I'm listening, guys. That which is vibing with you there, Chickpea, if you see the comment on screen.
Yes, I know there is no loving God. He sees life the way I do. There is no loving God. He's an asshole.
There's no loving nature neither. Nature's not loving neither.
Yes, I know. It's brutal. It's a really nasty invention. It's a nasty invention. So, if I was God, we'd all be screwed. I wonder if he's talking to me. Oh, yeah, you would be screwed if I was God. I would have wiped you all out. Poof, gone.
Sure, God did that already, didn't he? He killed everybody except for 8 people.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'll tell you something about this whole thing, the story of Noah. Because, I mean, Noah was supposed to be this lovely man, but Noah had sex with his own daughters. You know that?
Hello, Dirty Lowlife. Good to see you, brother.
Sure.
Yeah, man. I mean, God was all into that. I mean, humans were like probably more perverted and evil back in the day.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Noah had sex with his own daughters. Even me, Chickpea. Yeah. Wee. Hi, DLL. Can we learn to love what we hate? No. I can't love what I hate. Thing is, with me, Sean, I should be born into a vegan world. I would have been happy then. It's my business.
You would be like the elves. You know, the elves in Lord of the Rings? I think they were vegan.
Yeah, I'd be happy then. Yeah, I would be. I can cope with all the shit. I just can't cope with that. Can't cope with it. I do like that, which is... He's got a crow. I get crows coming to where I live to eat. The crows come to eat, not to be eaten. Sorry, I didn't say that right. So have you got any pets, Sean?
Yeah, we got 3 chickens, 60 beehives. So that's probably like, what, 60 million bees.
Oh, you lucky guy.
Loads of wild insects and birds and yeah, that's it.
You lucky.
And one dog.
No wonder you're so optimistic.
I'm not optimistic. I'm realistic. I'm trying to spread the bad news and spread the try and give the bad news and the good news at the same time. It's quantum physics.
But you're a lucky guy having hens. No, I love hens. I think they are such gorgeous. And I feel so sad that I've never had my own pet hen. Never had one.
Oh yeah, there's people now that adopt factory hens from factory farms.
I'd like to, but wouldn't be allowed where I live because the land is communal where I am, so it wouldn't be allowed. Plus, I think my cats would probably kill it anyway. Oh,
I have a relative that's rich in the banking industry in France, and he's got wild chickens in his castle.
Oh my goodness! Oh, because they are gorgeous.
So he's got like chickens, like wild chickens, laying eggs everywhere, and like there's just chickens. Normal. Well, they're kind of wild breeds.
Yeah.
And they do a lot of noise though. It's annoying.
Yes, that's okay. I'll cope with that. Don't mind them making noise. But I think they are the most gorgeous, gorgeous creatures. I don't know how anyone could hurt a hen. They're adorable, aren't they? Yeah, they are. They are absolutely adorable. And I love cockerels.
But like, I mean, if precision fermentation does take all the jobs of the farming industry, because I asked how many jobs would it take away if precision fermentation were to take all the animal agriculture, it would take away millions of jobs, right?
Yeah.
So we could still have there will still be people growing animal stuff because the freedom and stuff. So there will still be people growing their own animal stuff, but all the people in the cities that are going to be like mind controlled 1984 style, they're going to all be eating the fermented stuff.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll just carry on eating my soya beans. That's all right. Some nuts.
Yeah, you'll be eating the chickpea. Is there a chickpea milk? I heard there's like hemp seed.
I think soy milk.
There's like hemp milk. There's loads of different types of milk.
Loads of different ones. I just drink the soya milk. They're the high protein soya milk. So I've got a cat called Chickpea. You know, when she was a kitten, when I got her, she liked to be fed like a little chick. So I used to have to put cat food in my mouth to let her out of my mouth. That's why she's called Chickpea. My little chick. It's true. Have you got cats?
Yeah. No, I have wild cats that from the neighbor who lets them go outside. So they're probably killing a lot of birds because we're a lot of wild land here. So it's not very good. But they've seen a few wild cats, in the countryside.
Sad, brutal reality, yeah. But I don't think that a cat... I know my cats, they occasionally catch a bird, but they never catch a healthy bird. It's usually a pigeon who I've already seen limping about somewhere because I feed a load of pigeons. It's sad, brutal reality, isn't it? You know, a bird, a cat is a predator. That's the way it is. So
Nefarious, why is he not... Nefarious, you gotta say something. What's going on in Norway?
Hello. I guess everything is good in Norway. What's up?
Are you driving around with your electric car?
I don't have an electric car. The car I use isn't electric.
Right. How's the weather there in Norway? You catching any fish?
So it rains a lot. And I don't catch fish. I'm vegan.
Well, how many vegans are in Norway? Because you're all Vikings over there, eat a lot of meat.
Not that much compared to other places like Britain or United States. But I don't really know. But there isn't a lot of vegans in Norway as far as I know.
Do you take algae oil? You know, DHA algae oil from algae?
No.
You should probably get that because it's good for you. DHA they grow it in algae in vats in the land, and then they feed it to farm salmon or to humans. It's more expensive than cod liver oil, but it's still good for you. Like, good for you.
Sucks.
Actually, Sean, on the subject of farm salmon, I don't know what's wrong with farm salmon, but a while back a few years back now, I brought my cat some what must have been farmed salmon. They wouldn't eat it. It's true.
Really, the cats wouldn't eat it. Is it because it was raw, or was it?
I don't know. They just would not eat it. They didn't want it. I don't know what was wrong with them, because I feed them on pilchards and sardines and tuna fish and everything, and I brought them some what looked like fresh salmon from the little fisherman in Tesco, blah blah blah. And I didn't cook it. I just gave it to them as it was presented in the thing, because I haven't got a cooker, plus I can't cook meat or anything. And so there was this whole dish of fresh salmon, supposedly, and they didn't want it. It's true. I don't know what's in there.
Yeah, it's probably because it's raw, or like it's not as nutritious. I mean, I don't know if cats, they probably know what's good for them. So dogs too, like they wouldn't. I mean, there's cheap dog food out there. It's like there's not much meat in the dog food.
Yeah.
But I mean, dogs now are bred to be able to eat more carbohydrates than before, so they can eat more carbs and vegetables.
But I don't know what's in that farmed salmon. I couldn't believe my eyes that they would not.
Yeah, there's a lot of salmon farming in Ireland, Scotland, and Norway. I think Norway is the biggest salmon farm in the world. They do a lot of bad stuff with salmon. I mean, there's no more wild salmon. The wild salmon in Ireland is reduced by like 90% since the 70s because of mainly overfishing and salmon farms.
Yeah, but it was ever so strange because I've never. Yeah, I mean, I just put it out. You buy a little plastic dish and everything, blah blah blah. I just put it out as I bought it. I didn't do anything with it, and they didn't want it. I couldn't believe my eyes. Yeah. Weird. Didn't want.
I mean, I think I don't think the changes is going to be that bad. I mean, we're always going to go vegan or plant based to reduce our animal consumption by a lot. We're just going to have to not be able to fly no more. We won't be able to fly no more. We won't be able to. We'll all get grants for insulating our houses. We've got heat pumps. We're gonna probably have to immigrate back to Africa if it gets really bad. Yeah, and we'll probably get like nuclear power and renewables everywhere and solar panels. And what else? We'll probably get more wildfires because all the no comment.
Well, I think that the Klaus Schwab wants to have these 15-minute cities. I already live in a 15-minute city anyway. They've already done it where I live, literally.
Yeah, but they're good. They're good for local business or whatever.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's not
I
that
think
bad.
they want people off the land. I get that feeling because I think these wildfires are being engineered, personally.
But if the whole planet went plant rich, like 80% vegan, you would have more vegetable farmers. And then we'll have loads of farmers to grow sugar for the precision fermentation for the fake meat.
Yeah.
So you will still need more vegetable farmers mainly.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah, it's all very. I don't know. I mean, it's it's. But they also. Have you ever heard the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah, I remember a Republican, some guy destroyed them, but I think that the Georgia Guidestones were kind of correct. They were saying like 500 million people should be in the planet.
Yes, 500 million.
Yeah. But I heard saying that it was a doctor who put that up. I'm like, gee, yeah, a rich doctor.
All right. Well, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, doctors, man, they're pretty. Some of them could be dodgy. What do you think about Fauci? I know I'm like, stop talking about Fauci.
Fauci. Oh well, I don't know. I'm sort of. I don't know what to make of it. I just don't know what to make of it. Because.
Have you seen the latest Professor Dave Explains video about him? Have you heard of him, Professor Dave?
What? No, what's
Professor Dave? He's a critic of all the conspiracy theories. He's a scientist who debunks all the conspiracy theories about anti-vax and climate change deniers, and he does videos explaining why they're wrong, and all the celebrities that support that, all the YouTubers that are anti-vax, climate change deniers, he debunks them, he criticizes them, and he's a scientist who explains the science and everything. He's got like 2 million subscribers. He's very good.
Oh, I didn't know that. I must watch that. Right.
Yeah, it's called Professor Dave Explains.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'll just put that in my thingy to watch. Ah, hold on. Right, got that to watch next. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. That's cool. I influenced someone. You see, I'm doing something for the planet. I'm doing something positive here.
Well, my carbon footprint's very small. I mean, yeah, I've been a vegan nearly all my life, and I don't wear leather or anything. And yeah. So, what's your take on turning cats into vegans? What's your take on that one?
Well, if the whole planet went vegan, right? Let's say the whole planet went vegan. We could turn our dogs vegan, because I know there's dog food that's vegan.
Oh, yeah, dog you can.
But cats, it'd be harder. But with precision fermented bacteria stuff that makes fake meat, we could actually make meat that's from bacteria that's like 90% better for the environment than the fish caught in the wild. So yeah, we could in the future make cat food that's better for the environment with precision fermentation. As
it stands, I don't think what they got at the moment, because it's just a load of grain, or I've had so many rows over this, Sean, you wouldn't believe. Because to me, to try and turn a cat into vegan, it's like a human being living on a diet of sugar and vitamin pills. Yes, you're going to get your vits, but I wouldn't advise it for any length of time. I've had so many rows.
But we know now there's vegan. I mean, we could technically in the future like make precision fermented foods for pets, but I don't think we'll be able to do it for all wildlife. I don't think we'll be able to make the orcas vegan or the sharks vegan and all that.
No, I don't think we can. I think it's and there's some vegans actually want to wipe out carnivore life. They want to get rid of the lions and the polar bears and the tigers. I'll tell you, that's what they actually want to do, to turn the entire planet.
Actually, when you think about it, we could like get rid of all wildlife in the planet and still survive. I mean, we could do that if we want.
What a horrible world it would be. No orcas, no lions.
I asked the AI, could humans still survive if we destroyed all wildlife? And technically we could if we wanted to.
What a horrible world it would be. What a horrible world. That would be a hellhole.
Well, we have like genetically modified everything. Everything we genetically modified. We be robots and everything, and AI and all that.
Well, I wouldn't want to live in it, to be honest, because I'm not too keen on the human race. I love the animal kingdom, not too keen as humans anyway. I like some vegans. But I've had those terrible rows, Sean, on these channels. But no,
you got to think big. You got to think big. You got to think like ahead. That's what humans are very good at. They're very good at thinking about the future.
Yeah, look what we've got, and look, Sean, and look what we have done. We'd be thinking that, look, we are turning this planet into a hot house. So much for our thinking.
Yeah,
the greenhouse. Just thinking about the future. Noodles and chickpea should be kept apart. It gets vicious. It does, yes.
You're like wild animals. You're like...
Yeah, we are. Hissing and spitting at each other, yeah. Because my cats eat fish, and they will eat fish all the while I'm looking after them anyway. And I will let them go out hunting as well.
But look up precision. I think there's companies now making pet food from precision fermented stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if you'll be able to buy tuna from bacteria in the future, or freaking fish. I mean, there's already companies that are making fake fish, vegan fish. Like, wow.
Yeah, well, I look at, I don't know what to make of all that, to be honest. As far as I'm concerned, a cat is a carnivore, and my cats will live as carnivores. All the while I'm in charge of them. Anyway,
What happens if
Guys,
we
I
genetically
just want
modified
to,
them?
no.
guys, I just wanted to say there is a Finding Gnosis Discord now, so you can actually talk 24/7 to anybody who's a member here, whenever you want. Live access to Finding Gnosis whenever you want. Just so you know, if you're on Discord, there is a Discord. Okay, guys.
Okay. Just take my antidepressants.
I'm starting to take antidepressants too now. But
What are you
anyway,
on?
so
What are you on?
I'm
Phil?
starting to take it as well. I'm taking antidepressants too now.
What are you
For all
taking?
the shit that I know. I
Sure.
forgot.
What?
all the-
Which one? Oh, I take
I don't
60 mg Seroxat every day. I have to be drugged in order to stand it. I do.
60 what?
Mg of Seroxat. Yeah, it's a lot. A lot. Yeah.
Oh, 60 milligrams. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
60
So
milligrams.
you said
Yes.
60 tablets.
No, 60 mgs. Milligrams. I have to be drugged in order to stand it. And I do. I also pop a couple of codeines as well.
Dude, I heard that the fish in the rivers in like England are like taking cocaine and antidepressants because
Yes.
all the stuff in the sewage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all in water and everything. It's a hell. We've completely trashed the planet, and we have. I don't know what the solution is.
But I think there are solutions. I just hope that humans just apply them more because I think we'll just get kicked. I think way it's like students, a drug addict. They always change in the last moment, and I think we're reaching a point now where we're gonna have to radically change because we've reached a tipping point, and we're gonna radically change now.
But Sean, where are we going to throw all this rubbish then? Where are we going to throw all these mountains upon mountains of trash that we've created? How are we going to cool down the air? Because at the end of the day, the air is so hot. And like I said, it can't escape. The seas are heating up. All right. I think we've gone so far that I can't see how we can. How are we going to do these mountains?
Well, I don't think prayer will solve it because remember I saw videos.
No, I don't.
I saw videos of Muslim people praying in Iran for rain. I don't. That's going to work. But anyway, we have to use our brain, our AI and brain to adapt. And I think humans have a pretty sophisticated brain, but we also fucked shit up with our brains. So it's quantum.
I think I admire that. I think you're very lucky. You've got land, so you've got more hope than we have. I think.
Oh no, I'm not using much. Most of my land is rewilded back to nature.
You're there living with it. You could still see something. Whereas I live in the middle of London.
Yeah, but living in the countryside is not as good as you think it is. It's not all. You need a car. If you don't have a car, it's kind of hopeless. It's not very good. I think the future will be like like villages. Ireland has a lot of houses in the middle of nowhere because the farming system allowed that because farms were far apart. So they allowed their kids to build houses in the middle of nowhere. So Ireland has the most roads and houses in the middle of nowhere compared to Europe.
Yeah, I should go live in one. I'd like to go live far from the maddening crowd. So are you in north or south?
South.
Oh, I've lived in the north for a while. I lived in Lisbon for a while. I was an army brat. And my stepfather was there during the Troubles back in 1970. When would that be? 1975, 6 time? God, I can't remember. So I've lived all over the place. But I've lived in Lisbon for a very short time. Yeah.
Yeah, you had a pretty good life, Chickpea. You had a good life. Do you think that half of it was like fucked, or do you think most of it was fine?
My life went from one mad extreme to another. It was really weird. On the one hand, I was very privileged. I traveled a lot. I went to private school most of the time. I went to 12 different schools, but some of them were private schools. I traveled a lot. Yeah, it went from one mad extreme to another. But my mother, my domestic life wasn't great. Yes, it went from one hand, I was spoilt to death. When I was 14 years old, I was jetting off to Bahrain on my little Todd, like a little jet setter, which was great fun. And on the other hand, with all this horrible stuff going on domestically. Yes, from one extreme to another. Yeah. So one hand, I was spoilt, very spoilt. I mean, Jetting off to Bahrain on my own was fun, and going to Beirut, all of
By
my little...
yourself when you're 14? What were you doing that for?
Oh, because I was going to school in England. They were living in Bahrain, so I used to go to boarding school in England, so I used to jet to and from Bahrain. The army paid. The taxpayer
Oh, yes,
paid.
the army. You're working for the army. Oh, yeah.
My stepfather was in the army, so it was all paid for by the taxpayer. Yeah, I used to go jetting to and from Bahrain. One time we even stopped off in Beirut for the weekend, and been to
Sure, the
Kuwait.
army, like the US Army, is the biggest polluters, one of the biggest polluters on the planet. They're going to have to stop doing that.
Yes, yeah. This was the British, but I know the American army is. Yeah.
Well, the World Army. If the World Army were to go eco-friendly,
yes,
then they wouldn't be as deadly.
yes, because yes, they're very heavy on. I know that from how I lived when I was young. Was flying off here, there, and everywhere, and I used to fly to Bahrain 3 times a year, back 3 times a year. Whilst I was there, I might go somewhere. It was crazy, but yeah, it was just how life was in the armed forces back in those days.
Yeah.
The army paid for it all. It's fun. I did enjoy
But that's
it.
why I think the army are going to be used a lot now in the future to solve the environmental problems. The army are going to have to get in and save us.
Good luck with that. I remember me living in Northern Ireland, used to still these squaddies walking around with guns and everything. Shall I tell you another funny story? I lived in Berlin for a while back in before the wall came down. And you go on the tube stations, right? You go on the tube, normal Berlin, and then you go into East Germany, and there'll be all these squaddies standing there on the tube station platform holding guns and poking you with a gun, asking you for your passport. It's a weird, weird world. I'll never forget it. I wish I had a gun. Would you like to have a gun?
Well, I've shot a few guns. I've never. Oh yeah, no. It's kind of hard.
What? I can't hear you.
To own a gun in Ireland, but yeah, I shot a few guns.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of rifles. You know, when the Navy, I was in the Navy for 4 years, and they have these little shooting ranges where you can shoot at a little picture thing. Done a bit of that, but nothing. Yeah. That was just fun.
Oh, so you weren't like military training? You didn't do like military training and all that?
Well, I was in the Wrens. So the Navy, this was back in, when was this? 1972 when I joined up. Well, the Wrens training was different to the naval training, to what the men had, obviously. We still had several weeks a few months of training. But we used to play war games up in Scotland, and they had a sort of little place to practice shooting and stuff, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Yeah, I was in the Wrens Navy. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I've been on submarines.
Yeah, the Irish Army is all right. Like, we're a pretty peaceful country, except for the British who keep on freaking taking our shit.
Yes.
But
yeah,
that's over now. The British are probably going to come back because, the economy's not doing well, so they're all going to come here again.
Yeah, I can remember it. Yeah, the army camp in Northern Ireland. Yeah, Lisbon.
But like, I mean, if climate does get pretty bad, we're just going to have to immigrate. Like, people are just going to have to immigrate everywhere.
Well, they are. Obviously, it says in the Bible that as the climate heats up, blah, 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 something like 1/3 of the Earth, 200 million people are going to emigrate to a certain spot somewhere.
Is that Israel?
I don't know.
2 billion people are going to go to Israel?
No, 200 million. It's 200 million. An army of 200 million, it says army, but it's people, are going to literally invade a particular part of the world. Blah, blah, blah.
Do you really believe that? No, that's all ridiculous now. I can't believe people still believe this.
I do. Oh, I'm one of those weirdos that believes the New Testament. I believe it.
See, you're very rational and irrational at the same time. See, it's quantum physics.
Yeah, I believe what I read. I used to be a Bible freak when I was young. When I was a little girl.
Dude, I used to believe in it. I used to do like the rosary every day. I used to have like loads of anxiety when I was younger, so I used to pray
Oh,
the rosary and like think that
all
I was going to
right.
heaven. I used to read the prayers in this book that if you pray for 1 month, you're guaranteed to go to heaven. And I've prayed that
All
book, so
right.
I'm thinking I'm guaranteed to go to heaven because I was a Catholic, and
All
now I'm an
right.
atheist because I watched loads of videos online about atheism. So now I'm an
Yeah.
atheist.
All right. Oh, I'm looking for Gnosticism. I believe what the Gnostics believed. You know, that this earth is ruled by an arsehole, Jehovah, with an arsehole. And I'm looking to escape existence altogether one day. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, I was a Bible freak when
I
I was
mean,
young.
Jesus was a doomer back in the day. He thought the end of the world was going to happen in his generation, didn't he?
Yes. Well, no, he said 2,000 years. He said to his disciples, "I will return when." But he said to his disciples, "I will. If you go to the house of the man who carries the water, you will find me there when I return." Well, basically, that's the house of the man that carries the water is a sign of Aquarius. So he was talking 2,000 years into the future, because we are now entering the house of Aquarius. That's what it says. He said to his 12 disciples, "You will find me in the house of the man who carries the water," which is Aquarius.
Really? Are we in
Yeah,
Aquarius time now? How do you know this? What?
we are heading towards Aquarius. Yes, we're still in Pisces. We're on the edge now.
But
Yeah.
doesn't that happen every year? The 12 signs of the zodiac.
No. We are at the moment. Every age lasts 2,000 years. We're in the age of Pisces. Pisces. When 2,000 years ago is when we entered the age of Pisces. We used to be in the age of the ram, the sheep. Now we're in the age of Pisces, and then we go into the age.
Is that
It goes
is that why
backwards.
we're all sheeple? We're the sheeple. We were being the sheeple for 2,000 years.
Yes,
Now we're all
sheeple.
becoming.
Yes, sheeple. Yes, it's been the age of Aquarius is the age of Pisces. It's been an age of domination, war. We are sheeple. Yes.
And which age are we going into now when Jesus comes back?
Aquarius, because he says specifically of the man who carries the water. Okay, well, 2,000 years ago, women were the water carriers. But it says specifically the man who carries the water, which is Aquarius. And scientists back it. We are entering the age of Aquarius. We're in that thing now of entering it. It's an interesting story.
What animal is Aquarius? Is it like a
man?
lobster?
Aquarius is the man.
Oh, great!
Is the man carrying.
No, you don't
water.
want that. You don't want man. You want sheeple.
Well, we're not out of. We left the sheeple. We left the sheeple back in the age of the ram. But the age of Pisces has been an age of. We're all very conditioned. There's been the two revolutions, having the agriculture and technical. Now we're heading into this one. But I think this age is going to end badly. And I do. I think there's going to be a mass die-off, personally.
So do you think Jesus is going to come back soon?
Well, that's what it says in the Bible. That's what it says. He said this to his disciples before 2,000 years ago, that he would come back in the age of Aquarius.
Wow. So the Jews was this in the Old Testament or the New Testament?
New Testament. This is in the New Testament. It's in Revelation, at the end of Revelation. I think it's also in Gnosis.
Do the governments and the Christians know this, and they've already pre-planned it? They've planned it for thousands of years to happen now. It's all pre-planned?
I don't know. I don't know what people above me do, at the end of the day. But I'm just saying what it says there. But we're living in a very strange time, because in the Revelation it talks about the woman in the sky, and it talks about this woman in the sky, and blah blah blah, and she's pregnant with. But on the 23rd of November 2017, the planetary thing took place. So that little old man wrote that was going to happen in the sky 2,000 years ago, and in 2017 it took place, and scientists have confirmed it. Woman in the sky. that configuration of planets and stars took place on that day in November 2017. It's very strange. But at the end of the day, the fact that someone can see into the future, after all, time is linear. So if you look at something from a long way away, you can see that something's going to happen, even though the person who's traveling along that road can't see it. Because if you're far away, you can see what's going to happen in the future in some weird sort of way. Because time is linear. It's a line of events.
Right. So,
I believe all this rubbish. I know Gramps always makes
are
fun.
you like a Catholic, a Protestant? What are you?
I haven't been baptized, actually, because my parents aren't believers. My mother's not a believer, so I haven't been baptized. But I believe in Gnosticism. I believe what the Cathars believed. Yeah.
Right.
But I used to be
But
Christian.
they believed in the Jesus too, didn't they? The Gnostics.
Yes, they believed in Jesus. Yes, they did. Yes.
And then there was the ones in the south of France there, or the Cathars.
The Cathars. Well, they were. The Gnostics were Cathars. They were the Cathars. Yeah. Because I believe in reincarnation, and it wouldn't surprise me at all, because I do believe in reincarnation, and I do believe I've been here before, and I'm looking to make sure I don't come back, because I don't like it here very much.
Well, disasters have happened in the past. I mean, there was a super volcano that happened in 800 after. So humans have faced. I heard that humans were also like 2,000 people, like 100,000 years ago. There was only 2,000 of us. So we've been through mass extinctions before.
Yeah.
There was a Justinian plague during the late Roman Empire, and that killed like 30% of humans.
Yeah.
I think there might be new ones. So humans have faced. But I think climate change is unique and AI is unique because it's like man-made. But
Yes.
all the other stuff is not really man-made. But it's I think it's a unique disaster kind of thing.
But we breed like cancer cells, don't we? I mean, there is somebody who wrote a long prose about this, about how us humans are like a cancer on the earth. And we do. We breed like cancer cells.
Well, if we were all extinct, who would replace us? Who would be the dominant species on Earth? If we went away?
Lions, beautiful, beautiful lions.
Or maybe like ants or rats.
No,
I mean, there would be
lions. Lions. Don't you love lions?
Yeah, they would take over the planet. But like, who would evolve into becoming like humans if we went extinct?
But why do humans need to be here? I mean, after all, look at what we've done to this planet. We've turned it into a shit house.
Well, are you saying that we're like, are we like half aliens or something, or like half gods? Because God made us.
But don't you think you're just trapped inside a meat bag? I would be far happier if I didn't have a body at all. I was just a little spirit floating around the place, okay? Because we are trapped inside this meat bag of flesh, okay? But when you look at what we've done to the earth, we are like a cancer with our buildings and our skyscrapers and our roads and the shit we build. And we've turned this planet into a shit house. We have. Yeah,
but that's because we got addicted to fossil fuels. If we never sucked out the fossil fuels,
But then how could we live here? Because we had to burn wood in order to live, because, our little bodies aren't designed for cold weather. We have to have something to keep us warm because, we do. So, I mean, we're such useless little pathetic creatures anyway, and we are. I mean, look, when you look at
we're not actually. We have sweat glands, and we could run the longest. We can jog way longer.
Sean, you're such an when you look at a basic cat, okay?
In the wild, humans were alpha predators because we could run way longer than the prey because we had sweat glands and we could jog way longer. Our muscles are made for running way longer than the prey.
Are you saying us humans are genetically superior to cats?
No. For hunting, humans were very good at long distance running, like jogging, like for a long time.
But we can only hunt if we invent weapons. And once we invented weapons, we started killing each other. That's the trouble.
Well, no, actually, I think humans were eating raw animals back in the day, like
yes, I know
small
they were.
animals raw.
I know they were, yes. But I don't be funny, right? Okay, humans eating meat, right? A fox can kill a chicken and eat it in 2 minutes flat. You know that yourself, okay? I'd like to see a human being pull that little stunt off because it would kill them. A human being can't even catch a chicken, pull it to bits and eat it. It has to be cooked for about 3 hours first.
Well, yeah, there's some animals I think it's riskier to eat raw.
Yes, exactly. We're not designed to eat. We're not meant to eat. Well, I think we're perfectly. I know I'm a herbivore. I don't care what the rest of humanity is. I am a herbivore, and I know so. You know, I don't know what to make of it, but we're a useless species because when you look at a cat and its fur and its claws and its fangs and its everything else, it's far better designed than I am. I'm useless, silly little nails.
Yeah, but we're going to go to Mars, mate. We're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to the moon.
Oh, are we really? Oh, wow. Who wants to go to Mars?
We're going to evolve to be able to like float in space, you know? We're going to be cyborgs.
But wouldn't we be better off, Sean, working out a way to escape our meat bags so that we can live without the meat bag and just float around as consciousness? Wouldn't that be better?
You mean like souls, ghosts?
Yes. Like you have with an OBE, you know, when you have an out-of-body experience. I've had one, and you can see, and you are conscious, and you have your soul, while your meat bag is laying on the operating table, and you can just watch it all going on. So we can exist outside the meat bag.
What was your near-death experience? Can you tell us the story?
I've had an OBE. I had an OBE when I was 7 years old, under surgery. So I know I can live outside the meat bag. It's kind of why I'm such a weirdo because I had this OBE. Yeah, when I was 7 years old, I had some heavy-duty surgery. And I remember the surgeon sticking the needle in me. I remember screaming because it hurt. And the next thing, I was floating around the ceiling. I could see and I could hear and I was conscious. Everything. Just floating around the ceiling. I could see my little body and the surgeons working on my body. And I stayed there until they took me out of the room and then I went back in. When I was 7.
Wow.
Yeah. So I know I can live without a meat bag.
Hold your horses. Thank you, Daniela. Daniela has become a member here. I really appreciate you, Daniela, for doing that. That does help pay for the StreamYard here and keep things going. You are entitled now to join the Discord. The instructions will be in the membership area. You can join the Discord. You can chat to us here at Finding Gnosis 24/7 whenever you want, even if we're not live on YouTube. Thank you very much, Daniela. I really appreciate that. Sorry, guys.
But as I was saying, Sean, I think as humans should try and live outside our bodies and just get our nutrition from the sunlight. And we can be as free as birds just floating around the universe. We don't need a meat bag. We don't. We've been.
But does that only happen when you die?
Well, I was alive when I had my surgery. My body wasn't dead. I was alive. I didn't die under the surgery. But
wait, so you're saying that we could be alive and be spirits at the same time? It's quantum.
Yeah, yes. When I had my out-of-body experience, I had my awareness, my consciousness, my sight, my everything just above that body. My body was alive. I was just out of it. And I'll tell you, Sean, right, I believe that our meat bags, that's why I'm a Gnostic or trying to be a Gnostic. I believe that we are entrapped, we are ensnared here by breeding. I'm also an antinatalist. And we keep creating new fetuses via having sex and stuff for them to ensnare our souls in. Well, that's what I believe. Did you know that? That's why I come here looking for Gnosis. Right. I'm trying to make sure I don't do it again. Because I discovered under hypnosis back in the 80s that I existed outside my meat bag. I actually this is via hypnosis, I found myself in a weird place where I witnessed my own conception, blah, blah, blah. Went into this little meat bag, and before I entered it, I put a V on the forehead. But I was born with a V on my forehead.
Wait, so you think that when we all die, we become spirits floating around the place?
No, I don't. No, I don't, because we're all recycled back. What happens is we're caught up in something very sinister, and something out there feeds on our loosh, on our negative emotions and our pain and all this and all that on this planet. That's what I believe. Well, it's a bit like the Anunnaki and what that Zachariah Sitchin has to say. I think we've been engineered slaves. He reckons that we've been engineered to dig for gold. Well, maybe it's true. Because ghosts and things do exist.
Do you think reptiles? I mean, there might be reptiles or greys or aliens, and
there's something
like David Icke thinks reptiles, shape-shifting reptiles. Or what about the Illuminati? What do you think about the Illuminati?
Oh yeah, they exist. Good Lord, they exist. Of course they exist. Oh yeah, we are governed by something very sinister. Don't you believe that?
I remember reading David Icke's book, and I was like scared. I was like, what the hell?
I've got all his books. Every single one. Yeah. I believe what he says. I think, because I believe in black magic. And the thing is, I believe that David Icke is actually some kind of shill, and that we're being informed of what's going on. Because if you, in black magic, if you inform your victim of what you're planning, the spell is stronger. Did you know that about black magic?
Do you think Epstein was part of it, and like they were doing human sacrifices and stuff?
Yeah. I think they're all these mega rich billionaires. They're all in it together somehow. I don't think you get to be in the billionaire class unless you. I don't know, because I wouldn't know.
Rogan. I mean, I follow a lot of people I disagree with, the conservatives, and they're all a bit mad.
Yeah.
But the left are a bit mad too. Like, there's a few lefties that I disagree with too.
Yeah.
I think which lefty do I disagree with? I forgot. But anyway, yeah. So, yeah. But I think that a lot of people who are into the occult believe in it, but it's not true. Like, they might do a few weird shit with it, but the occult now is probably less popular than before. Because I know that Freemasonry was way more popular back in the day. I think more people are just atheists now, so they just don't do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think in this world. I used to work for the legal profession, and I don't think that you get to become a senior partner in a law firm, same with the police, same with anything else, unless you're a member of the Masons. I think there's more to it than we know about, by simple virtue of the fact you have to be in it to know about it, if you get what I mean. Does that make sense?
I mean, D&W might be working for the Jews or something, or the...
Yeah, it's quite possible. It is quite possible.
I mean, he might be a shell himself. You never know.
Yes, you never know.
He might be working for the CIA or the NSA or the fucking Mossad.
Yeah, one day going to get something knock on the door. You've been saying things, blah, blah, blah. He's not saying anything neither. Gramps? Yeah, we live in a very, I don't know.
I'm working for myself. And, that's the worst boss of all, yourself. The most unforgiving, the nastiest. Don't you agree, Chickpea? That when you think about it, we are nastier to ourselves than anybody else could be.
Yes. I've never been.
I was thinking of making a video about that.
I've never been nasty.
You need to be nicer to yourself.
Yes.
Nicer to yourself.
Yeah, you should.
Sorry, guys.
You should think about the negatives all the time, because I think we were bred to think about the negatives, because that's how we survive.
It's our updragging. We have our humans make terrible parents. Because I was thinking about that today, Grumpy Guts. Okay, like the whole thing with working nowadays. Like nowadays, most parties work. Well, how can you bring up a child properly if you are both working full time? I can't see how that is even possible. Because when I look back, when I worked, I've never had children, Sean, never, thankfully. But if I'd had to go out to work all day long, there's no way I could have brought up a child, even if that child did go to school or to nursery or anything. So we're terrible parents, aren't we?
Well, plenty of people do it now in
Yeah,
the
but I
Western
don't
world.
think yeah, but Sean, bringing up a human being is the most taxing job in the world. I think we take it very, very cavalierly. You are bringing another soul into this world. It's
No,
not. It's not a
people back in the
child.
day, I think in the Stone Age or in the Victorian era, I think parents were not as great back. Well, they didn't teach them. I mean, most of the education now is not through the parents; it's through the teachers, their friends. I think most of parenting now is not actually through the parents; it's through other people. But it's still fine. I still think people still get good with other people, not necessarily your parents. You know what I mean?
No, I disagree with you totally. You know what? Looking back on it all, I'm a lot older than you. We are trained to be good little servants, either in the factory or for the corporation, depending on how many O levels you've got, literally. And it depends. That's all you're being trained to do. When I look back on it all now, all these years later, at the time, you don't see it till you look back. I look back on life now, and I was brainwashed the minute I was born by the system. And I was.
Yeah, but how would you solve that? You saying we should all go back to like homeschooling or like Montessori, forest schools? There's a lot of cool stuff going on with like forest schools, homeschooling. What else? There's
Sean,
good education happening. AI is going to teach us more in the future. Computers. I mean, I know that the kids nowadays are more addicted to their phones, so they might be less social than before. They might have like more autism or like social problems, but there's a lot of problems happening on the planet. But we always had problems. I think humans always had problems, but maybe now we have way more problems.
Sure, and that's why I don't like it here. You see, that's why I'm an antinatalist, because when I read a history book, it's been a shit show from the beginning. It's been a shit show since Cain killed Abel, or was it Abel killed Cain? I can never remember.
So we should like deluding ourselves and thinking we have a better life. No, but to be fair, we do have a better life now than before because we live way longer.
Yes, we've had 80 very good years. They have been the best years us proles have ever had. They've been 80 very nice, easy years. Yes, they have been.
But imagine if we're all atheists. Imagine if we never invented religion. We would have been way more advanced, way before then. Because I think religion has kept us lower. Because, especially some religions, some are worse than others. But I'm just saying that if everybody was atheist since the beginning, we'd probably be way more advanced now than before. I mean, that's what I think, you know.
I don't know, yeah. It's very, it's, like I said, I believe what the Cathars believed. I think we should go out of, we should all go extinct.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that because, like, I think a lot of people suffer, like, they probably suffer more than they have pleasure, which is sad, like. And, have
you read the works of David Benatar?
No.
Sean. Oh, you haven't read David Benatar? Oh.
I'm not into philosophy. I don't have a very good vocabulary. I went to horticulture school. I'm not very well educated. I think I'm quite smart, but I'm not educated in the high end stuff, so I don't know shit. I'm educated in the internet though. I learned a lot on the internet.
So you went to horticultural school?
Yeah, for plants.
You lucky guy. See, you're so lucky because I went to academic school, and I'm not remotely academic. I would have loved to have learnt about how plants grow, how herbs grow, blah blah blah. But no,
I remember you saying that is exactly what you would have liked to have done, Chickpea.
Yeah, I'd be happy then. Oh, I had to sit and learn crap for my O levels. You
could still learn it online. You could watch video. There's loads of stuff now on the internet that you can learn free. So you could still do it. I mean, there's people who go to university when they're older. You can still go to school if you want.
Yeah, Sean said. But I'll tell you something, Sean. Like I remember when I did my O-level biology, okay, and the O-level biology came human and plant biology together, all clumped up together. And for my biology, forget my O level, I had to cut up a cow's eye. Okay, so I couldn't do it, so I failed my biology. So my whole life was ruined by that one thing I could not do, because that's how the way the system worked. Because I would have liked to have either worked with plants or worked with animals. But no, I had to cut up a cow's eye. Well, I can't cut up a cow's eye, that's the end of that. But I've only, in the last 10 years, learned about herbs and stuff. But you're very lucky, Sean, to go to horticultural school. Because I went to, so didn't you, Grumps, academic? Yeah? Sit there and learn about.
What was that, Chip? Yes, I did do the academic route. Yeah.
Yeah. Completely screwed up. You've been lucky, Sean.
What did you learn? What did you study, DNW?
Commerce and law in university, and yeah, I went to university, Sean, and got myself a degree.
Right. Well, yeah, that's more.
I don't know. I mean, I think, look, personally, it was rewarding for me. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the experience, but life is what you make of it, and you can enjoy your experience in many different areas. You don't have to go to university. You can go a different route. You can learn a trade, learn a skill. You can even just work in what other people consider a dead-end job and save your money and use that money for personal goals outside of work. You know, that may be extra curricular study or interests.
Yeah, what do you think about, like,
aren't
investing all your money,
related, but give you immense meaning and, you know, well-being?
Yeah, but Grumps,
everybody should invest their money in precision fermentation companies.
Grumps, most of us are so brainwashed by the time they finish with us. I mean, I remember when I left the Navy and I looked at civilian life. I actually saw civilian life as being very, very free and blah-de-blah-de-blah. That's how screwed up I was. Because I was dragged up on a series of army camps, Sean, you know. No, you're screwed up from the minute, you know, I don't know what to make of it. But like I said,
So if
Sean,
robots take all our jobs, like if the AI takes all our jobs, we could all just go in a dole forever and just like, and if they do want to kill us all with the AI, then they could do it. But we could fight back with like, what, running away.
Sean, so do you believe in the mark of the beast, Sean?
No, I used to. I used to be big into all these conspiracy theories like 15 years ago. And
It's not a conspiracy. It's written in the Bible. See, I studied religion when I was at school. Okay, that was my favourite subject. Mark of the beast. It's not theory. It's biblical. I believe. Yeah, I'm one of these weirdos that believes it. I believe it. So my end is coming. I can see it because I'm not getting myself done. I'm not getting marked, and it means I will die. I've already made up my mind on that one. I've already decided that when that starts, I'll take my cats to the vet, give them a nice, peaceful exit, and then I'll just sit on the streets and starve to death, I suppose. I'll just watch the show.
yeah, but the government will give us fentanyl. Like if it gets really bad, the government will give us all fentanyl. We'll just take it quick. I don't want to start to death.
You know what, Sean? I wish I could get my hands on some fentanyl for that very reason, to just have stacked away for when the time comes. And I wish I could. But you think the government will? No, I think the government will probably cut our heads off. Turn me into a burger.
This climate change shit happens. Like a lot of people are going to die. So I don't want to starve to death. Like fuck that. So everybody should like. I don't know.
You know what, Sean, it also says in the Bible that humans will be turned into man-eaters, okay? I'm just an old grump. I truly do believe that when all this happens and the shit hits the fan, they will literally do to us what they did in Soylent Green. You know the film Soylent Green, where they just turned humans into food to feed the masses with? I think
no, I don't think that. Well, cannibalism will be more popular. It happened in the famine in Ireland, so...
Cannibalism exists. You see what happened during the Second World War in Russia. People were selling babies for food. That actually happened. It will happen. They'll just,
Yeah.
I believe Soylent Green is quite a good thing of our future, actually. Haven't you watched Soylent Green, the film?
No, I've watched clips of it, but it's exaggerated. I think I don't think that's ever. I mean,
I do.
the likelihood is that we'll just have like mass starvations happening, mass
Yeah,
migrations,
that's
and
happening.
then
Thing
the
is,
governments.
it's Soylent Green. Yeah, sure, right. In Soylent Green, there were mass deaths, mass starvation, blah, blah, blah. And they just turned the dead bodies into Soylent Green for the masses to eat. I think that quite feasibly could. It probably has
One
already.
moment, guys. We have a newbie here. Sophia's first time on Finding Gnosis. Great to have you here, Sophia. I was looking forward to you joining. How are you doing, and what would you like to say, darling?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the times you have invited me. I haven't been able to those times, but today I can, I think, a little bit. The only thing that I really know to offer regarding Gnosis, am I saying it correctly?
Yep.
Okay. If I understand what Gnosis is at its core, and maybe I don't, and you can correct me, I always thought that Gnosis meant that anything in the physical was considered wrong or evil or not necessary. And my rebuttal, for lack of a better word, my rebuttal to that is I feel like that creator, and I won't try to put a name on that because that's going to be different for everyone, but I do feel like there is something much greater than what we can understand with our physical eyes and with our limited capabilities, that is a benevolent, kind, loving, all-knowing, who in the end will make things all right. But I feel like that being, whoever that is, manifests itself through humans and through the physical. But what is going on behind the veil in the spiritual is so much more important. And what happens in our thoughts and in our heart, we manifest that in the physical. And that's why the world is so messed up, because people will choose, they'll choose their own selfish interests, or they'll choose to do something that will cause harm to another. And then we want to blame it on creator. And I don't know. That's my initial trying to hop on and give an
Sophia.
explanation of where I stand spiritually.
Sophia, wonderfully said. And that was very beautiful. And it's quite fitting that your name is Sophia, you know.
Well, I actually picked that screen name because it was one of my mother's favorite names. So it's not my real name. When I first came to YouTube, I made the mistake of using my real name, and I learned real quick not to do that.
Okay. Well, look, I just want to say one thing. When we say Finding Gnosis here, it's kind of playful, Sophia. We're not hardcore Gnostics or anything like that. Some people are. No, I said some people are, Chickpea. If you allow me to finish, some people are like Chickpea. When I say Gnosis, it's kind of it's just a way of saying knowledge. Okay, knowledge that would be helpful to us as individuals on our own subjective journeys through life, and also collectively as a people. So that's what I mean. It's a playful thing. It's not meant to be taken too seriously, but it is the kind of ethos of the channel at the same time, trying to find knowledge, trying to find useful information for us.
I love that because I am a knowledge seeker. I've always been very inquisitive, very curious. I want to know what the truth is, even if the truth hurts me. I'm that kind of person. And I from having the first time that I came on YouTube, I was not in a good headspace, and I made a lot of mistakes, and I've tried to grow within myself, and I've tried to wake up to what I was doing wrong and how I was missing, how I wasn't seeing the big picture. And it all is very fascinating to me that we can connect on a level like this as souls and as individuals and explore any subject or any type of spiritual pathway or any, anything we experience in life, what kind of abilities do we have? Are we an artist? Can we write? Do we sing? The ways that we express ourselves through our five senses and our sixth sense, which I think we all have if we tap into it. So that's beautiful. What you said was beautiful. And I thank you.
No need to thank me. That's literally what we're about here. And it's great to have you. I'm really happy that you're here because you have said some interesting things here and there in the live chat there. And I appreciate everybody who keeps the live chat hopping, it's a very important part of the show. It does inspire us here as we are talking. We do keep an eye on it. So, Sophia, seeing as you're new here, we do ask a couple of questions to newbies. The first of which is, Sophia, what is going on?
Oh, wow. That's a lot to unpack. I think there is so much going on that our souls can't really keep up with it. And the only answer for it is to go within, get centered and get balanced, be kind to each other, tear down that which is quote unquote evil so that better things can come to the surface. That's my first answer. What's your next question?
Wow, that was beautifully said, Sophia. Sophia, the other one is just it's a bit of fun. Have you ever had what some might deem a paranormal experience?
Absolutely, numerous times throughout my life.
Would you like to share one or some of them?
I would love to. Yes. Let me start with what I experienced as 1 month old infant. Something had lodged into my throat, and my father had to somehow. I was turning blue. I was dying. I had no oxygen. So somehow my father removed that object, whatever it was, from my throat and saved my life. And so that's going to make a lot of people laugh. We'll circle back around to that, using that phrase that I just used. For people who've been around a while, there's a whole story behind that. But throughout my life, there have been many, many, many times that I should have perished. I've been in many car accidents that I walked away from, that I only have, unfortunately, I do have some neck and shoulder injuries from the most recent car accident, which was in 2020. I do still have some issues from that, and I go to physical therapy from time to time to get help with that. But let's see, let me give you a real example of something. Okay, back a few years ago, there was a moon eclipse, and I was determined that I was going to go outside and I was going to watch that. That fascinated me. Well, where I live, my neighbor's tree was blocking my view. So I get up, I start walking down the street, and I forget that there's concrete pavers there. And I hit a concrete paver with my toe, and like somebody kicking a football, because I was walking fast because I was excited. I wanted to see what was happening in the sky. And when I did that, I was lifted up and I was flipping over, and I about fell and hit my head on one of those concrete pavers. But instead, I felt something catch me and lift me up in the air and lay me gently down in the grass, and I was not injured. So I feel like that was sort of a paranormal thing that happened to me, something that's unexplainable. Also, I've been warned 2 times that I remember very clearly. Once I was taking a walk in an area of town that I was used to. I didn't know there was danger there, but I remember hearing very clearly, turn around now, walk slowly, go to your car and leave. And I did not ask any questions. I left. I got in my car, I left. Later on that night, on the news, that was when I was young and I was naive enough to turn on the news at night, but I did. And in that very spot where I'd been standing and I had heard that message, turn around, leave now. And I did. There had been a woman attacked and assaulted. And I felt bad for her. And I wondered, did she not hear the same warning that I did? So that's an example. Another example is the wreck that I mentioned a minute ago that I had in the year 2020. I was clear, probably 50 miles away from where I live, and I had to get back home. I was walking to the parking lot to get in my car and come home, and I heard very distinctly, "Put on your seatbelt the right way." And it was very stern, a very stern warning. So I did, and I have a bad habit of not putting on my seatbelt properly because I don't like anything up around my neck. But that day I did. I put that seatbelt on, and the closer I got to home, I was fixing to make a left-hand turn, and there was no cars around me. I was stopped at a red light, getting ready to make a left-hand turn. So as I sat there, I looked up in the rear view just out of habit. That's what you do when you're driving. There was nobody behind me. And then all of a sudden, the next thing I know, I'm getting ricocheted back and forth. I was hit really, really hard. And I was hit so hard that my dashboard of my car fell out into the floorboard. And had I not had my seatbelt on the proper way, I would have gone through the windshield that day. So those are a few little things. There's lots of other stuff, but those are the things that come to mind readily and easily.
Sophia, very interesting stories there, Sophia. Now, first of all, that last one there, when that voice came to you quite sternly, put on your seatbelt properly. Had that ever happened before to you?
Never.
I mean,
never.
Wow,
And
okay.
people have hit me all my life. Like, you would think I'm the bad driver. I haven't hit people. People have hit into me like they're literally trying to kill me. Like something's been trying to kill me my whole life, but I'm still here and I'm not giving up. So no, I had never heard that warning before. That was the first time. Even
The
though I'd
interesting
had
one there. Sorry, go ahead, Sophia.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Emily says she fell and was caught as well once. And she always wondered about it. And she loves these kind of stories. Do you know? I'm not sure if it was Emily. I'm not sure if it was Emily, but there was someone on this show. Someone told me this story. They were on a bunk bed as a child, as a very young child, and I think that they fell off the bed. But they literally felt themselves being caught in midair by something, and there was nobody else in the room. I don't know if it's Emily told me that story. Someone told me that story. They were falling headfirst out of a bunk bed onto the floor, and apparently they were caught by something midair, and there wasn't any obvious human intervention. It was something else. I've heard a few of these stories. Sorry, Nefaris.
I remember something else, if I may interrupt you. I'm excited about this one. And I don't know how it didn't lead with this one, because this happened when I was about 10 years old. My parents, they had to, my dad was in the military, and that's a whole other story. He got transfer papers. We had nowhere to live. So when we got to our destination, we stayed with some friends of my parents, and there was nowhere for me to sleep, of course, but on the couch, which is normal. So I'm sleeping in this stranger's house that I've never met before, even though my parents know who these people are. And I was wide awake. I opened my eyes for some reason, and the whole room, the living room that I was on this couch in, was filled with what I would call either light beings or angels. And as a child, I didn't realize that that's what it was, that it might have been my guardian angels, or it might have been, something supernatural that's not being able to be explained. But when I saw it, and I know I was wide awake, when I saw it, it was like a cosmic thing happened where they were like, "Oh, blank, she wasn't supposed to see us. We got to go." And they were gone from the room, but it scared me so bad. Of course, I was screaming bloody murder. Screaming to the top of my voice. And of course, my parents came in there to check on me, and I told them what had happened. And they said, "Oh, you just had a dream." And I said, "No, Mom, this was real. I saw it." And anyway, so sorry.
What age were you? What age were you for that one, Sophia? This one is very bizarre and beautiful at the same time. Can you repeat it, please? What age were you? And just
I was 10 years old.
10 years old. Okay, so you had this vision of light beings. Was it in your living room? Was that what you said?
It was in the living room of a
Yeah.
stranger. This was a house.
Oh.
These were people that my parents knew. My dad got transfer papers, and we didn't have anywhere to live yet, so we were staying with these people until we could get housing where he'd been transferred to. And they, of course, being I was the child, so they put me on the couch, and my parents were in the spare bedroom of these people who were kind enough to take us in for a while. And I didn't know the people. I didn't know the house. I was, it was just all part of normal life because we were transferred like every 6 months when I was growing up. I lived so many different places when I was growing up, but nothing like that had ever happened in any of the places I had been in. And I've seen orbs. I've seen
sorry. You went into the living room of this house that you were in.
I was sleeping on the couch. This happened in the middle of the night. Yeah, I was sleeping, but I woke up. I was wide awake. This was not a dream. I literally saw this with my eyes. That there were light beings or angels or whatever these entities are that watch over us.
You call them light beings. Did they look like kind of genderless beings?
Yes. Yes.
Androgynous.
I can still see them in my mind's eye. I know exactly what they looked like. They did not have, a face or arms and legs like we do, but they were beings, and they were filled with light. I don't know any other way to say it.
And they were watching over me. It was a positive experience. You weren't scared at the time.
In retrospect, yes, it was definitely positive, but because I was a child and I didn't realize at that time what was happening, it frightened me. But it doesn't frighten me anymore, and I wish something like that would happen to me again. I would love that.
Wow. Crystal says that is so sweet, Sophia. Sophia, you can remember it as clear as day now, even now?
I can, yes. I remember that experience.
Were they like standing around you, or were they like...
They appeared to be levitating. They were not standing on the floor. They appeared to be levitating, and they were just light beings filled with light. I don't know any other way to say it.
Now, Sophia, do you remember during that period, were you emotionally disheveled? I mean, you say you were 10.
Not really, because it was normal. Like I said, my dad, he got transferred so many times when I was growing up. I lived so many different places. So really, that was not out of the ordinary for me to be sleeping somewhere that wasn't in my home or my parents' home.
It's an amazing experience to share with us, Sophia. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for allowing me to share.
Yeah, no, I love hearing about it. OE also had an experience. He says he went through a windshield once when his friend crashed the car. He walked home afterwards, a little bloody, but nothing major. He says it's pretty crazy. The glass webbed and made a perfect mold of his head. A perfect mold. You could see the shape of his ears, nose, every detail of his head. And he said when he was walking home after the accident, he almost got run over again. Sorry, almost got run over by a drunk driver who drove up onto the sidewalk. Not a good night to be out and about, apparently. Yes, sounds like a brutal experience, and sounds like he's lucky to be here. Someone might say you're here for a reason, and you too, Sophia. Look, I'm just putting that out there. I know that that's what some people would say about these kinds of stories, Sophia. I
believe everything. I believe everything happens for a reason. Everything is connected in some way. Everything is meant to either teach us or grow us or elevate us or help us help others. I don't think there are any coincidences in this realm.
Because, I'm just riffing here, but I know someone like Chickpea or somebody might say, Sophia, that there may be entities feeding off us. There may be entities trying to make us suffer, but there also may be entities fighting for us.
Absolutely. I absolutely believe that there are
you
both.
Do believe that?
We have to have both. Unfortunately, we live in a duality. If we lived in just one or the other, we would not know anything because it would either be a utopia or a dystopia.
So are you of the opinion, Sophia, that there is some kind of spiritual realm that are interacting with us, and there's both good and evil, pulling strings,
100%. I
causing things.
100%. I
Sophia, the
100%
question is:
know
are
that.
we in charge? Are we in charge then,
Are
or are
we in
they doing?
charge? We are only in charge to a certain degree. I do think that with our thoughts and our intentions, our mindset, what's in our heart, we are in charge of those things. And personally, on a personal soul level, we are in charge of that. But there are things going on that we have no control over. We have no say so over. We cannot be in charge of those things, is my opinion.
Interesting, Sophia. OE says he's here for a reason. His higher purpose is to make sure nobody's being rude to his little sister, Daniela K. Yes, Objective Ethics. Great that you're looking after our sister, Daniela. I was trying to do the same earlier. I unbanned her. I didn't ban her, by the way. Some moderator banned her, and I know not why. She's always been extremely lovely. So I've made her a moderator now, so she can't get banned again. Okay. Yeah, Sophia. This is a fascinating conversation, and have you ever seen anything else? I mean, you've seen these light beings.
I have.
Seen...
I have seen,
okay,
there was this one house that we lived in. Unfortunately, the orbs that I saw in that house were dark orbs, and they would slither across the floor. And I was, again, I was a child, and I didn't really know, I had no explanation for that, but my mother saw them too. And we both just decided, we kind of looked at each other and we just didn't talk about it. So that was kind of strange that I saw
hold on.
dark
Your mother
orbs.
saw it as well? Your mother
Yes,
saw it?
my mother and I both saw these orbs, and it happened more than once in this particular house that we lived in. And
now,
then
Sophia, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I'm not being rude. This might sound rude, and I do apologize, but this is obviously the type of thing the naysayers will say. Does your family suffer from psychiatric conditions, like for example, I don't know,
both of my parents? I can answer that by saying this: both of my parents grew up incredibly poor. My mother didn't have a mother. My father didn't have a father. They both grew up with a lot of trauma. However, at their core, they rose above that trauma. They gave my sister and I as much stability as they could. However, unfortunately, because they were both very traumatized, there was a lot of violence in my home when I was growing up that I witnessed as a child that my parents couldn't help. I know that now. When I was a child, of course, I was angry with them. But looking back, I know now my parents could not help some of the things that they did to each other in front of my sister and I.
Yeah. Objective Ethics says you're telling some amazing stories here, and he's not a religious person as well, we know here, but he actually does believe there is some truth to her stories. I do too. I mean, a lot of people have very strange stories like this and strange experiences, Sophie. I've had them as well. I won't go into them again today because I've gone into them many times on this channel. But the way I see it, Sophia, is we don't know everything there is to know about this reality. There may be parallel dimensions running alongside us. It may be that the past, the present, and the future all exist as one thing, and they all affect the now.
Absolutely, we can't possibly
there may be so
know.
many things. There may be so many things going on. It would be remiss of me to say. I would definitely say it's spirituality. There may be a reason for it that we just can't figure out. That isn't immaterial. That is something like that has a scientific basis. That there may be. We just don't have all the pieces of the puzzle yet. I'm open to that possibility. I'm also agnostic, Sophia. I'm also, but part of me does think that there is something going on. And part of me does think this term that we use, spirituality, it's a word that's very significant. And it sometimes I do think there is something going on in terms of energy, that we can't see, and conscious energy having an impact on us, or our consciousness having some kind of effect beyond us. Okay. It's I'll have to maybe collate my thoughts on it, Sophie. It's been a while since I thought about this kind of thing, but maybe I should think about it a bit more, Sophia, fabulous to have you here. I want to get back into some of your stories in a moment. I want to welcome J.E. J.E. hasn't been here for a while. J.E., welcome, brother. Good to have you back on the Finding Gnosis show. I nearly called it the Sophia show, which it actually is at the moment, and it's great for that. But J.E., would you like to comment on anything you've heard so far, or maybe add something else? What do you think of these experiences Sophia has been talking about?
Well, I just came on, so I only caught the last little bit, so I didn't get to hear everything. So I'm just gonna listen to what you have to say and maybe like form some opinions like afterwards.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Who did we lose there? Oh God, we lost
Sophia.
We lost Sophia. Oh dear.
Yeah.
We lost the main girl of this conversation at the moment. Sophia, if you're listening, do come back. I hope I didn't kick her off by mistake. I think I've done that before. I might be like have the mouse icon over someone's name and then accidentally kick them off. I really hope I haven't kicked Sophia off by mistake. Hopefully, Sophia, you're listening. You can get back on. Link is pinned in the live chat. J.E., have you ever had any strange paranormal experiences? Remind me. Oh, right. She got disconnected. Oh, no, Sophia, if you can, do come back on. If you can. Obviously, if you can't, it's okay. But if you can, please come back. J.E., have you ever had any strange, what some might call paranormal experiences?
No, not that I recall, but like I said, I think the closest I would say is maybe having like sleep paralysis.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
You've seen the old hag at the end of your bed.
No, not that, but there were times where I was sleeping and I felt something heavy like pressing down on me, and every time I tried to get up, like I wasn't able to get up.
Jay, I'm having problems hearing you, mate. I don't know
Are you
if
having
it's me.
Having trouble hearing?
Yeah. Can you try again?
Oh no, I was saying that I would be sleeping sometimes and I would feel like a heavy presence over me pressing down on me. And when I tried to get up, I wasn't able to get up.
Right. Yeah, I've heard about that sleep paralysis. It's quite. I'm sure it's a terrifying experience. I know a few people who've had it, and they've seen an entity at the end of the bed, like they call it an old hag. They seem to think there's an old woman standing at the end of their bed. Apparently, that's quite common. Have you heard of that before?
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I've usually when I did experience sleep paralysis in the past, I try my best not to open my eyes, so yeah, I can't say I've seen anything.
Jay, I'm not in bad, mate, but you're a little bit. Your audio is not doing you justice. Can you maybe move back for your microphone or move into a position where you're not as muffled? I don't know. Something's going on. You've been on this show before and you haven't had issues with your microphone, so maybe you can try and get back to your previous position.
So that, I don't know what the issue is. I'll be right back.
You missed it.
Yeah, no, I have to go to the co-op to get my stuff.
Jay, mate, try and sort your audio out, brother, because we love listening to you. Just don't make it painful for us, because you have a lot to say that we want to hear. Chickpea, yes, you missed all that. I want her, Sophia. I asked Sophia, can she come back, because you and Sophia have a lot in common. She thinks.
Yeah, I heard bits of it. I had to go to the co-op, I'm afraid.
She thinks there's entities like either feeding off us, causing us to suffer, or helping us. And I think you're along. You kind of something. I believe you think along those lines too.
Yeah, I believe that too. Oh, that's what the Gnostics believed. That's what the Gnostics believed.
Well, I want to know what you believe.
Well, I believe what the Gnostics believe. The Gnostics believe the archons and the masters were feeding off our misery. We're loose. And that they re-ensnare us every time we breathe. That's why I'm an anti-natalist.
Did you hear Sophia's story about when she was a child and she saw all these beings of light surrounding her in the living room?
Yeah, I heard the stuff about the orbs. Yeah, she's obviously They are amongst us, but we can't see them because we only see a tiny, tiny sliver of the light that is available to us. We only see a tiny sliver. So she obviously saw a bit more than the rest of us do.
I was going to say to her that, you know, maybe it's a childhood hallucination. I'm not being rude, but, you know, she had an experience with her mother, and her mother saw what she did as well. Her mother, a fully grown adult, saw these dark orbs rolling around on the ground inside the home that they were in. I mean, that was kind of terrifying. And apparently it happened a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen things that was...
Sorry. Someone patted me on the shoulder there, and it made me drop something. But I'll be right back, guys. J.E., do enter the conversation. Do enter the conversation.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can also hear a motorbike or something in the background.
That's the high street where I live. All the men are roofing about outside. That's
Chickpea, get inside, Chickpea. Get inside.
I am inside, but I've got all my windows open and my doors open.
No joke, guys. I nearly dropped my guts there because my partner tapped me on the shoulder when we were like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta go. I'll be right back.
So can you, Chickpea, can you hear me properly?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, just checking. But yeah, so what's up? Haven't been around in a while. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, everything's fine. You know, it's absolutely baking in London. It is so hot out. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I heard there's a dry spell over there, right? A heat spell or something.
Yeah, it's 20 to 8, and it is blistering outside. Absolutely blistering.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I've been told my dinner's ready in about 5 minutes. Then I have to take half an hour to break. And that's okay. I have to take half an hour.
Lazy thing.
Lazy? I'm multitasking here, Chickpea. I'm trying to keep all the women in my life happy, including you. So, you know, you could give me half an hour to sit down with my partner and have a Sunday bit to eat, surely. So yeah, if you want to come on, guys, do now. Come on now and keep the conversation going. I'll be away for about half an hour. In about 5 minutes. So it'd be good if you come on right now, even if you're not sure you want to speak. Come on now as a kind of personal insurance policy in case you do want to speak in the future and you won't be able to get on for half an hour. So come on now.
Why did Sophie leave?
She dropped her phone.
Sorry?
She dropped her phone, I think, and then I don't know. Maybe she had to
why
do
do you all
something.
use your phones? Why don't you just use a Chromebook?
Well, I don't have a Chromebook.
You know what? You could buy a Chromebook on Amazon for about £200. You can do everything on it.
No, I don't want to enrich Jeff Bezos any further.
OE says it doesn't take 30 minutes to eat some grass. That did make me laugh. Because I am a vegan, guys, in case some of you didn't know. But I will say one thing. She is timing me. She timed me yesterday. And I know that sounds draconian, but she reckons I eat too fast, Chickpea. Yeah. Now, she has a point. I grew up in a household where we didn't really talk too much at dinner time.
Yes.
And we were too busy like eating. And, you know, people were rushing after getting in from work and such. And it is what it is. We, in fairness, we spoke on Sundays. Sundays was more relaxed. But the other days, the other days was a bit more, get that down your gob and get the hell out of here. So, you know, that's, and then in secondary school, it was the same. We were rushing, eating our lunch in case the big boys came over and stole it off us. Yeah, that's the way it was.
Nice story,
and it became a habit, and it became a way of being. So now I'm trying to chill out a little bit more, chew the cud, chew a little bit slower, enjoy the flavor, the sensations of the food, rather than just, you know, putting it down the hatch.
But how can you eat? I can't eat at this heat.
Well, you would be able to eat if you saw what's on my plate, Chickpea.
Delicious. I wouldn't.
Chickpea doesn't eat such food, right?
Grumps, nothing.
Hey, I'll drop the link one more time, guys, if anybody wants to come on.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, Chickpea, you don't eat cooked food, right?
No, I eat everything raw. I just eat seeds and nuts and drink soya milk. Yeah, and lots of fruit.
Interesting.
Yeah, I can't be bothered. Cannot be bothered. Yeah.
Wow, that shows. Well, maybe we should all like adopt that diet because look at how long you've been able to stay healthy on it. So
Well, I'm 72. I'm still here. I just can't be bothered. You know, I don't have a cooker. I haven't had a cooker since my marriage broke up, and that was, gosh, over 50 years ago. Well, 50 years ago, 48 years ago. Yeah, I don't own a
wow,
cooker. I just eat lots of bread, wholemeal bread, and peanut butter, and nuts and seeds and fruit. Yeah,
nice.
I cook when I don't have to. But men don't like it. I'll say that. Whenever I get men in my flat, you know, workmen and things, they always say, "Oi, mate, yes, I've got a cooker." It's the first thing they notice. They want women that can cook. And I can't cook. So there.
Okay, Jay. Whilst I'm waiting for my dinner, we'll kind of maybe think of some things you could be talking about in my absence. Jay, it's been a while since I asked this question. What's going on, and what should we be doing? Go ahead, Jay.
Well, I would say with me since everything gone, I guess.
Tell you what you need to do. I tell you what you need to do. Talk into your bloody microphone, Jay.
Yeah,
For crying
I
out
mean,
loud, you're on air. You are on air. You're live on the Final Gnosis show, Jay. People are trying to listen to you. Please make it easy for them.
I don't know what's going on. It was just working fine just now. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Can you hear me? Hello?
I can. It's laborious. It's hard work though. But try. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead. I'm disappointed because in the past you were crystal clear. It's just today it's a little bit muffled for some reason. To be quite frank, you sound like you're in the trunk of somebody's car. Maybe I should be worried about you.
No. Okay, let me just try something and try again.
Okay. Well, we'll depend on Chickpea and Sean and Nefarious to keep
tell
the
you,
show
Grumps,
rolling.
the air quality's so bad in London. Every time I go outside, I have a bloody coughing fit. Keeps happening. Oh dear.
Sorry to hear that, darling.
Yes, it's not very nice. And I've taken a load of asthma stuff and still coughing. Cough, cough, cough. I'll be glad when they start banning cars. Now that I'm looking forward to. And I am, you know, Grumps. Because I tell you, during the COVID crisis, there were barely any cars on the road. It was very, very nice indeed. And it was.
One last call, final call for the next half hour. Do come on if you want to. I'm going to share the link. You got half an hour of waiting otherwise. Link is shared. Click on the link so you can come on and keep the conversation alight. Keep the fire going whilst you wait for me to come back and moderate again.
Hello?
Okay.
How's it now?
Yes.
Is it better?
Well, it's not your best. Absurd. It's not the best you've ever been. It's down
weird,
near it's down near the worst you've ever been. Unfortunately, in terms of audio.
I've tried to reset everything. I'm not sure what the issue is.
One second. Let me try and work on your microphone on this side.
Sounds very deep.
Speak now.
Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello?
Is that any better, guys?
Hello?
Try again.
Hello?
Okay, look. It's a crap microphone. We're gonna have to do a crowdfund for JE because I'm not. Are you speaking into a potato at the moment?
No, I don't know what's. All right, I'll try again.
Ricardo, get on here. Crystal, OE, Daniela, whoever else is there, that which is retro. Sophia, I would like Sophia to come back because I would love to hear a little bit of back and forth between Sophia and Chickpea, because I think that they've had some similar experiences and but also Chickpea, she's had similar experiences to you, but she's come out of those experiences with a different perspective to you, which is interesting because you're concerned with the kind of darkness and the evil. She's more towards the benevolence and the light.
Were you talking about me just then? I'm sorry, I'm out cat hunting.
Yeah. I'm just interested, Chickpea, in hearing a little bit of a back and forth between you and Sophia, because she's had similar experiences.
Yes,
to
I
you,
know. Yeah.
but her experiences have caused her to become focused on benevolence, love, and light, and your experiences have embittered you, made you angry, resentful of the Creator. So it is interesting to see that people can have similar experiences and come out with different perspectives that are kind of oppositional to each other.
Yes, well, you know how I feel about the Creator of this earth. He allows us to kill 92 billion animals a year, and if I was in charge, I would not allow it. End of.
Okay.
That's why I hate him, bastard. I wouldn't allow it. I wouldn't. You'd all be vegans if I had my way. The lot of
Sean, are you still there?
There'd be no dairy fairies on this earth apart from calves. They can be dairy fairies.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just eating. I'm just preparing food.
Oh,
Sorry.
It is that
You're
time.
cooking,
It is
Sean.
that time. It is that time here.
Is it? Oh.
It's supper time.
Is it? Oh. I haven't eaten all day today. Nothing.
Nothing new there, Chickpea.
Hello?
No, there's nothing new there, actually.
Hello,
No.
Jay.
Hello? This is
Hello?
better?
That's better.
Yes.
That's better. Yeah, that's better.
I don't know
Miracles
what
do
the
happen.
issue is. I didn't...
Okie doke.
I don't know what happened, but yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Thank you for
Sunshine?
the jewels, Ricardo. I appreciate it. I'll put that in my back pocket, and it will go towards building my doomsday bunker. And if I build it big enough, you can come and stay there too, brother.
Going out to look for cats, I'm afraid, because they're all over the place. Bye.
All right, Chickpea. Well, we'll
Okay.
allow J.E.
They're
and
everywhere.
Boris and Sean to keep the show going.
You know what? I've lost
Chickpea.
total control of them. I've got no control over my cats at all. Even
Ricardo,
the kids. No.
Crystal, do come on. Somebody come on. Keep the show going. Because I've got to
Yeah,
go soon for half
Are
an
you
hour.
sure you just don't want to, like, come back afterwards or something?
Well, I mean, the show's going to be here anyway. Might as well keep it going. There's no point in shutting it down.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll share the link again. Maybe somebody will come on. But feel free, Absurd, to avail of the opportunity to read whatever you want to read, to say whatever you want to say. Get on your, proverbial
Hi,
soapbox. Make your statement. Stand for what you believe in. This is your moment.
I'm afraid I don't really have much to add. I feel like, while I've been away, I've just not much has really changed. A lot of it is still the same old. So
All right, Jay. Well, I'm depending on you, Jay, to keep it going until Chickpea gets back and Sean. Keep an eye on the live chat. They may help you out. But
yeah.
just talk about reality as you see it. What's going on?
Oh, I did enjoy
Your
the
thoughts and observations, guys. I'll be back in about half an hour, I suppose.
All
Take
right.
care now. I'll be back.
Take care.
Hasta
All
la
right.
vista, baby.
All right, see ya. Sup, Absurd.
Hey, Sean. What's up?
Not much, just eating a salad here. Lovely
Oh,
salad.
You Irish?
I might have to stop talking for a while because I might be eating it. Well, I'll just mute up when I'm eating, and then I'll talk when I'm not eating.
Okay. You Irish?
Yep.
Nice. Cool.
Where are you from?
I'm from the Caribbean.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. Like
Yep.
Jamaica or something. Which Caribbean island?
I don't exactly want to say on here, but yeah, it's definitely one of the Caribbean islands. But I just don't
Okay,
want to
is it
reveal
part of
which one is yet.
America? I think it's the American one.
The American one, Puerto Rico? No. No, I'm
Okay,
not from
Jamaica.
Puerto Rico. No, you're gonna do a guessing game with me?
Why don't you want to say? I mean,
No, I just don't want to say. I just want to keep it a bit low key for now.
is it Cuba?
Okay, fine. If you stop asking, sure, I'll say Cuba. Okay.
Really? No way. You're actually from Cuba.
Sure, let's just say Cuba. Yeah.
Do they even have internet over there?
Yeah, in quote unquote Cuba, yeah, they have internet. Yeah. The Cuba that I'm from, yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Trump is trying to free Cuba. There, he's gonna make Cuba great again. So that might work.
No, we don't need Cuba to be great again. We don't
Why
need
not?
that.
You'll have loads of capitalism and loads of rich people and loads of stuff to do. I mean, Cuba right now, I heard is pretty bad. They've got like curfew. They've got no more electricity. I mean, that's because of Venezuela, but you need a bit of capitalism. You know, you can't be so socialist. I mean, if you're not communist, are you over there? You still communist?
Me, no, I'm not a communist. No.
No, but in Cuba, are they communist?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well, I think they'll probably become like socialist, or like they'll still have company like capitalism going on over there when Trump's finished with them, or
Yeah.
Venezuela will tell them to become more communist. I mean, capitalist. Sorry.
No, but at the end of the day, like it's still because it. I feel like the U.S. should stop meddling in other countries' affairs. You know what I mean? They meddle too
Yeah,
much
but we're
in.
so powerful, man. I mean, if you're so
But-
powerful, you should like influence everybody. Well, I guess it has to be positive influence, but I think the influence America has on the world is I'm not sure if it's all positive. There's a lot of negative, but I think there was a lot of positives influence in them. America has still probably more positive influence on the world than negative. But like it's reducing a lot in the last couple of years. In the last couple of years, it's been reducing. Okay, since 9/11.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your take on 9/11? I think it was an inside job. I've always thought so.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree. I think.
Yeah. I've always
think it
thought
was
from the military. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, yeah, I just want to say what I think Israel was involved in it.
Yeah, there's something going on. Because that guy who owned that building, he made something like £3 billion from an insurance claim on it, or something huge.
Yeah, and I think a few weeks before it happened, right? He put in an insurance policy on it. So,
yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah.
so he knew what was going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, he knew. And you know what? The way those buildings fell in on themselves, if that was a bomb, they wouldn't have collapsed into their own footprint. They wouldn't have done.
Yeah.
Because I've seen
And
buildings go down.
we didn't see any footage of a plane hitting the Pentagon. Did you see any footage of that?
No, there was nothing.
No.
And Building 7, there was no plane hit Building 7 either.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, people still think it was done by a little Arab sitting in a cave somewhere. It's true,
No, and
though.
if you look at it as well too, right? Osama bin Laden, right? Wasn't I think all of the Arabs were involved in it, right? Um,
Nah.
didn't they say that they just conveniently happened to find their passports near the buildings or something?
Yeah. It was all one big
Yeah,
scam.
it was planted there. Yeah,
Yeah, it was a lie, one big lie. I saw it straight away when I saw the buildings drop. I thought that doesn't look quite right to me. Not supposed to
yeah,
do that. Falling
exactly. So yeah,
off.
right. So that's how you know it was an inside job, and
Yeah,
also
well,
the
I've
fact,
seen buildings being demolished. Yeah,
yeah, and also the fact that what do you call? They said that they caught Bin Laden in 2011, but they never actually shared the footage of him, being dead or anything. Like that to me was
yeah,
also suspicious.
yeah. It was one inside job. It amazes me that people actually believe the official narrative because to me it's dead obvious. To me, a blind man can see it, but no, they believe it. They actually
Yeah.
believe the official narrative, which cracks me up. Which goes to how stupid they all are. You
Yep.
know? The
Yeah.
stupidity of the masses is terrifying that people actually believe it. And like Building 7, the BBC reported Building 7 as having been as fallen, and it was still standing behind the reporter. And people just don't.
Really?
Yeah, you Google
Wow.
it. You can Google it. The whole Building 7 nonsense. The BBC reporter was with a Twitter. The building was still up behind her. That's how crazy it was. I mean, to me, it
Insane.
was so obvious. It was as
Yeah,
obvious.
that's crazy.
Another
So
good
you think,
story, Jay, about how
but why
stupid
would
the masses
Israel?
are?
I mean, I guess Israel wants to become bigger, like in the time of David or something. They just want to fulfill what's in the Old Testament, don't they?
Yeah, yes, it's
They want
still
to be the
going, isn't
rulers
it?
of the
Oh,
world.
you believe in that, Sean? Do you believe all
No,
Yeah.
I
that?
don't. I
Oh,
don't
I
believe in
do.
it.
I do. I still think we are seeing what happened between Moses and Isaac and Esau and Hagar and Moses' wife, Sarah. We're still seeing that play out today.
Hmm.
Oh, I believe it. That's a weird story, isn't it? But I believe weird things. But you know what, Sir Jay? It really cracks me up how stupid people are. The Second World War and the Dunkirk nonsense? Do you know that story?
No.
Well, basically what happened during the Second World War, the German army pushed all the Allies onto the beaches at Dunkirk, right? So 400,000 men, you could have killed a lot of them and won the war. But no, he let them all escape over the space of a fortnight, right? While he let the German soldiers who had pushed all these men onto the beach at Dunkirk go off to Russia, right? That's how
Mm-hmm.
insane. And but the better part is during that time in the UK, a German aristocrat was in charge of the British Army as a field marshal, and a German aristocrat was in charge of the Navy as admiral of the fleet. And people don't even see it. They actually believe that Second World War was supposedly an equal fight when Hitler allowed those 400 men to go back to England to carry the war on.
Wow.
Yes,
Crazy.
and it's actually a true story. If you don't believe me, you can buy a book called What Do You Do? It tells you the whole story. True.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it, about the Second
Yeah.
World War?
Wait, what's the conclusion of the story? Is that like an inside job to make money or something?
Well, Second World War. Well, you know that the Rothschilds fund both sides of wars. They always have done ever since they came into being. There's something
Yeah.
very weird going on. I mean, like 2 German aristocrats are running the British Navy and the British Army. We've got German aristocrats as our royal family. It's a nonsense fighting against Germany. And then these German soldiers, these fine squaddies, because I like the Germans, pushed all these Americans and Brits onto the French coast. And then Hitler said, right, let's go off to Russia now and let them all escape. Doesn't make sense. And it doesn't. It's a nonsense.
Yeah.
It's all a nonsense. That war was utter nonsense. That war should have finished that day. Those Germans, if war had been true, they would have killed all those Allied troops on those beaches, and they would have done because they could. They were there sitting ducks. They were. But no, let's all let them go back to England over the space of a fortnight on little boats, fishing boats. And people just don't see it.
Yeah, but I mean, Hitler could have won, though. I mean,
he should have won. Yes.
So you're saying that the Americans were working with Hitler? I mean, they were working with each other.
I think the British were. Yes, there's something very weird about the Second War. But then wars are just a game of chess played between our ruling elites. That's all it is.
Yeah.
What does the average Brit got against the average German? Nothing.
So in the future, it'll be like robots and nuclear bombs and drones and.
Yeah.
It won't be humans.
Yeah, Second World War was a farce, and the First World War. The Second World War was a real farce because the Rothschilds finance both sides, and they do.
Hey, what if like as some people have said, right? What if the Rothschilds are actually like they've been what is it like they've been contacted by supernatural entities, and they basically like the supernatural entities are aliens or whatever. Like we've allowed them to be in control of the world in exchange for like like I don't know, I guess getting access to Earth or something.
There's something weird going on. There's something very strange going on. I don't care what anyone has to say. Something very strange, weird. Because I know I'm just a slave in all this, just a little working class slave, and I know it, and I know that someone's pulling the strings. I know that too. Boy, do I know it.
Yeah, because hasn't it been said before? Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. You go. I'm eating.
Just gonna say that hasn't it been I think almost verified that some of like the highest ranking government officials and just elites and whatnot they've been in contact with supernatural entities and stuff to allow them to have control of the world and allow them to have a lot of influence and power.
Yeah. There's something going on. There's something. I think that's what the Masons are. Something weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't think you get to be, I mean, because there's another funny story. Hitler, okay? Now, Hitler joined the German army as a corporal, a little boy right at the bottom of the armed forces. Now, I was born into the armed forces. I know for a fact, if you join at the bottom, there's no way you're going to have enough time to get to the top because that's how the armed forces are designed. So how did he get to be in charge of the German army if he started off as a little private? It's not even possible because it's not. I know so because I was brought up.
Yeah, but don't you know the story of Hitler, the history of Hitler? He has a long history. He was working for the German government, and he was spying on the Tool Society. It's like it's like a esoteric secret society that were into like the whites or something. It was weird. Helena Blavatsky? Helena Blavatsky influenced the Tool Society. And the Nazis copied some of their ideas about the Aryan race and all that.
Yeah.
So he was working for the government, and then he started his own political party, the Nazis.
Yes. But you cannot rise as a corporal to become a field marshal. It's not possible. The armed forces don't work that way. They don't. I know so because I've been in them. I've been in the army and the navy, so I know how the armed forces work. It's not possible. Not possible to rise from the top, go from the bottom right to the top. There's something very strange going on there. Very odd indeed. It goes against the whole way the structure works, and it does. Promise you, I know because I was brought up in the army. I know all about the army. Oh boy, oh boy.
Are they very religious? The top brass, very superstitious, religious?
I don't really know because I don't know how the top brass operates. I know they were there and I used to see them, but I'm not part of the clique, so I don't know. I don't know what they do behind closed doors. Got no idea. But I do know that if you start out as a private, you will not end up as a field marshal. The ranking system doesn't work that way. It works in a particular way, and you have to go up each rank step by step by step. I know that to be so because I was brought up in it and I spent nearly 4 years in it myself. So I know. That's one thing I know the armed forces quite well.
I have a relative who was like his Captain Leclerc, the famous general in World War II. I'm related to Leclerc.
Oh, right.
A famous general in France.
Wow.
During World War II.
Yeah.
And he was pretty badass, and I'm related to him, so I'm pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah. Well, you're only related, It's, yeah. But to become a field marshal from a private is not possible. It's literally not possible.
Oh yeah, he was. Well, then he was probably placed in that position, right?
Yeah, he was put there. Yes.
Yes, and don't they say the Rothschilds? I think they said they were involved in him as well, too, being in charge, right? So I think they're using him as like a proxy to show that like the Jews were being persecuted, so that they can then, I guess, push forward their agenda of like the Jews being victims and always being a persecuted people.
Yeah, there's something very strange going on. There's something not quite right because he could not have worked his way up to that because it's not possible because that's the way the armed forces are designed. Yeah, he was put there. Yeah, just like this German aristocrats are put into the British Army and British Air Force. What were they doing what was a German doing heading the British Army and the British Navy during the Second World War? Because I've been in the armed forces and, they're very much into where you come from, where you were born, all this rubbish before they let you in. Used to be anyway. So, very strange. Very odd. Yeah. I met Charlie Boy when I was in the Navy. Lucky me.
Who's that?
Yeah, but that's normal. The King and Queen of England are 100% German.
Yes, I know.
So Prince Charles.
It's not that bad.
What?
Oh, Prince Charles. He's German.
Half, yes. He's a Saxe-Coburg. Yeah. The They changed their name to Windsor during the First World War to sound more English. Yes, their names are Saxe-Coburg. Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. That's the real name.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's a fascinating story. I met him when I was in the Wrens. I actually bumped into him aboard a minesweeper. He's a horrible little man. Vile. He had the bloody cheek to say, "What is this Wren doing aboard my ship?" I was a Wren. I had every right to be there. Horrible little man. Mind you, I probably had my face on because I hate him. You would have seen that from me. I loathe Prince Charles. I loathe him. Oh my God. I loathe the royal.
Hey, what else has he done for you to make him for you to make you loathe him?
I don't know. I just don't like him. I don't agree with royalty. It's something I'm opposed to. I just don't like him. I didn't like his mother. Don't like any of them. It's something I don't agree with. I don't agree with royalty. I'm a communist.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
I'm a bit of a communist. I am.
Oh, so Sophia agrees with you. Sophia agrees with you in the comments. She said, "My apologies, but I never much cared for Queen Elizabeth."
Yeah, I didn't like her.
Yeah.
I don't like any of them. I don't like any of them. None of them. Yeah. Sophie's like me. You can see through them.
And what about the sons, Harry and what's the next?
No, I hate those. You know what? That little shit William goes out killing birds for fun and deer, the little bastard. So
he's one of those trophy hunting people.
Yeah, he goes out killing birds for fun and deer.
Oh.
Kill deer. And so does that wife of his. She's another one, goes out killing birds for fun. Lovely. And people stand on the streets and wave at them. It cracks me up. No, it really upsets me. I tell you.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yep. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah. That's how screwed up the masses are. They stand
Well,
on
they're
wave-
big into the environment nowadays. The royal family, the young ones,
they
big into
say-
climate change.
They say what they want to do, is Sean, is get all the land back from the proletariat, the little bit we're allowed to go on, and borrow some. Do you know, Sean, that something like 90% of the land in England is out of bounds to the proletariat? Do you know that?
Really? That means wow. So
It's
England is really,
private
really
land.
huge then.
Well,
You talking about private land or royal land?
well, private land, royal land. What right have the royals got to own all this land? What right
Wow.
I know they own a lot of land. The
Yes, they
royal
own-
family owns a lot of land.
Yes, and
In
lots of
Canada
all
as
the
well?
yeah, and the aristocrats, they own all this land, and we're not allowed on it. And the police can't go on it without getting a flip as a I've forgotten the word they use. These the police have to a search warrant, so the royals can do whatever they like on their land, and nobody knows.
Wow. So that means that England is really huge then.
Well, what do you mean huge?
Like in terms of like landmass.
Well, the land is owned by the royals own most of the land of this country. It's not the aristocrats. Duke of Westminster owns most of London. He's a very, very rich billionaire. The land, most people in this country, if you buy a property, it's generally speaking leasehold, which means you don't own anything, you just own a lease. There's very little freehold land in this country, if you're a member of the proletariat. You do know that, don't you? Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, there's very little actual, and if it is, it's a little tiny scrap of land. Whereas
I'm just surprised to hear that because I always thought the Brits had more freedom and ownership than that.
No. Oh, no. I'll tell you something. Yeah, you might own a tiny little scrap of land with a little bit of garden. You have to pay £600,000 for it, which is out of the price of the average proletariat. And it is. Can you afford a house that costs £600,000?
No.
No, and that's just a silly little house in Hackney. Even Hackney, lucky, probably £1 million.
That's crazy.
You must know that about the UK. How much?
No, I don't. I don't really know much about the UK. I know more about America.
Oh, right. Well, where I live, I mean, it's okay, but a 3-bedroom house will set you back over £1 million. It's a working class area.
Crazy.
A flat. I live in a small block of flats. A 1-bedroom flat costs £350,000, and that's leasehold. You don't own anything, you just own a lease that you can sell. That's how mad it is in the UK. I thought you knew that.
Okay, let's say we went communist. If the whole planet went communist, we won't do crazy communist, dictator communism. We'll do like Star Trek communism. Would that be better?
It's terrifying. It really is. They own most of the land. They do.
I mean, are we going to have a revolution again? We probably will have another revolution.
No, because most people are too comfortable in the system that they're a part of. They don't want to fight.
Yeah.
That's
all
the
glued to
problem.
the tellies. You know what?
America had the Black Lives Matter riots. Was that like 10 years ago, 5 years ago?
No, that was orchestrated by the elites themselves, Sean. That wasn't organic. That was also co-opted and put together by the elites. You know that, right? The Black Lives Matter movement was put
they
together.
have protesting happening all the time in France. It's a sport over there.
No, well, that's what I'm saying, right? The elites, they infiltrate these movements and hijack them to create like racial division between the races. That's what it is.
Yes, divide and rule, Joe.
Yeah. Yep. So while on the surface it might seem like the citizens are coming together to, combat, something. A lot of the times, like these movements and protests are actually organized by the higher ups and the elites to stoke racial and political divisions amongst people.
No, I don't think Black Lives Matter was orchestrated by the right. It was mainly the left involved.
You're right. That's what I
There was
mean.
probably
Yeah.
rich people. There was probably rich lefties that were involved, but those lefties are not communist. They're Democrats, and the Democrats in America are not Well, there's actually the Social Democrats in America are winning. So you might be becoming more socialist, America. I don't think you'll ever become commie, but you'll become more socialist.
Sean, have you heard of Order Out of Chaos? You know that stuff that was.
Is that the problem, reaction, solution kind of David Icke thing?
Yes. Well, yes. Order Out of Chaos. Oh, what's his name talks about it? The COVID-19. You know his book, Order Out of Chaos. They plan to cause.
Wait, so you're saying that the elites want to cause trouble to give the solution to then get more power?
Yes, and then they will offer the solution. They're going to cause so much chaos with everything.
Yep.
And
that's how they operate.
That's what they're planning to do. That's how they. Oh, see, Jay knows. That's what they're planning on. And they are.
Well, that's what wars are for. I mean, wars were always about that. I don't know why humans. I always thought people going to the military was like, why are people joining the military? Are you that desperate?
Because they haven't got any land. See now, Sean. This is the interesting one. Okay, people, the masses have got no land. They've been thrown off the land. Okay, by the thing. There have been a lot of people. So. Because I joined the Navy because my stepfather said, you can't stay living here. I was only 17 at the time. So I had to join the Navy to have somewhere to live. It's sad, brutal reality. I had nowhere else to go. And I expect a lot of young people are in my position where the parents chuck them out. There's nowhere for them to go, so they join up. Simple as that.
Yep.
And it's sad because that's what happened to me. That's why I joined the Navy, to have somewhere to live.
Yeah, because a lot, especially in the past, right? And whenever you join the army, like you're usually poor, and like the army was like a way for you to get some sort of like benefits.
Yeah, you have to live, yes.
Yeah,
and there was conscription. Conscription was popular back then as well. You were forced in the army back then.
Right.
Yes. Yep. See, so because I went through it. It's And I suspect my stepfather, I never spoke to him about it, but I suspect he was very unhappy at home. And I suspect he joined the army just to get away. In the same way as I had to join the Navy to have somewhere to live. And
Do you ever watch the movie Star Trek Troopers? That's a pretty good movie about the military.
No, but I've heard of it.
It's about like us fighting alien bugs in outer space, and we're all like in the military. It's kind of like a futuristic fascist state. Yeah. And there's a criticism about it. So how it would be if we're a fascist in the future instead of communist, like Star Trek.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Look it up. It's called Star Trek Troopers. Star Trek Troopers.
Mm-hmm.
We live in a very screwed up, nasty world. It's getting worse. Like everyone says.
Yep.
But we can make it better. Like, I mean, that's what the whole point of life is, trying to make it better. I mean, I think we're...
Sean, okay, you forget one thing. You're not stuck in the middle of a city. Because you're very lucky that you live in the countryside, okay? But once you get into a city, you get sucked right in, and you can't get back out.
Dude, nobody wants to live in a countryside, mate. Do you understand that most people are moving to the cities and towns, not living in the countryside anymore?
Yes, I know, because we're all separated, okay? We don't live in any sort of tribal thing. You have one male, one female, 2 kids. Well, what a horrible, difficult way to live that is anyway. And I mean, right, I'm a single female. I want to move to the countryside, but how can a little old lady like myself cope in the countryside all on my Todd? I can't do it. Because I haven't been trained, I haven't been taught, I wouldn't know where to begin. And that's the sadness of it all. I have been conditioned from the minute I was born to live in the city. I don't know any different anymore. All I know is
You're like an ant. You're like an ant or a beehive.
Yes. Yeah, I've been conditioned. Most of us haven't. The fact that people are leaving the countryside to move to the city, I can understand, because farm work's being taken over and automated. Farm workers get treated like shit, and they do. And so they think, I'll go live in the city, maybe I'll have a better life. They won't, but they think it. That's the problem. But Sean, you're very lucky to have that land. I can see why you're so fame in life. You're one of the lucky ones. And I envy you. And I envy you having hens to play with. And I really envy you.
Well, no, we have them for eggs. Like, we're not pet. They're not pets.
Yeah, but you don't kill the chickens, do you?
We might kill them if they don't lay eggs anymore.
Oh, stop it, Sean! How can you kill a hen?
Well, I don't do it, but my mother will, and my father will. I've killed animals before. I try not to do it again.
Oh God, how terrible having to kill a hen that's been giving you eggs. I love hens.
Yeah, no,
I would never hurt a hen. I think they're gorgeous creatures. Love them.
Yeah.
No, I do. I love. I think, Sean. I think people who have hens. They are so lucky to have a hen in your life. And I'd feed the eggs to my cats. Yeah, cats can eat them. And I tell you something,
Sean, there's a lot of contradiction in life. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance happening in this planet.
Yes. And I'll tell you this much, Sean, because I'm a radical vegan, and I have terrible rows with vegans nowadays over the whole cat issue. But I'll tell you this much, I would feed humans to cats. If I was living in the Roman Empire, I could have quite happily thrown a few people at those lions. Because you know what? They want to eradicate lions because lions eat meat. And they actually want to do this. This is a vegan movement.
No, as I said, right?
Yeah, they're silly. We're over it.
No, I don't agree with that. But at the same time, I'm sympathetic towards veganism because it is a very noble thing to do.
Well, anyone can do it. It's very simple.
Yeah.
But back in the day, you wouldn't be able to do it. You wouldn't have had B12 back in the day, so you could only be vegetarian back in the day. So it's only since 1948 that we can become vegan, because we can make B12.
Oh, 1948, the same year as Israel taking over? Coincidence?
Maybe.
It was all prophecy. It's the prophecy.
But being a vegan's very easy, Jay. I've done it all my life. It's very well. I've done it. My parents wouldn't let me, obviously, but I tried hard to not eat what they gave me.
Yeah.
Since I was 17, I left home and they threw me out. I've been a vegan ever since.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it's a very admirable thing to care about animals, but at the end of the day, like, I think the only thing that, to me, I guess you can say about veganism is that at the end of the day, in nature, right? Nature doesn't have any morality in it, right? So
yeah, but Jay,
but if we keep the conversation here,
we are human.
I know. I'm not saying that I disagree with. I'm not saying that I disagree with veganism. What I'm saying is that
dead horse of dog food conversation.
All right. If you want to get off of the topic, all right, I understand. All right, let's go back to talking about the military then. So,
I tell you something, Jay. I would quite happily feed humans to my cats if push came to shove.
Whoa! Wow!
Yeah, right. So I love all animals, but I don't love all humans. That's for sure.
Wow!
Yeah. I know.
There's a song you love, Chickpea. It's called "Sweet Meat." It's like I love all humans, but they don't love something. It's like cats and humans and sweet meat. It's a cute song.
I love you, Chickpea. I love you. Can the humans die of natural causes before they get fed to the cats?
Of course. Yes, I would. Yes, of course. Yes, of course they could.
Oh, that's funny.
But I could. I love lions.
I mean, could humans eat old people that die naturally? Natural causes. Can we eat them?
I don't.
You probably already are. They've found human DNA in processed meats. You do know
Yeah, I heard you were talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So how did that human DNA get to be there? Because we only differ
It's to
by
do with the
2%.
fast food coupons. It's like the serial number is embedded into our code, which is part of that that thing we the Social Security and Alex Jones's mailbox identification stickers. And they just grind a few up every now and then. Just don't get behind on your taxes, guys. Come on.
No, I tell you something. Nothing would surprise me from the fast food industry, McDonald's and all that. Nothing would surprise me because it's a nasty little organ. Well, no, I'm sure they do. Human DNA has been found, and we only differ by 2%. So that's a tiny amount of DNA, and they're finding it.
Yeah. So that's why it's best to just cook all your food at home, right?
Well,
But
it's
that's why I think
maybe because of something happened, like what happened to the Joker in Batman. Maybe accidentally, like they chopped a finger off and it ended up in the
what in a whole big fat.
That's exactly what it is. But it's very minute amounts. But yes, rats and fingers.
Have you seen the amount, the size of those meat grinders they use? They are enormous. Somebody cut a finger off. We only differ by 2%. That's all. And they're finding this 2% in this meat all the time. So it suggests to me it's more, because I tell you, every year in the UK, 100,000 people go missing. Now, you can't go missing in this country like you can from America. So what's happening to all these bodies that just disappear?
No, not only
wait
that.
Wait a second, Chickpea. 2,000 children go missing in the UK every year.
100,000. Yeah, you're saying 2,000.
And less than half of them are ever found again.
Exactly what I'm saying. So where are they going?
We do have a population problem. Obviously, there's like a vacuum of manhole covers that are just left open every now and then.
You know what? They're throwing them in the meat grinders. That's what I think.
No, but not only that, right? In the Caribbean, right? There's tons of young women and young men and boys and girls that go missing every year, and no one ever finds them.
Exactly. You know what I think they're doing? They're eating them. That's what I think. So I wouldn't.
No, you know what I think? I have a conspiracy theory that there's secretly like there's secret like countries and islands and stuff that aren't shown on the world map that they carry them to, and they just run experiments on them.
Yes.
And they do like a bunch of other nasty stuff to them, but you never see it on like a map of the world or anything. It's very hidden.
Yeah, there's real horrors going on. Yes.
There's a lot more land out there that we just don't know about, that the elites have access to that we don't.
My cousin said that to me. I had a cousin who was a pilot in the Air Force. And do you know that pilots can only fly over certain parts of countries? They can't just fly randomly. There's strict routes they have to keep to. And he always said it's something weird because we have to fly to a set route, no matter what.
Yep.
I wonder why that would be. And he was a pilot. He was a pilot in the Air Force, and he still works for Delta. And he knows, so that's what he said about this planet and the land, because he said there's something weird going on.
Yeah, there's some definitely, like for example, with Antarctica, right? Why is it that like all only military people can go to Antarctica? Even anyone who goes like within like 100 like miles or so of Antarctica, they'll get arrested.
Thank you, Jay. I love you because you keep me sane when you say stuff like this, because I think maybe it's not just me.
No, yeah, there's some things going on in Antarctica. Like for example, right? Look for the U.S. and Russia, right? They signed a treaty with a bunch of other nations to cordon it off from the general public. Like if two countries like that who like despise each other can sign a treaty like agreeing to something like that, well then something very, very suspicious is going on down there.
Yeah, something weird going on. Very strange.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very. You know what else I think's weird, Jay? Cremations, okay? Like, you barely see any graveyards in the UK anymore.
Really?
Well, you don't see any new graveyards in the UK. You don't.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
That's because it's too expensive to get buried.
Yes, but you know what? Yeah, well, you know me. I've got very, very strange feelings about the whole food industry and everything, and cat food industry and what they feed to animals and everything.
No, you can never be. You can never be. You can't be surprised by anything in this world anymore. Like you just you never know.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, you know, it's
Well, we might be eating genetically modified protein poo in the future, so we'll
Ugh.
replace factory farming with bacteria goo.
Ew.
He's already said let them eat the bugs. Or what's his name? Klaus Schwab has
Oh
already
yeah.
said it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I heard that. He said that we aren't going to be able to afford food in the future, so we're going to have to substitute it with like eating bugs or something.
They can eat the bugs. He's already said it.
Yeah.
The
To
whole
be
order
to
of
be
chaos.
fair, there are a lot of indigenous communities that already eat the bugs, and they might actually be doing better than we are.
Yes, they probably are. They probably are, because I tell you something, I don't think that the meat that you people eat is very healthy, because it's full of hormones and GMO.
Especially if there's humans sneaking into the meat supply, because I'm not that concerned about eating a human. You know,
Really?
dead is dead. But what about all of those things that humans take, like steroids and
Yes,
antidepressants, and
exactly.
you know,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
if we could have good, free range, organically fed humans, I wouldn't mind so much. Booyah! I
Dude,
made the
are
chat
you
go
part of the
silent.
Illuminati?
I'd feed them to my cats, tell you that much, and I would. My cats could eat them. What's this? Oh my goodness.
It's a hologram.
Oh, shall I tell you a funny story, everybody, about holograms?
Sure, go ahead. That's my
Yeah,
hologram.
when I was 14 years old, I was living in a US base in Bahrain. And one night, me and my little friend, we were lurking about on the base, and we saw holograms of army vehicles appearing and disappearing and what have you. That was in 1968. Holograms of army trucks and army vehicles and all this weird stuff. Ever so strange. And they've been around for a long, long time, holograms.
That's just more evidence of what they call Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, I saw it. I never spoke about it because I shouldn't have been lurking around there anyway, but I saw it.
What's Project Bluebeam? Bin or bean?
Well,
Blue beam.
did any of you see? And it's, in my opinion, it's one of the best UFO sightings ever. So there's a place in Israel, in Jerusalem, called the Sermon on the Mount, and you can quite clearly see something coming down, and it hovers just above this temple thing, and then it waits like 5 seconds, and then it shoots off into the sky at a speed that is absolutely incredible. If any of you have seen one of those SpaceX rockets going up, it's kind of slow, but this thing just shut up and
Oh yeah, I've
disappeared
seen that.
within 3 seconds. It's on YouTube. But
Yeah, I've seen
lots
that.
of people were literally saying that that was produced by Project Bluebeam, which is a way of putting extremely detailed holograms into the air, 3D holograms. That's what some people say. I've never actually seen any evidence of technology that would be capable of doing that. But the Sermon on the Mount is definitely interesting for everybody to watch. That one. I might put it in the private chat.
All right. So in the future, they'll use holograms to confuse people to think it was their ghosts or Jesus or something. So if the Jews manage to do a hologram of Jesus coming back, that might convince the whole world that we have peace on earth.
Yeah, they probably will do something like that. They probably will. Tell you, we're living in
I mean,
strange.
They're not paying me
Don't the
yet. I mean, if
Jews?
they contacted me, I'll whisper to you guys. But yeah, we wouldn't believe it. Meaning, look, I'm able to do it. So why would you think it's not fake? You know, what would it take for you guys to believe it or not believe it? You know, it's going to be people believe anything on TikTok that the mainstream news argues with. So you know, as long as mainstream news opposes it or it goes against physics, y'all will believe it. Y'all just eat it up like fake flat Earth, right? You'll be yum 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 yum.
Hmm. There's a UFO in Jerusalem. Wouldn't surprise me. I saw a UFO back in 1994 in London.
Really? I think I saw one too.
Yeah, a great big huge triangle. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, just as the sun was rising. It was just dawn. This huge triangle just resting in the sky. I couldn't believe my eyes. I didn't have a camera with me, so I couldn't photograph it, but it was there. Yeah, weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
I mean, I'm 70% unsure about aliens and UFOs, but they're probably more likely than supernatural ghosts or God or miracles and stuff.
It could just be our clever masters. I don't know, you see. Don't know.
Well, I personally believe that there is more in between heaven and earth than we know. So I like to keep an open mind on all of these things.
Mm.
But at the same time, I'm not going to build myself a hidden bunker somewhere because of these things. I think the people that overreact to something that might be real or might not be real, I think that there are way too many.
Well,
the Mormons are known for preparing for catastrophe because they have history of it. So I think everybody should kind of prepare for if disasters happen, you know?
yeah, but
It's
Sean,
probably more important now.
most of us live in tiny little city flats. Most of us can't.
Yeah, but we
even.
could all like store extra food, like canned food or dried
can't-
rice or
Sean, you can't. I'm storing up cat food, okay? But if you're living in a little London 500 square foot flat, you can't store that much. I know so because I'm trying it. I'm storing up. In fact, I'm storing up piles and piles of cat food. It's true because I've got 8 cats.
Thanks, Kenny.
Kenny
has gifted me 1,000
I hope that you're
jewels.
friends with a good animal rescue thing.
One second.
That if someday that you have to move to, you know, Australia or something, that they can come and pick up that cat food.
I will never
Thank you,
ever
Kenny.
leave my cats.
Chickpea, 1 second, darling. Kenny has just given me 1,000 jewels. I've got to call him out for that and say thank you very much, Kenny. Shout out to you. I'll put that in my back pocket, keep it safe, and use it for a rainy day. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So as I was saying, I will stay with my cats until I die. That's already decided. They can eat me if they like. I don't mind. If I die, they can just eat me up.
Yeah. If I die, your cats can eat me too.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the contract that I'm willing to make with you.
It wouldn't bother me in the least to be eaten by a lion when I die, or a shark. If they want to feed me to the sharks, they can feel free. I really don't care.
Have you guys seen this petition that's going on now that in the UK that they're complaining about all of the chicken farms and the way that they get rid of their chicken manure? And I think it's really, really funny because they're just leaving it out so that it can seep into the rivers and oversaturate them because chicken manure is really, really good fertilizer, but obviously too much of a good thing is a bad thing.
Yes.
But chicken manure is actually a very valuable resource, even if you only use it to burn it to create energy.
Yes.
So why is it so difficult to you've got a valuable resource like chicken manure and nobody actually knows what to do with it? There's something terribly wrong with that.
Well, I suspect it costs money and takes a bit of effort, so they can't be bothered now. Just let it do whatever. You know what these farmers are like, these arsehole farmers. Livestock farmers are complete arseholes anyway. Only an arsehole would be a livestock farmer, in my opinion.
Well, I wouldn't say that much, but what I would say is that factory farming farmers. I mean, if you've got a small freeholding and you keep a few animals and a vegetable garden,
Yes, that's
you're
different.
a completely different type of person
Yeah,
than
of course.
these industrial farmers.
Yes, of course. Yeah, no, but these industrial farmers, they're a nasty lot. And they are. What sort of human being does something like that? Sorry, that's what I think anyway.
Yeah,
I think they
it's
do so
Oh,
much.
funny.
imagination. So you
They
gotta have
think
an imagination.
It's so funny how our officials all claim to actually care about, anything, and every single one of their actions proves again and again and again that they really don't care about anything except themselves.
Oh, keep coughing all the time. Yes, I know, but that's what they're like. I don't think you get to be there if you care about anything. Only assholes get to the top.
Well, I did come up with a cunning way to actually get rid of them, but of course, to mount any kind of successful war or campaign, or you need resources. So I have actually found a way to get rid of all of them, but there is nobody willing to dedicate their time or resources to actually
That's my
achieving
fault.
it. So therefore, the only other option is complete extinction for mankind. But I'm
Thank you.
okay with that.
Yeah.
I
Thank you,
think
Sophia.
Come on now. We're not all gloom and doom. Don't give us some hope, a little glimmer. What's your hope? What's your glimmer?
I gave you hope. I built a system that we could get rid of every single billionaire on the planet, plus
Yeah, but
drastically.
we gotta keep the people, but get rid of them. Good idea.
Yeah, and I've created a roadmap on how to do that. But ordinary people aren't willing to sacrifice in order, and I don't mean their lives, I mean their time. They're not even willing to sacrifice their time to achieve it. So basically, we are all complicit in the demise of humanity. And as you know, if humanity goes, all of the rest of the world's mammals will go with us, because we will not go quietly into that night.
What do you mean? Are you saying we're gonna nuke the whole planet when we go?
No, basically, as resources get scarcer, as institutions become less capable to
Spider lady.
even more and more chaos will rise, and you'll start getting uh, gangs becoming the predominant power. And instead of doing something decent with their life, they'll just start blackmailing and bullying the rest of the world into providing for them. And it's going to turn to be a complete anarchy, you know. And it will just be bad for
Yeah, we're talking
everybody.
about wildlife though. What's the wildlife gonna do?
We'll start the wildlife. We'll start eating them.
Oh shit!
Why are you going to eat the wildlife?
Because most people aren't capable of maintaining a simple vegetable garden, let alone a beautiful vegan lifestyle. If this system collapses, it's going to be a free for all, and we're going to see the worst of humanity.
Yes, we
Plus,
are.
plus, if that really does happen, big business and corporations, they will have completely poisoned everything. They would have poisoned the water. They would have poisoned the air. They were already poisoning the sea. Uh, as I said, factory farm chicken feeders are poisoning our rivers, and they don't care. So inevitable destruction, unless we find a way to completely rebuild the way that humanity operates, works with each other. There's only one way it can go. It's complete destruction. And the billionaires might have a little tiny colony on Mars, but they too eventually will. So humanity is going to go the way of the dodo.
Yeah, we're fucked. What a pity. What a pity. Humanity is screwed. Yes, we're screwed. And you
I
know
just
what?
love.
What?
No, I just love
But
your. I just love how direct
Chickpea,
Chickpea is.
Chickpea, I said the way of the dodo, and me, I lament every single day that for absolutely no decent reason at all, the poor dodo who was minding his own business, he got got.
Yes,
Going
exactly.
the way of the dodo is not good.
But I don't want to see animals die. I think us humans, but we've wrecked the planet and the poor animals are suffering for it.
No, but Chickpea, if you think about it, right? Like the world is designed the way that it was supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like sadly, whoever designed this place, they designed
Yes.
it so that
It's
you
a very
know,
bad design.
right? They designed it so that like animals were and humans were meant to suffer. Yeah,
I guess. Oh, animals suffer too. I know. Yes, I know. It's a horrible place, but I guess I just love the animals.
I know. I love the animals too, but
Yeah, I know it's a horrible place.
yeah.
That's why I don't like it here. I've never liked it. I
Oh,
find it
by
very.
the way, yeah, another thing I was gonna say too is that you're right about the meat that people eat nowadays. It's not good because the demand outweighs the supply, and what a lot of these companies do is that they create this fake meat and they use like meat glue and
Yeah,
stuff to create like this fake meat, and they pass it off as if it's real meat, but it's
yeah.
not,
It's
and
a
people are
horror
eating it.
story.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a
but the
horror
fake
story.
meat, a lot of the fake meat, Beyond Burger and all that, it's actually
No, I'm not.
healthier for you than
I'm not
real.
talking about the vegan meat. The vegan meat, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the meat
Yeah,
that they use from animals that they try to pass off as
Yeah,
like
but that was
proper and
always the
nutritious.
case. You're talking about like sausages and all that. That was always the case. They used the guts and the gelatin and all that. That's edible. It's not poisonous. It's still edible. It's just not as tasty.
what meat,
In World War II, the German butchers, they used to put sawdust into their sausages,
Yes,
to make up the mass.
yes.
So it's not an entirely new thing. But don't you all find it ridiculous that we're getting to the point now where we can put a man on the moon, yet we can't even organize a way for us to all have healthy food?
Wait, or did we even go to the moon in the first place?
No, but very soon we will. We probably didn't before, but very soon we will. I mean, you must have seen Elon Musk has just started crashing stuff on the moon because
No,
he
Elon
doesn't.
Musk is a fraud. Elon Musk is a
Hey, I
fraud.
know, but remember to stay in your lane of your subject matter, maybe, huh?
Come on,
My
Retro. You know I'm just.
But if you
subject
don't know
matter
about
is
space stuff, please don't say you do. That's all I'm
No,
saying.
Retro, they lied to
What's
us.
your
We didn't go to the
subject?
moon,
What's your
Retro. We didn't
lane?
go to the moon, Retro. We didn't go to the moon.
Which lane are you two guys in? There you go. What's your area of study? All right, if you're astronomers, we'll talk. If you're astrophysicists, we'll talk. But if you're bullshitters, you can bullshit anywhere you want. But I just know you're bullshitting.
that is
No, I'm just.
a complete elitist attitude, and I reject it wholeheartedly.
Wow.
Physics isn't for elitists. Smooth brain. I mean, if you want to power sand your own brain cells and say physics doesn't exist, you can do that. But there's a reason that you don't fall off the planet. There's a reason you wake up. There's a reason your blood flow goes through your body. Your heart pumps. It's a machine. It works.
Are
If you
you
don't
a
believe in physics,
physicist?
then go ahead and do without physics. You can.
No,
You can
no.
live
Are
life
you a
without physics.
physicist? Are you a physicist? Are you a classically trained physicist? Because you told me that I couldn't talk about physics because
Well, is
I'm not
that your area of
classically
study?
trained
Is
in
that
it.
your area of study? Is it your area of study? We'll go from there and tell me what you do know about. That's what I'd like to know, what you do know about.
Well, I am busy writing a book now, and I devised a way how you could land a 500 million ton object onto an exoplanet, and it involves a lot of physics, but I'm not a classically trained physicist.
I'm glad you're doing research, but yes, if it's new to you, then it's new to you, and it wasn't something you were schooled in. And yes, you can keep learning, and the books are open and ready for you. There's a whole library, and there's internet about astrophysics and stuff, and you can check it all out.
Wait, but retro. I'm not saying I don't believe in science. It's just certain things about physics and astronomy just they don't add up to me. That's all it
No,
is.
it's part of the same culture, Je. Look at the comments. They're all saying they're all flat earthers, so they're egging this on. And you know that it's just if you don't believe this about what a politician lies about, then physics must be lying to you, because brains, because words start with P, they get real confusing for really narrow minds. They think physics and politics have something to do with each other. They have nothing to do with each other. Whether it's altitude, whether it's amplitude, whether it's wavelength, whether it's slope, whether it's current, whether it's a lot of things that people just want to put a dome over their smooth brain, and then that makes them agree with you. And any fringe theory you have, you're just pushing the same nonsense that drives schizophrenia across this country, which we already have a medical problem with everybody on medication for their own problems and alcohol. But to drive them into hysterical nonsense, to me, is a crime at this point.
No, 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 no. All I'm doing is I'm just asking questions. That's all it is. I'm just skeptical about certain things. That's all it is. Whatever anyone else believes, that's up to them. We're all adults, right? Like everyone's responsible for what they believe. You know
I
what
mean,
I mean?
I agree with your skepticism, brother. It's good to question God and physics. But my point is, if you're reading the same chat I'm reading, they're taking what you're saying as denying of all physics.
Well, I mean, like I said, they're adults, right? So they could, if that's their belief, that's their belief. I can't change anyone's beliefs. What I was saying about the moon landing is that um I
I
just
want you to say about that. I want everybody to talk about what they do know about. That was my point. So please,
okay.
I'm not going to
I
interject
I
any more about the
absolutely
moon.
I
So
don't I
please tell
absolutely
me.
don't know if they ever put a man on the moon. I absolutely don't know that.
Yeah,
And
I'm just not
and
sure. I don't know.
the more I look into it, the more I don't know if it happened. But I think also that it really doesn't matter, because very soon they're gonna put a man on the moon, and then we can get over that argument.
Yeah, but
I
he's
mean, I
trying to go to
I
Mars,
can't
and
I
it's not
can't
happening. I don't think he'll be able to go to Mars. The moon,
I
fine, but Mars, not sure.
I can't wait until somebody actually really does build a helium-3 reactor, and we can start harvesting helium-3 from the moon, because I think that that would be a much cleaner source of energy than any that we have available to us right now. And I'm looking forward to it.
Wait, but Robin, do you actually believe that they care about like this clean energy? If they cared about clean energy, they would have made solar panels and water-based electricity. They would have made that the default across all the nations instead of just using oil and stuff all the time.
Well, China just built the biggest dam in the world on the Yellow Sea, on the Yangtze, to do just that, create energy from falling water. So,
Right,
and
but that's what I'm saying, right?
the Chinese government they're like the most evil government on the face of the planet Earth. So if
No, I
they
would say
can,
that belongs to the American and the Israeli government. I wouldn't say that about the Chinese.
yeah, but the Israelis are tiny and puny, and there's only two of them. And when America finally bitch slaps them and doesn't give them any more attention, then they're done for. The
No, what do you mean?
Israelis.
America is Israel's bitch. What do you mean?
You think it's the opposite way around?
Yes, America is Israel's bitch.
How does that work? The Israelis have got like 3 people to throw at any problem, and the Americans have got like 100.
So then why do they send billions in funding to every single presidency, especially in the last 40 years, has sent billions in funding to Israel?
Because they think that it's valuable to have a West-friendly nation in Southeast Asia or wherever it is?
No, it's because the Israelis run the American government. Why is it that instead of fixing the internal issues within the U.S. first, most of the presidents within the last 40 years they've spent more money and
So
more
do you really think,
attention
because
trying to
just now,
trying to fix sending money to Israel than trying to like send money to like the states to help fix the issues within the states.
so just now you saw all of those interviews where Trump and Netanyahu, they're all talking about how they're going to make the world a really nice place to live. But you reckon that after that interview is finished and the cameras stop rolling, that Netanyahu says to Trump, "Now come here, bitch," and he pulls his trousers down and he gives him a good old ass slapping, and he goes, "I love you, Israel." I don't believe it.
Of course he does. Trump is
I know
Netanyahu's
money
bitch.
talks. I know money talks, and I know that there are a lot of people that follow the Talmud, are very rich people and have infiltrated all of the institutions like BlackRock, and I get it, but when are we going to get back to real people power? Because I would say, okay, there are a lot of Zionist Christians in America, and they believe that unless Armageddon comes, Jesus can't come back and the world can't be saved.
Well, by the way, that was also a saya by the Rothschilds. By the way, you know what they did? They took various versions of the Bible and they edited it to push this Zionism agenda into the Bible, and they pushed it
Schofield
onto
Bible.
Christians for them to yeah, exactly, yeah, the Schofield Bible. That's what they did. And so a lot of like Christians in the U.S. today who believe in Christianity, they inevitably end up becoming Zionists because that's the agenda that the Rothschilds pushed into these new Bibles that they created for them.
But it's been proven that the vast majority of people live in India and they're mostly Hindus and they don't believe in any of that Zionist rubbish. We outnumber the Zionists 10 to 1. The problem is the Abrahamic religions, if you put them all together, and I think that they secretly enable each other, the Abrahamic religions. I know
Oh
there's
yes, they
only
do. Of course we do. Yeah.
I know there's only three main branches of Abrahamic religion, but they are the most numerous people on the planet, and I think it's our concerted kind of like God wants us to get rid of the Abrahamic religion. It doesn't like it. If it had anything to do with it, it's realized that it was a big mistake, and they are halting the development of mankind.
No, what do you mean God? There is no, as far as I'm concerned, there is no God out there that cares about humanity. We're all by ourselves. No one is coming to save us.
Well, that will prove why the Abrahamics are winning, because there's no
No.
God.
Right. Well, that's just my opinion. But as far as I can see, there is no beings or God out there or Savior out there that's coming to save humanity. It's up to us to save ourselves.
We were talking about physics earlier, and I wrote a paper, and I believe that I can prove the existence of God only using the language of physics.
How?
Well, you'd have to read the paper. It's kind of complicated. Well, it's only an A4, but it's still kind of complicated.
Okay. Well, maybe later, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't believe in any sort of all-loving God that cares deeply about the advancement of humanity. I don't see any evidence for that whatsoever.
I'll agree with you there. This whole notion that there is a God that watches every single thing that we do, every single thought that we have, every action that we take, I don't believe that is a realistic idea of what God is. But there definitely is a mechanism that stops the universe from, and it's called physics. But I think that behind the physics, there is what I like to call a universal architect, and it's kind of like the program running in the background.
But who would have put that program in place then? Right, exactly. Who created the creator?
The program is I proved in my paper in physics that if you take a completely empty vacuum, yeah, so there's nothing in it, yeah, that if you get enough of an imbalance in that vacuum, it can actually create new information. Uh, and
Well, that's how.
so therefore, from nothing you can get something. Uh, so that's my notion. My paper is it's a really well written paper, and it's pretty good. I mean, if you put your email in the private chat, I'll send it to you. It's really good.
Okay, but again, that shows that there wasn't a creator to begin with. It's just nature created everything, and there wasn't like a conscious mind intentionally creating any of it.
If you pull it that way, that's okay. But I think there was an intent because from nothing came something, and then all of a sudden we end up with a universe. And once we have a universe, then we all of a sudden end up with sentient things populating that universe.
Okay, so then what was this creator's plan for creating the universe then?
I think that it realized when it came into existence that it was just lonely.
It's so lonely that it created this horrible evolutionary mechanism that pits animals against each other in this horrific battle for survival. That's the love that it wanted to share with its creation.
Yes, because as you said, it didn't have a plan. It just started doing stuff.
No, I'm sorry, but that sounds like a bunch of copium. I'm sorry.
But like I said, I can explain it in the language of physics, and it works extremely well.
Yeah, but your physics will probably be criticized. Have you showed this to proper physicists, and what do they say?
This is the problem. Most academics are so busy doing whatever it is that they're doing that they very rarely take. Actually, most academics spend more time watching stupid TikTok videos than they do actually taking. Because I've literally sent thousands and thousands of emails to these so-called academics, and every single one of them has got an automated answering machine that says, yeah, take contact up with my PR team and that will arrange how much you're going to pay me for my opinion.
Interesting.
That is
So
the God's honest truth what I'm saying there.
It's pay for play.
I mean, like I said, I've written a book with an economic system that could potentially eliminate poverty and child hunger and sort out at least 50% of the world's pollution. But I haven't found a single person with a single PhD that's even willing to take 5 minutes to read the introduction.
Well, maybe you gotta give him like $1 million grant first, and then maybe they'll listen to you.
And now this is where my biggest gripe with science lies. At the moment, science is completely held hostage by the billionaire elites, and they're only paid grants to investigate the things that the billionaires want them to investigate. And for example, virology is one of my pet hates because if you listen to how they think that they know what a virus is, they just ask AI. That is literally what they do. They go, AI, is this a virus? Right? Now most
Really?
of us now most of us won't even let AI write a birthday card for us, let alone decide what a new virus is and isn't. Uh, and even if it was true, which it should not, yeah, basically, so many new viruses get created every second that there would never be enough time and resources to catalog them all. And by the time you did categorize it, it would have mutated, so it might not even exist anymore.
Yeah.
Virologists aren't running around telling the world that because they need us to believe that they've got a handle on this thing so that big pharma can sell us antiviral agents and things like that, you know. So you know, it's like the fluoride in toothpaste. They got thousands and thousands of dentists and scientists to say that fluoride in the toothpaste was a good idea, and it never was.
But
Fluoride causes
I thought fluoride helps. It helps to strengthen your teeth, right?
it actually causes a disease called fluorosis in the gums.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So
No,
yeah,
I
like I
think they
said,
put a small amount, as
you
long as
can
you don't
you can
swallow it
pay
all
a
the time.
scientist to come to any conclusion that you want if you've got enough money.
Yeah.
I wish we had the debunking going on live on the show where we could debunk all the claims we make.
Yeah, I don't make claims. I just got proofs and facts.
Wait, but yeah, I agree. I I despise the use of AI as well. In fact, I have a gripe to pick with you Americans because you're apparently like you're gonna start building AI data centers in my country, and I don't appreciate that.
You do know that quite a lot of
Yeah,
communities have actually
very.
managed to actually win court cases and keep the data center out of their village.
No, but
When
our government sold the government of my country. They sold us out to a few American companies who want to come and build these AI data centers in our country, and it's gonna mess up the whole infrastructure and ecosystem because it's gonna take there's already people down here who don't even get water for weeks or months at a time, and now you're telling me that they're gonna have to suffer and struggle even more because they want to bring these stupid AI data centers um down here. Like
I agree
that
with you.
infuriates me. That
I
really
agree with
upsets
you.
me.
The British government just recently put out that we're having a drought. So they're going to have to implement what they call hosepipe bans and that. But at the same time, they also want to build multiple data centers that use a lot of water, you know?
Right, and that's what I'm upset because it's we already have like water problems and it's gonna cause even more water problems, and it's also gonna
And
cause a lot of pollution.
where are all of these millions of scientists standing up and saying, "Oh, whoa, buddy," because water ecology is an important thing, and where are all of these scientists protecting the interest of the common man? They're not.
Well, exactly.
They're all getting paid to create bigger and better data centers. You see what I mean? So I'm not saying that science isn't a thing, but what I am saying is that money can pretty much manipulate anything, and it has been doing so for a very, very long time.
Yeah, but yeah, I really don't want any data centers in my country, and I feel like I'm gonna have to move away because of that. Because I don't want to be anywhere near that.
Yeah, but think about the positives. You'll lose your job, and then you'll get free money from the government and do whatever you want.
No, I'm not. I'm not
If
gonna get any free monies. That's not gonna happen.
All of these UBI schemes, they are a really cleverly thought out debt trap that will put you, and if you bother to have any children, it will put those children into debt for all eternity, and all of us will end up
yeah, the whole
living.
planet is in debt already. Like, we might as well just have more debt.
But again, my whole issue is why the need for the data centers? That's what I don't understand. There's no need for it down here. Like I understand in America, but there's no need for it down here. I don't understand the need to put the data centers in.
Well,
You
where
know,
you live has probably got the space, the water, and it's cheap. And they believe that destroying you and your community will give them a hell of a lot less pushback than some of the American communities.
yeah, but still, I don't want it.
we have loads of data centers in Ireland, and they're using like 20% of all electricity already.
I'm on your side, buddy.
Right, and that's
Unless
also another thing too is the electricity, right? We already also struggle sometimes with electricity, so that's going to put even more of a strain on the electricity, and we could end up becoming like South Africa, where they have this load shedding, where they sometimes take off the electricity to save it amongst the general population for hours at a time, and I don't want that to happen.
yeah, unless data centers are nationalized and the profit from a data center gets directly shared with the people of the community that data center is built, I think that it's just downright a crime against humanity.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's the future of the economy, guys. It's okay. So we're going to have person-to-person trade. Say, like, I'm selling something and Jay wants to buy it. We meet down the street. We kind of know each other, or we're at least within 10, 15 miles of each other. We're going to exchange some kind of local currency, whether it's dollars, whether it's coins, whether it's collectibles, whether it's trade. But the future is going to be like evaporation currency, which will be the compute stuff these computers run on today, which is the tokenization of trying to do something with AI. They limit your tokens per day on any of the AIs you use. Even the paid ones have a certain limit. So that will be the future currency, because AI will be taking care of most everything that normally paid jobs. This will turn into the currency system. Like it or not, it's just how it's going to work. And then we'll also have person-to-person trade.
Well said,
No,
brother. That's going to be it.
No,
That is
that's
the
not
new
a
UBI. Every single human is going to be given a digital meter, like your electricity meter or your water meter. Even your access to the internet, you're going to get a digital meter that your government allows you to have. And once you've run through your allotted credits, that's it. That's their plan. Even the air we breathe eventually is going to run on a credit system, and we can stop it. There are ways to stop it, but most of us are so selfish and so short-sighted, and they think, well, I don't care because I'm going to be dead in 5 minutes. But that is the way that the world is going to end up being in the future, and unless we actually do something now that there is a chance that we can, all of the future generations on Earth are going to suffer horribly.
Wait, so we're all just gonna have to just be a slave to AI? That's basically it?
Well, a slave to AI, but as a result of that, a slave to the people that own the AIs, which will be the 1% again.
And everyone just happy with that? Everyone just gonna just go along with it and be happy with that?
No, what I think's going to happen is exactly what's happening in South Korea and Japan today. People are just going to go, I'm not playing this game anymore. And
No,
they
they're
will
not,
stop.
because most people are very submissive and they'll just go along with whatever the government tells them to do. That's the problem.
Most people really aren't submissive and will go
No,
along
they
with
are.
whatever.
This is an example,
Because
right?
the
Look at what.
Japanese government has literally ordered its
I
citizens.
had to
No,
water the
look at
garden, guys.
look
I'm
at what
sorry, I
happened
missed the
during the
last 30
pandemic.
seconds.
Sorry, wait. Look what happened during the pandemic. Look at how everyone just fell in line with the government telling them to get vaccinated and wear your mask and social distancing.
Everyone, no. It was less than 70% of people falling in line. There was probably like 60%.
No, but the
maybe.
majority, the vast majority of people across the globe follow whatever the government told them, and this just shows you how submissive and just how compliant humans
Jay's
are.
correct. No, Jay is corrected, because I can remember it. Everybody did what they were told. I can remember it very well.
That's because everybody believed that the government was telling them something that was legitimate and that they were literally keeping the members of their community safe.
Because that's how people are. They do it every day when they go on the tube and go to their silly little jobs and go here and there. People
Your Honor, let me put in a counter argument, Your Honor. In Japan and in China and in South Korea, there are millions of young people that say, I am going to do absolutely nothing with my life. I'm not going to get a job. I'm not going to be productive. And the more you threaten me, the less I'm going to do. Plus, they don't have kids. So you won't even be able to bully my kids because I'm not going to have any. There are people fighting back. Why do you think that India just went into negative birth rates? because people don't believe in this bullshit system that we live in.
Yes, but again, that's only like a small percent of
They've
the
already made their
population.
money off the population, the Amazons, the phone companies. Like y'all have already paid in because they couldn't have billionaires without having
That's what I'm
billions of
saying.
people buying these little products that cost $25. So they created billionaire status with overpopulation, guys. Now they're reaping their chickens are coming home to roost. You know, something's weird about this. They've made enough money to build the moats and the underground bunkers and get far away. So something's about to happen.
Well, that's what I'm
Trust
saying,
me,
right?
trust
And
me.
then
If we took the 1%, and we locked them underground in a luxury bunker, for 100 years, there would be none left because they would all trying to exploit each other, enslave each other. Like I said, when it's only the 1% left, humanity's done for because the 1%, they're the worst of humanity, not the best.
well, that's what I'm saying. But
Well, from
I
our
agree.
point of view, from their point of view, they're survivalists, and we're eating their resources. Just think about it. We live in their trash heap. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's kind of weird that they think they do own the earth, and we're just breeding in their trash, basically, like we would look at our trash can and throw out stuff, a bag that had stuff growing in it or stuff like ants in it or something. Like they don't look at us as individuals. Our votes are silly. We all know that, us up here, whether we do it or not.
Right.
We know the politicians prey on us. Like the whole thing. I agree with y'all about data centers and stuff, but not about the points about they're going to end any way of life that we thought about. It's going to be a new way of life is what I think. But the data center for now, yes, is not good for the environment. I do agree. But in long term, I think for what it's being used for, it will be useful for what it's being used for. But the problem is the people that are hating on AI, hating on data centers, hating on whatever there is going on, even if it's how they feel about immigration policy, they create a candidate for you to vote just for your Plinko chip to fall in. You still end up giving the same amount to the industrial war complex, no matter which fake badge these people wear saying they represent your cause.
We all know what's going on. We literally all know what's going on. Even the ones that pretend.
No, we don't. Some of us don't know.
Even the ones that pretend that they don't know what's going on, because I chat with people. They all know what's going on, but what they've never been offered a real solution. A real way to fight back. It's never been offered. Most of the offers is coming from the stupid Abrahamic religions, and those people are guilty of exactly the same thing as the 1% billionaire class. They're selling hopes and dreams, and they're delivering nothing. So there are ways that humanity can make this world a better place. But it's going to take education and sacrifice. And I think that most people just aren't willing to do it.
Well, Patrick, that's exactly my point. And that's why I said that even you can point to South Korea and Japan and whatnot, but that's still a very small percentage of the total world population. Most people are still going to wake up every day and go to work and follow whatever the government tells them to do. They're not going to fight back.
But their kids aren't, because they're not having any.
Yeah, I mean, there's rumors that the air is unbreathable in 20, 25 years or so, meaning normal air outside is just unbreathable. The amount of worldwide pollution and change in atmosphere is going to supposedly make it almost toxic. Like we'll be wearing some kind of tanks to survive. So at that point, then they'll be thinning the herd before then, if that's even true. Just like they actually told us we're going to run out of petrol fuel, right? For like 35
in the
years
next 50
now?
the next 50 years or something, yeah.
I know, but we're supposed to run out by 2020. We were promised in 2010, 2000 or something, and then we didn't.
Yeah, they say we're going to reach peak demand by 2030 of fossil fuels.
Okay, peak demand. So it makes sense. That's a peak where we can never.
Where is that peak demand coming from? It's coming from data centers. That's where the peak demand's coming from.
I'm not blaming them, but they have more stuff to run than we do.
Will use more energy than 1 million people in a year.
China uses the most fossil fuels on Earth. The United States is probably second.
Yep, and Iran sells the most oil to China, and China.
Iran's gasoline, guys, is under like 20 cents a gallon, or a quart or whatever, compared to what we pay in the West, because it's right under their feet, and they don't go by the OPEC rules, so they do whatever the hell they want. It's just like anybody makes a product, and it's like, no, you can't sell it in our town unless you overprice it, because it's part of our status quo, So it's just like they've created these status quos in the pharmaceutical industry, the health industry, the food industry, all of it. And it's just like we're all paying premiums to get what someone else is getting for free until we do revolt, because we're the ones providing the service. So it's just like they have us, treating the wounds of people. I'm saying, we have, like, any of us can go be a nurse or whatever, but eventually we're not going to be able to afford the healthcare that keeps us alive in certain parts of the world, because we are paying for it.
Exactly. I don't mind the energy prices are super high. What I do mind is that we're supposed to pay this thing called taxes. And all of the extra money that we pay for anything is supposed to go back to the center, and then from the center, the people that are there, that they call themselves the government, they are supposed to build infrastructure that improves everything for everyone. Yeah, but
right, but it's not. It's for the billionaires to reap more, because that's who gives them the biggest kickback, and that's who pays for their vote.
And like I said, I actually engineered a completely fail-safe system that we can actually end that, but it will never happen because people don't want to educate themselves.
I mean, you can drop the link or name for it, as long as you're not, as long as it's not snake oil, brother. You can spout out your link or try to post it. I think that's okay. I mean, it's not that everybody has to agree with you. We're not going to all join the dark side or the rebels. There's a few of us that will, crouch in the middle and dress like the Bushes.
But
none of us are going to survive. If it gets really bad, I'd say a lot of people would do radical changes if it gets bad, but we only change when it really gets bad.
This isn't going to happen in our lifetimes, by the way. All of us are going to be able to.
No, climate change will affect us in our lifetime.
All this stuff is happening sooner than they wanted. That's why I've always agreed with Cougar Doomer on this stuff. This stuff is happening very quickly, guys. I think in 15 years, there's major issues. Like if you live near a coastal area that's within a certain amount from shorelines or whatnot, you're going to have issues, and in 10 years you're going to have major issues.
We'll speak with each other in 10 years, and now we've both immortalized this on the Finding Gnosis channel. In 10 years, I'll even give you
I hope
15,
so. That's what I'm saying. I live kind of in a coastal.
I'll be generous, and I'll give you 15. Most of the people that live on the coastline of the planet Earth today will still live on the coastline of the planet Earth today in 15 years.
If they build the right kind of seawalls and stuff, yes, I will survive. If
without
they don't, I gotta move.
building a single seawall.
All right, I think I might be below. Yeah, I might be below sea level in 15 years, is what I'm guessing.
What science do you base that on? Is it a hunch or?
I mean, okay, it's long-term looking at things, and then what I've noticed is actually different. It's bad weather instead of high sea level. But I still think we're going to eventually, it's going to raise it enough. I'm close enough to the beach to make high tides eventually go over ankle deep where I'm at. And right now, I'm 7 to 8 blocks from the beach. 7 blocks.
So you're saying that in 15 years' time, Hawaii is going to disappear?
I'm not an expert on the Pacific Ocean, but I've researched my area, and I believe within 20 years the sea level will raise over 2.5 feet, if not more, right where I'm at.
I believe that you should make a priority list, and you having to move because where you live is underwater. I think that it will be in the 50s. Pollution of our water is a much bigger problem than
I prefer they would make my house value go up if they build a seawall big enough to withstand the next 50 years. That would be nice, but I don't have that much faith in infrastructure. Just like we're talking about, they're going to spend it on covering up their island crimes, not protecting the people that might make a meme about their island crimes.
Hmm. Right, that's also another thing that showed that society is and people are just like, ridiculously compliant, and they're not gonna ever fight back. Was the Epstein files. Just look at the fact that everyone everyone had access to the information to to know that a lot of the people in the government are you know child I don't even want to say the word, but you know what I mean. They interfere with kids and stuff, and no one wanted to come together to even like do something about it. Everyone just they got upset about it for a little while, and then they just went back to doing their jobs and stuff. No one wanted to
Wait,
organize and
you
come
were
together and do
expecting mass
anything.
protests? Wasn't there mass protests? Well, there wasn't a huge protest, but yeah, you're right. But people voted for this guy. It's just the Democrats are so. I mean, I hope that the Democrats win in the next elections. But
when
I
are we
think the
gonna
Democrats are not
get
perfect either.
when are we gonna get over the notion that voting for one single human being, no matter who that human being is, the world is set on a path for destruction.
It's a
And
pacification
Exactly.
process. The whole voting is to keep
and
y'all
one
calm as
one
it happens.
person one person sitting on a seat, it's the only way that the world can change is if the 99% literally start working together for a better world. And
Such an
that's completely rebuilding the infrastructure from the ground up, because each and every election system is corrupt. All of the officials in the world, if they're not corrupt when they start, by the time they get to any position of power, they will be corrupt. The only way for humanity to save itself is to start from zero and start rebuilding the infrastructure and creating more better systems, more economic systems that are more eco conscious. And because if not, like I said, they will literally, Kugadum was right about that. There'll be 100 million people, and we are not members of the club. All of us aren't.
Right? Isn't that what the Georgia Guidestones say? They say you should keep the population under 500 million or so.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
No,
Well,
500
people are nuts
half a
to hate
billion.
those things. I thought they were fantastic.
Wait, what's fantastic?
The Georgia Guidestones. It had all the languages, the translations of each language, so people could figure out, like a Rosetta Stone years later, if they had to look up books again and relearn languages. That thing would have helped them translate all the languages again if they didn't have Apple Google Translate.
Maybe it was put there by aliens. Maybe.
No, it was put there by Rosicrucians.
No, as I've said before, right? Like I feel like you just don't know. A lot of these artifacts that we see today in the world, like who's to say that they aren't technology that aliens put here on this planet that we had no idea came from the aliens, or some sort of supernatural entity.
We really do not need a supernatural entity to get to the Georgia Guidestones.
No, I'm saying that
we
no,
need
no,
Jesus.
No, what I'm saying is that like, what if these artifacts, like for example, the pyramids and whatnot, right? Like, what if again there was supernatural entities that were involved in that, but we just don't know about?
That's actually what my thesis thing. If D&W wanted me on for an hour, one of these upcoming shows, that was my thesis. It's very similar to what you just said. I have a lot of data and research on that, and what you're talking about, and what it
why
points
is
to.
there a supernatural entity that's hell bent on reducing the human population to less than 100 million?
I don't think it's what you think it is.
Well, that's Satan.
What does the supernatural entity get out of that? Would it not be
It's
better? Would it
your
not be better
survival.
for a supernatural entity to encourage us to live within our bounds?
It's about your fragility as a being, because if you fall off a high enough surface, your brain cracks open and runs out on the ground. So we're a fragile group of beings, no matter what race we think we are, of the human species. We're so fragile that there's a rule set, and if we don't go by it, we are extinguished, and it's self-extinguishing. When we play with viruses, when we play with fire, when we play with nuclear stuff, we are fragile enough to destroy the whole human race. It's not that these groups want to control one thing. They're just the non-fragile people at the top that want to experiment with things we're not supposed to be playing with, that they warned us about, whether in the holy texts or ancient myths.
Doesn't physics just dictate that if there are too many mouths and not enough resources, bad things start happening?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that
but
makes sense. I'm not going to agree or disagree. I think it makes sense.
yeah, but people care more about religion and pseudoscience. There's a lot of fake news out there, and we need to clean it out and give the truth. The truth would set you free.
I mean, are any of you aware of the story about the Gnus in Africa? Now, there was enough resources for all of the Gnus in Africa, but then people started building massive fences all across the land, and the poor Gnus couldn't cross them, and literally thousands and thousands of them ended up piling on top of these fences and dying. And then the lions started eating them and poisoning themselves, and they completely broke the ecosystem by building a simple fence. That's all it took, was a fence.
What do you say, Gnus? What are
What kind
Gnus?
of person is a Gnu? Do they believe they believe in the Yahweh or the Yahweh ben Yahweh, the Yad
No,
Hey ben
a gnu is a deer-like animal.
Oh, it's
It's
not
got
one
four
of these.
legs.
Okay,
It's got
it's
four
not the
legs and it eats
consciousness
grass.
poured in the upright thumb thing that thinks it's like a superior being and then like places dominance and personification on its little self and thinks it's like in Napoleon reincarnated or anything.
But honestly, it was an animal that had lived for millions of years quite happily, and then a few stupid humans start putting up fences so that they can have a cattle ranch, which is stupid because they could just eat the gnu, and the gnu couldn't adapt, and it pretty much wiped out like 80% of the gnu population, and it was just a simple barbed wire fence. What humanity now is
I mean, they
doing.
could pave the roads and frogs, basically. I mean, you put the right kind of stuff down and all the frogs will come. And if you genetically enhance frogs to make them more pavement-like, you can make roads out of that.
To turn the frogs gay.
That yes, you'd probably have a gay
You make
road.
fake lightning bugs that taste
How
even
do
better.
the frogs
all the
how
way
do
to
the frogs
Rome,
know?
and the frogs go there, and you just flatten them out with the steamrollers. But they're they're asphalt frogs, and they just create roads for you. And they want to be roads. That's like their goal. You genetically put it in their minds that the goal, their version of nirvana, is to become one with the road to Rome.
Would it not be better to genetically alter cows so that they like going on fitness bikes, and then that way, we could feed them grass and they could create our electricity?
Yeah, and more methane as they get all worked up over it to create more methane clouds that we have to use for fuel.
If you can collect the methane straight out of their butts because they're sitting on these bicycles.
Actually, it's from the mouth. They burp out most of their methane.
It is. It's not cow farts. It's cow.
No,
it's chud.
burp.
It's chud burps.
What the heck?
It's a chud burp.
Trust me. In previous eras in history, there were a hell of a lot more cow-like creatures on the planet than there are today.
Really?
The problem is humans. It's always
the
been
beast of
humans.
Baluchistan, the large sloth. The sloths were one of the most intelligent species.
Just put it up to a human to blame a cow for what it does.
Sloths were probably the most superior
data
mammal
centers
before humans. Sloth. There were super sloths, and I think they were the most superior mammalian species before the humanoid was the super sloths, because the amount of how they control their body and their brain and their blood, and if they did find enough food, then they would have a lot of time to think. And that showing that they got super big means they found a lot of food. But sloths have one of the slowest biological systems. Like their metabolism is like super slow.
Yeah.
That's why they move like that.
And I
Patrick,
heard
you're
that
wrong
when they keep.
about Patrick, you're wrong about the cows. There are more cows alive now than ever before. Right. 15 billion, 1.5
Thank you.
billion.
I think that's too many. I'm against that. The mass, yes, I'm against that of mass breeding. I think they should make like whoever said the near meat if it's healthier. I agree with that, but don't sneak like human stuff in there or something weird.
More cows now than ever been before.
Actually, what you said before reminds me of something. I was watching a documentary and it literally said that climate change created human beings because basically all of the monkeys in Europe, and there were loads because they found loads of monkey fossils. Basically, the climate changed and the forested areas that those monkeys lived in, they got less and less and less, and they were replaced by grasslands.
That was in Africa, dude. We came from Africa, not Europe.
This
And that's
was in
actually
Europe.
not. That story's been disproven. They found chimps nearby and other apes that were living simultaneously with the people, and they found older bones from Homo erectus than the chimps they originally said that we supposedly were evolving from.
Homo erectus does not come from Africa. Homo habilis comes from Africa.
No, what about
not sure about that.
No, Homo sapiens. Where did Homo sapiens come from?
Well, there's Homo sapien, Homo sapien sapiens.
Homo sapiens is us, and
Right.
I prefer the term modern humans, but there is substantial evidence right now that the first apes that came down from the trees, and they only did it because there were no trees, that started in Europe. And
You're
The
wrong
only
again,
ape
I'm afraid.
larger than-
Homo erectus comes from Africa.
Thank you.
And
The
there
only
is-
apes
yes,
that are
but
big that predate
who
humans are
isn't to
pygmy
say-
gorillas,
Who
and they're
isn't
very
to
small.
say that those original apes that came down from the trees, I'm not saying modern humans,
Well,
who's to say that they didn't migrate to Africa because they were looking for forests again?
I don't think so, but that you can believe that. I'm not going to even argue, but I'm just talking about pygmy gorillas. So dating back supposedly to the earliest humanoid upright walking things, the only thing older than them that was a large, primate was called the pygmy gorilla. When I looked it up, and it didn't make sense. The pygmy gorilla is not really related to humans, so we're related
How
to the myth
long
of
ago is this pygmy gorilla?
like 5 million years old.
They literally just found an ape, not a human, that walks upright in where is the Odyssey from? In Greece, yeah. It's 6.5 million years old. It is the oldest that they have found, and
It's
it
upright
isn't from
walking.
Africa.
Is it a gorilla?
It isn't from Africa. It is from Europe, and it was found in Greece.
So is it a primate gorilla, primate monkey, or primate humanoid?
Good question.
It's a reptile.
It's before the split. It's before humans and chimpanzees split.
Really?
That's hot.
Yeah. If somebody was
So it's
talking about
Littlefoot.
what
It's Littlefoot.
somebody
We've
was
always been looking
talking
for
earlier
Bigfoot, but that's Littlefoot.
about
Littlefoot.
where would your area of expertise be? In my case, it would literally be anthropology, because I've been interested in anthropology since the age of 6, and I have watched and read hundreds and hundreds of hours of literature and books, and even when I was 4, I had serious reservations about the out of Africa theory. Even when I was 4, it made no sense to me.
Why?
Yeah.
Because you're racist. Was it because you're racist?
Well, I happen to believe that every single human being that was ever born is racist. And they're not
Is racist?
Tribal?
Everybody's
Like?
racist,
I
in my
mean, tribe,
opinion.
like go
No,
team.
And do you know?
I like
Do you
the
know?
Hawks.
Do you know?
Really
No,
when
no,
it
no.
becomes,
No. I am not racist. I am not racist.
And do you know when it becomes apparent? Racism normally becomes apparent when resources are scarce. When resources are scarce, the ethnic the ethnic background of people becomes more important all of a sudden. When
No, I'm not racist.
resources,
No, I am not racist.
I reckon if we look deep enough, there would be. First of all, I believe there is only one race. It is the human
I agree with
race.
that. There's only one race indeed. There's only the human race. This
I
notion of black and white and Indian and whatnot, it's all just a social construct.
No, you've got
Well,
black,
there's
white.
differences in
You
culture
have
and
black, white,
looks,
and Indian people. That's
No,
not
DNA as
There's
well.
no, you don't
differences,
understand what
and
I'm
then there's
saying. I'm
upright
not. I'm saying
walking.
as phenotypes, yes. As phenotypes, yes. There's differences. I'm saying like as a actual like whole like racial like categories. I'm saying that that is just a social construct.
Yeah, I'll agree. I will agree with
Yeah,
you there.
society,
At
we're
this
one
particular
people in
moment,
society. I agree. One
at,
people, one society. But besides that, we're all broken off genetically all the way down the line, like, broken tiny pieces of all kinds of different stuff, from gnome people to fairy people, from Bigfoot people to half Bigfoot people to redfoot giants to purplefoot giants, that whatever left today, meaning there's only a few of what we found dating back to Egypt when they're like round heads, bread heads. They have a list of 5 races, I think, in ancient Egypt. But I don't know what, there could have been like 12 of them. Who knows? But I think we are in society one people
we're a bit
today.
Neanderthal.
Yeah.
The Asians
Neanderthal,
and the Europeans are a bit
Cro-Magnon,
Neanderthal.
Cro-Magnon is the other ones, and there's like 3 or 4.
actually, that's not entirely true. They think that the Asians are Denisovians. The Northern European are
Yeah, but Denisovian didn't
Neanderthals,
leave
but
much
they
genetic material.
found Neanderthals remains. They found them in Iran, so Neanderthals had a pretty big, all the way from Siberia to Iran. That is a pretty big
They
area.
recently found a Down syndrome Neanderthal child, and they're like, whoa, their genetics could produce this.
Well, like I said, so getting back to the racism thing, yeah, so there is only one human race, but humans will use anything to distinguish themselves from somebody else, whether that be the color of their skin,
Yep.
their geographical location on Earth, their sex. So I believe that we're all racist because we're all capable of doing it. And I believe that we can keep it in check, but I think that if you put any group under enough pressure by another group, that racist sentiment will actually start to come out automatically.
Not on my end, though. I don't look at people that way.
Well, class.
I don't notice that somebody's Indian or if somebody's black until they piss me off, and then all of a sudden it becomes really apparent that they're white, black, or Indian. I'm being honest. All of these colorblind people out there, I think you're lying to yourself. Which is okay. It's good to lie to yourself, maybe, but no.
I mean, in the future,
when I
do you
don't
think
like
that
somebody, I notice the shoes that they wear, the clothes that they wear, the accent that they have, the color of their skin, the people they vote for. I notice every little tiny detail about them, and they all come together to me not liking them even more. And I'm honest enough to say that.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
And I'm mixed race, and I'm a racist.
Oh, really? What are you mixed with?
It's Brit. My mum's mum was Irish. My mum's dad was from the Dominican Republic by way of Guinea-Bissau in Africa. My dad's dad was Scottish by way of Scandinavian Vikings, and my dad's mum was Romani Gypsy by way of India, Constantinople.
that's a nice mix?
Okay.
You're a mutt.
It's an absolutely beautiful mix, and when I don't like somebody, I can genuinely find a way for the color of their skin to be a problem.
Well, at least you're honest enough to admit it within yourself and not deny it. So I guess I will give you props for that.
I'm the
Yeah,
same.
I really tried to take everybody at face value, you know. So originally, you know, if you're living your life, I'm living my life, and you're not hindering me in any way, I'm happy for you to be whoever you want to be. But as soon as a problem occurs, any small problem, like at my local council, as soon as a small problem, the color of your skin begins to matter more.
He's
And I'm
building a
just being honest.
killdozer with your name on it. Do you
Yeah,
remember
but
that
what
story,
Patrick
sir? The
says
killdozer
true.
with the guy with the they got mad at the people in the council, and then he covered his bulldozer with concrete, and he just paved over them themselves.
Oh, yeah, that was in America,
and,
wasn't it?
and Chickpea's a prime example. She would put
Right
the
back.
cat race. She would put the cat race above the entire human race.
Yeah.
And-
Oh yeah. I put cats first.
Yeah, cats
I
first.
do. I
You
put
know.
cats. I admit it. But
Yeah.
Patrick, I agree with what you're saying, because if I don't like somebody, oh boy, my heart boils over with anger and hatred. I have to really compress myself to not take it. I've never struck anyone in my life, because if I don't like someone, I just remove myself totally.
And I mean, do you remember Dr. Evil, where they made the Dutchman? They made him the henchman of the. I don't like Dutch people. I mean,
Oh,
I
thank
lived
you
in.
very much, Patrick. I'm Dutch.
Yeah, I know, but I don't like
Oh,
Dutch people
Lord.
in
Howdy for the
general.
honest men, sir.
I think if you put Dutch people, I might like 1 in 100 of Dutch people, and they normally don't like Dutch people either. So
Patrick, I'm Dutch.
I'm racist. I'm racist against Dutch people. I really am. I don't
Patrick,
like
I'm
them.
Dutch.
You're not
I'm
really,
Dutch.
because you left. You wouldn't
I'm
go
still
back.
Dutch. My parents are both Dutch. My ancestors are Dutch.
Yeah,
I'm
but you
Dutch.
wouldn't go back if somebody said that you could have a house in Arnhem right now. You wouldn't go back, because you probably don't like Dutch people either.
No, I prefer English men. I like the men in this country. That's why I
I mean,
stay here.
all Dutch people, they act like Nazis, man. We had we had the council. I literally believe that Prince Bernard wrote Mein Kampf, and then via underground passages, he got Hitler to ghost author it for him.
Patrick, there's a reason why the Dutch don't like the English very much, and the Germans, because during the Second World War, the English caused the Great Dutch Famine, and that still lives on.
Maybe it was just karma coming around. Maybe it was just karma coming around.
Basically,
because of what the Dutch. Because of what the Dutch did to the Indonesians.
No, Patrick, let me finish. Okay. During the Second World War, the English caused the Great Dutch Famine, where untold hundreds of thousands of people died because they blockaded all the food supplies to the cities. And I think that still lives on. The Dutch don't forget very quickly.
Wait a second. The Germans were stealing the food from the Dutch
No,
people
it was the
before the
English.
British
No,
even got there.
Patrick, I know this better than you. My ancestors are Dutch. Okay, I know
Wait a
this.
second. I've got a Dutch grandmother and Dutch grandfather. They're no longer with us. And my Dutch grandmother always used to say, because they live in a place that's close to a place called Fenray. Yeah. So when the English finally arrived, the Germans had been occupying that place for about 4 years. And when the English finally came, my Dutch grandmother, they literally robbed all of the kids' bloody money boxes. And she would never forgive them for that. Honestly, the English can be absolutely terrible.
Yes, I know what I'm saying to you. The English caused the Dutch famine, blah, blah, blah.
But as a group of people, I prefer the English over the Dutch. I can't help it.
Yes, but you weren't in Holland at that time. My ancestors aren't too keen on the English, I can tell you, and they're not. And it all goes back to that time. My mother lived through it. My grandmother, I know a lot about it because my ancestors lived through it. I know all about the Great Dutch Famine.
Okay, what do you think about this? Okay, wait a second. What do you think about this? So when the war starts and everybody knows that Germany is going to invade Holland, yeah?
Yes.
right?
Holland was neutral, by the way.
The king literally told the army to stand down and not fight because they couldn't win, right? And they stood down, right? Whereas the Belgians, with a much smaller population, they fought the Germans tooth and nail in the Ardennes. And if it wasn't for the Belgians fighting so hard, the cowardly English couldn't have put their tails between their legs.
The whole Second World War was a scam.
Event. But the Dutch, they literally just put down their arms. And then afterwards they go, yes, but we had the resistance. The only reason that you could afford the resistance was because half of the Dutch soldiers, after laying their arms down and letting the Germans take their country, decided, oh, maybe this wasn't a good idea.
Because Holland is a very, very highly farmed country. Most of the people, I know, Patrick, now I am Dutch. My ancestors were Dutch. I know more about this than you do, I can assure you. Okay.
I took great interest in, like I said, the more I hate somebody, the more I laser focus in on that person.
I can see why you don't like the Dutch.
And do you know where it started? It started with how the Dutch people treated the people in Indonesia, which was
the English. And the English haven't done their fair share of killing then.
No,
so don't start the English being a lovely, lovely.
I mean, the English created the first concentration camps. We've got to give them that. But
wait, really? Wait. The English created the first concentration camps.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Oh wow! Didn't know that.
But we're treading all over the Dutch.
You can't know everything best. It's not possible, okay?
There was a village in Indonesia, and the Dutch discovered nutmeg, and they loved it. They literally loved nutmeg.
Stop criticizing my people.
So they went around Indonesia, beating up the locals and forcing them to farm nutmeg for them. But there was another herb that was popular from Indonesia that they called fully. And the Dutch, all of a sudden, fully, because it was scarcer than nutmeg, it was worth more. So they literally murdered whole villages of people to force them to create more fully. And the people were trying to explain them, we can never create more fully than nutmeg because it's literally the skin of the nut from the nutmeg. But the Dutch didn't listen and just murdered them anyway. The Dutch are horrible people.
Speak for yourselves. You Brits aren't much better, okay? So fuck off, Patrick. I've had enough.
You see when you put one local population under enough pressure, they will automatically become racist against the person that is causing the pressure.
I mean, to be fair, Patrick, you did kind of instigate things with Chickpea. You did.
That is true.
Yeah.
And I mean, I have nothing against Chickpea personally because she made the right decision. She left Holland. But I'm not lying, and I'm not even joking. When I was in Holland, I got hospitalized on 2 separate occasions because of Dutch kids thinking that I was either Moroccan or Turkish.
What?
And yeah. When I got to Holland in about 85, and back in 1985, in the small villages in the south of Holland, in the county that they call Limburg, the mass migration hadn't really started yet. It had, but it was, and because I've got a little bit of African ancestry in me, they could see that I wasn't a standard North European, and I had a big mouth. It didn't help, but yes, I got hospitalized twice for being either Moroccan or Turkish.
But the Dutch are no worse than the English or the Germans or anybody else.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the British, they were one stage they were famous for what they called packy bashing. You know,
it's happened everywhere. White people have been murdered by black people and vice versa. We've all been at it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Humans are despicable, and we're all racist.
That's why I don't like us. That's why I prefer cats. And if I had the power,
I tell you something about cats, right? because
What?
I've been blessed to live with cats.
What are y'all? What are we talking about?
Blessed. I've been blessed to be able to live with domesticated cats on very, very big farms in Spain. And cats are the most antisocial creatures with each other that you would ever believe.
No, they're not.
They're okay. They're okay within their own family group, but if a strange cat decides to come to just, visit the farm,
Yeah,
they will
tomcats do that.
brutally attack that
Yeah, the
cat
tomcats do that. Yes.
and chase it off.
Yeah,
Wait,
tomcats do. Mine does it. That's what
wait, but
tomcats do.
wait, but Patrick, can you say the same thing too about dogs?
Dogs slightly less. Dogs. It's really funny about dogs. Because we had dogs on the farm as well, and some dogs would come on the farm and they would all become instant great friends, But another dog would come on the farm and it would end up in an immediate dog fight. Dogs are very different. Cats are indiscriminate in their dislike of every other cat. They just don't like them. But
Jay, shall I say?
dogs will make friends with the strangest. I mean, I've seen a dog that made friends with a donkey.
Really?
Well, I've seen cats
Yeah.
make friends with donkeys. Jay, I must tell you a story, okay? Because I've got 8 cats. There are 7 girls and 1 tomcat. And I've got a cat flap, and sometimes strays come into my flat. Female strays are allowed. The girls allow it. My tomcat goes mental if a male tomcat comes in the flat. Girls are allowed in. He's fine with female cats, just tomcats. It's so funny to watch. He goes mental.
Yeah.
He goes absolutely. You may have seen it a few times. I've shown it on here about this tomcat coming into my flat and Dave going absolutely crackers. He sees
Because
tomcat.
it's a battle for who's more alpha, right?
Well, he's a man of the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
It's
his
a-
women. So
It's an ego
yeah.
thing. Yeah, it's an ego thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. But mine
Just like with humans, right? Just like with humans.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
my cats will get my cats treat each other far better. I've ever seen a group of 8 or 7 people treat each other. 8 people. I've got 8 cats now, but it's been 7 for years. And they
Mind
treat
you,
each other.
look, I actually saw with the cats on our farm because we had 5 girls and 2 boys, and one of the boys was injured. We think he was kicked by because where we lived there were a lot of like mountain bikers that went through the area. There was a public road that went right through the middle of our farm, and we think he was kicked by one of the guys on the bike, and his jaw was broken.
Oh
And
no.
yeah, it was pretty bad. Anyway, so I actually saw one of the female cats catch a gecko, you know, catch it and then give it to her son because the second boy was her son, eh? And because he was so poorly at the time, by the time he actually went to get this gecko, the gecko legged it. But I actually saw one cat feeding another adult cat, which is a very, very rare uh, thing. You really would have had to have looked at cats in great detail. So cats within their own family can be extremely social group animals.
Yeah.
But outside of that family group, yeah, cats are just as racist as any human.
But I agree
Dogs
with
not
Chick.
so much. Dogs not so much because if we look in Chernobyl with all of those wild dogs, so basically you had all of these domesticated dogs, and all of the people all of a sudden were herded onto buses and drove away, and they never returned. Yeah, all of those dogs formed social groups. Brand new packs of domesticated dogs. You know, and they find a way to get on with each other, whereas cats are kind of very solitary creatures.
Really?
Yeah, there's no packs of cats in Chernobyl. There are wild cats, or they call them feral cats, don't they? There are feral cats, but they do not. Cats are very solitary creatures. In fact, lions are kind of the exception, not the rule.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
I'll be right
just,
back.
I just,
I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
I just love social dynamics. Like I said, if anything, I love anthropology. I like looking at how the relationships, especially other mammals, but then sometimes even non-mammalian life, how other mammals create social groups. Like rats can create extremely large social groups, but even those groups of rats are very, very territorial and will only let what they consider to be their family members interact with the groups.
Great comment,
And
guys.
elephants, for example, they have extremely complex social groups. And we've only just discovered that elephants are constantly talking to each other in super low frequency. So they actually create very low frequencies that are beneath our listening range. Uh, and they're constantly talking to each other, elephants, which
Have
I
you
thought
just
was
discovered
interesting.
that? Of course, elephants talk to each other.
Yes, but we only managed to prove it scientifically
Well,
very, very recently.
I've gathered that. I could see that they talk to each other. That's obvious. You could see they talk to each other. How do they communicate otherwise if they don't talk? They talk.
But now we know the mechanism by which they do it, because before we thought that it was purely by body language.
No,
But
I always know they talk.
it's actually mostly done by sound. But no human could ever know that unless we develop the equipment to listen in the ultra low sound frequency.
Common sense, I would have thought.
Common sense is not science, chickpea.
Okay. Common sense doesn't count. Okay, fair enough.
Wait, what just happened? What's not science?
I was talking about elephants are constantly speaking with each other, but we didn't actually know that until we built machinery that could listen to the ultra low sound frequencies.
All animals talk to each other. Even ants.
Yeah, don't they have like their own secret little language that they use to talk to each other?
We can't hear, that's all.
They're so cute. I love elephants. Elephants are really cute.
Yes. I like all animals.
What's up, Battle Axe?
Oh, she's got a cigarette.
Hi.
Hi,
how's everybody doing?
Greetings. Thanks for coming on. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Gramps, I must
I
show
made
you
this
what I
wonderful
bought
beverage
today.
I wanted to share with you guys.
Is that
What's
iced
up,
tea?
Chicky?
Look what I bought today.
The complete works of Nietzsche.
Very good.
Ooh.
Very good, Chicky.
Yeah, it's on Amazon for £20.
Beyond Good and Evil.
We're doing show and tell. Hold on.
Nietzsche. You know, I should probably start reading some Nietzsche myself, actually.
Yeah, it's on Amazon, 20
Everybody should read philosophy books all the time. The world will be a better place.
Got some reading ahead of me.
Yeah.
So where have you been, you old grump?
I have been here, there, and
I'm talking
everywhere.
to you.
But I have to say one thing. I have to go out for a little stroll now, Chickpea.
Oh,
As I'm-
no,
When were you here?
I
You
will be
haven't
back.
been here.
I will be back. I'll probably be
You
about
better
20
be
minutes,
wearing a
half an hour.
loincloth and waving a flag and honor kitty.
Battle Axe has come on here. She's turned her camera on. You should all be very happy.
Woo!
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll be out of here for a little bit. I'll be out of here for a little bit. But I will be back. Anybody else want to come on, please do?
Be careful, Battle Axe. Careful.
I'm glad that somebody's enjoying their summer, because most people have been complaining that it's too hot. So
Wait, careful, Battle Axe. You don't want Kenny to be enticed to come on the stream. You know?
Guys,
I made this
anybody else
drink
want to
for
come on,
him.
please do. Link is in
All
the
right.
live chat.
So it's I rimmed the glass with lime. You know, this lime wedge, or not wedge, wheel, right? Okay.
She gave it a lime rim job, guys.
And
Now
there's
it's ready to go.
this says coconut sugar, which has a lower glycemic index, okay, and it's safer because natural sugar has two different molecules, okay,
Yeah,
and
glucose,
it's easier to process It's easier for your body to process, and it's safer than aspartame or sucralose. Anyway, but this is a smoothie that I made with blueberries, cherries, and some orange juice. And then instead of ice cubes, I used some wild blueberries, Weilers. Okay. I blended it up with some cherries from Walmart. Gross.
So basically,
And then
Nancy Sinatra fruit singing butt smoothie. Got you.
it's so good. Oh yeah.
Did
Yeah,
you
that
know?
sugar
Did
rim
you
is
know
where it's
that?
at.
Did you know that coconut water can actually be used to replace blood plasma if in an emergency?
Really
I did not. Or if I did hear that, it was a long time ago when I used to know a medic.
interesting.
So yeah, you can literally make an infuse for coconut water for somebody that's had an accident where they've lost blood,
What
and
else can you
it
use
will
instead of
help.
saline?
Yeah, it will help them replace their blood plasma much faster.
What about using distilled water and making your own saline? Can you do that?
Yes, but coconut water is even better
More
than
hydrating. Yeah, because
yeah.
it's got electrolytes. No, what makes it
Yeah, you're right.
hydrating?
You're right. You're right. Electrolytes, which are the things that help.
3 year adjusting.
Which are the things that help the nerves communicate with each other. So yeah, my dad drinks coconut water.
Neurotransmitters.
Yeah, my dad drinks
Neurotransmitters?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I take something for neurotransmission. It's TMG, trimethylglycine. Where is it? It's right here. Huh. Okay. TMG. And like in this form, I believe it's beets, but you can also get it from rare beef. Just like creatine. Creatine, you can't get that naturally occurring unless it's from animals. So
Wait, really? There's
there's
a
that.
vegan option for creatine?
No, no, they claim to have it, but it's probably synthesized. Just like my transparent labs.
Wait, so
Okay.
all the vegans who use creatine when they're working out, they're using animal products then.
Well, no, they have a vegan version, but I don't know how it's formulated. Like, I don't know what it comes from. It probably comes from shellfish or something like,
Well, then it's not
from the
vegan.
sea. No, I mean, it's from the sea. They eat vegetables and mushrooms. They can feel. They can play music. They communicate with the
Wait,
trees.
mushrooms can play music?
You didn't know that?
Are you serious?
Yeah, oyster mushrooms can jam out, like serious jamming out.
Well, I need to see a video on that or something.
Pull it up. There's plenty of them on YouTube. They communicate. They definitely communicate, and they don't like certain frequencies. It disrupts them, and they start firing off. They will send signals, like this is not freaking what we like. We like nice, smooth, pretty music,
Interesting.
It depends on, the spore, because different mushrooms like different things.
So plants really are sentient then.
Yes, they are, because certain plants, they produce oxygen, and then other plants take in oxygen into the roots.
Yeah, I've heard that plants stagger their sleeping cycles.
Wow.
To promote each other. So when
Please
one
don't eat me. Sorry.
when one
My bad.
plant is sleeping, because plants can't produce oxygen when they're sleeping. So they stagger their sleeping to plants can be, but plants can also be extremely antisocial. For example, conifers, like your Christmas tree, they literally put out a kind of acid that makes the soil very, very acidic that most other plants don't like. so that all of the conifers, they can kind of like live together, but they're very antisocial because they won't let any of the broadleaf trees live with them. See,
Except
plants are
cannabis.
racist.
Certain
Plants are
cannabis.
racist.
Certain cannabis is conifer. It's part conifer, and it helps you to your respiratory. So.
Oh yeah, I was one of the original people that got on board with the CBD revolution. And
Have you taken RSO?
No.
I got mom RSO when she first came to Colorado before I moved her out here.
What is RSO?
Rick Simpson oil. It helps with cancer treatment because it's a very painful process. Same with like kidney.
How do they extract that?
RSO?
Yes.
I believe most of it is extracted if it's like phoenix tears and Charlotte's Web. I think that is like alcohol, like ethyl alcohol. But some of it is rosin, so they press it, like you would make bubble hash. Same process, I believe.
Or olive oil.
Yes, cold pressed, unrefined.
I've had olive oil
Cold
straight from the
pressed,
press,
unrefined, freaking.
It is so good.
And it's usually this. Oh, sorry, there's an echo. Anybody else hear that? It's a balance. Some of it is just straight sativa and has no THC in it, and then some of it has certain THC, THCA, THC, or CBGN, CBD, CBG. You know, all of the cannabinoids.
Hey Retro, what you doing? Got anything to say?
All day, every day.
Get it. Walk it like I talk it. Walk it like I talk
Wait,
it.
did you guys hear the thing about how they're trying to ban nicotine because they're trying to weaken people's immune systems ahead of the next pandemic? Because apparently, like nicotine during the pandemic, a lot of nations came
Fall for
together
it
and
every
said,
time whenever they're advertising. This girl probably didn't take that shellaxine. I didn't take the shellaxine. I hope y'all did.
I didn't, but somebody shed on me.
Yeah, you hooked up with someone that did.
He was coerced because he didn't want to get out of the service. He was trying to, make that extra money.
Don't you all think it's so funny that on the one hand, we live in such a beautiful time where we're beginning to find out how the secrets of the universe work and how that the botanical world, if we let it into our lives, how it can make us happier, healthier, live longer.
Well, that's all integrative medicine is.
And
it's whole food healing.
Food is medicine, right?
Yes,
food
exactly. Horseradish is anti-tumor.
There's actually a hospital in Japan, a real hospital. They do everything that a normal hospital does, but the only thing that they ever prescribe to their patients is food. And they've been going for about 30 years now. And statistically speaking, their patients do exactly as well as any other standard westernized hospital.
Interesting.
And they
I bet they do better.
only ever prescribe food.
Yeah.
You know what also works good as well as eating food? Fasting, right? Because a lot of people who had cancer and fasted, they were able to heal from it from fasting for like a week or so.
Be careful. I went to Europe and I came back after 6 weeks and I had lost 16 pounds because I got off of the pre-workout, the protein powder, and the creatine, and nobody recognized me and they all thought I was going crazy. My mom told the enforcers that showed up to not issue a warrant and then take me off of her curtilage. She told them that I had nutritional psychosis, and I was like, oh really? Because I just found this out the other day and I was arrested on the 20th. But I was like, well, when they come to put you,
That's a new
When they
word.
came, when they come to put you in the memory care unit of the inpatient outpatient asylum, I'm gonna tell them that you have occupational stress, Mom, because I love you so much. She said that she would pray for me while I was in there when I got my 5-minute phone call on Sunday. She'll pray for me in the concentration camp.
Praying is never a
Wow.
bad thing as
Yeah.
long as you're praying for somebody, because like I
Praying can
believe
also
that
be spelled Prey.
yeah.
So no, please don't pray for me
Well, it depends. It
or
depends what
on
your
me.
motivation is behind, because some prayers can be absolutely negative, and the people that are doing the praying, they don't even realize that they're just being selfish.
That's my mom. That she was trained as a Christian Science nurse at Princeton. I think it was 4-month course, and so now she's Christian. But she used to be a mystic. When I was a little girl, she used to study sidereal astrology, and she transcribed all of her teachers' lessons from audio cassette. I mean, she still has a bunch of cassettes that still haven't been transcribed because she doesn't practice anymore. She doesn't do readings. So, and if you call her a witch, she'll get really upset. So don't do that.
Well,
Which just means wise woman.
That's okay, but she called me a leper, okay, because
wow,
they
crazy.
put DTAP in my saline when they did reconstructive surgery like 2 days after my face was ripped open, and they
Oh, damn.
didn't arrest the guy that did it, and
Sorry to
then
hear that.
pushed my face. They put either their knee or all their weight onto my back, and they pushed my face even though I was already surrendered on my knees. They pushed my face into the gravel, and I had like a tablespoon and a half of gravel embedded in my bottom lip.
Damn.
Yeah, and they wanted to know what my name was. That's why they didn't release me to the hospital until the 4th, because this happened at Centennial Park at a 4th of July celebration, Canyon City, Colorado. Case number, State of Colorado v. me, is 2026 Charlie Robert 000195. And I'm out on self PR bond without a cent to my name. And I have
That's
to be my own
unfortunate.
probation officer and lawyer. And they keep telling me that I can take a public defender anytime I want. And I'm like, why would I take somebody to represent me who their first obligations to the court, and they weren't there? I was
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I get
I was
that.
there. Yeah,
Yeah,
and I was literally just trying to put warmer clothes on because we were by the river, and I was invited by the band, the first band that was on stage. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was just going to say that that's one of my pet peeves is the law society. So to practice law, which is something that we're all supposed to be a part of, it governs us all. But to practice it, you have to become a member of the law society.
No.
Which is
Not here
a
on
club.
America.
Eh?
Not here on
Even
America. You take a pledge and you take an oath if you go into ROTC, like you have to take an oath, and that is to protect the Constitution. So not here on our America, because it's still what is it? It's the District of Columbia owns the United States of America. Sorry,
well,
I
but
got off on the
I
tangent.
always thought that the District of Columbia wasn't actually part of America. It was its own separate state, like the Vatican.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. And just like the Pinkertons became the
Oh,
one
the
of the
Pinkertons were so bad, man. They
3-letter.
became the FBI.
Ah, he said it. He said the thing. He did it.
If you, my dad, one of his pet peeves is the Pinkerton agency, and they did some really, really, really shady shit, man, back in the day. Damn. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, I hope you guys follow the case because I have pre-trial conference coming up here August 26th, and I am very excited to get that discovery because that's going to be a lot of footage to review. And oh God, I don't even want this to go to trial, but I think that it has to, unfortunately, because that's the only way I'm going to be able to vindicate myself and also maintain my freedom because I was born with that. Because it's a universal law. And there's really one law that we're supposed to follow as human beings, and that is not to cause any loss, injury, or harm. And if you do, pay your debts, you know, and pay it forward, because that used to be a thing too. People used to be kind to each other and, you know, compassionate, and they would like, you know, oh, you're going through a rough time. I'm so sorry. I listened to this album when I was going through a tough time, and it really helped me. And maybe you want to check it out, or this particular song even, you know, and just brighten someone's day. Even smile or hold the freaking door. Like, people don't do that crap anymore. What happened? What happened? That's why I moved to Colorado, because people were kind. And if you were like, you know, stuck on the side of the road, they would stop and make sure you were okay.
Yeah, it's funny how we now live on a planet that is, you know, riddled with cameras. Yeah,
Well, not just cameras, but violence. You know, we're
but people
violent,
are
ape-like
more
creatures.
fearful. People are more fearful now than
That's
100 years ago
you.
when
I'm not
they were.
fearful. I'm about to represent myself, which is this, like, apparently I'm told by people that have done time, hard time, that only a fool would represent themselves, you know? But that sounds really freaking asinine to me. It sounds really backwards. Because
But
why would I let
what
somebody
you
else
do have
speak
to
for me?
realize is that every
Oh,
time
God.
you step into a
If
court
ifs and
floor,
buts were candy and nuts, what?
you are playing a game, and
You can
you
do it
have
by mail
to.
here.
Yeah, you have to
As
play
long as
by.
it's not a serious offense, you can do it by mail.
You have to play by
And
their rules, and
yeah, but
the
I'm
legal
sorry,
system.
menacing and harassment, that's what was being done to me by a couple of busybodies. One theft, you know, little brat, and then the guy, he's like a porcelain Dutch boy, right? And he dresses up like Woody because he thinks that he's a rancher. But he trips over his own feet because he can't fucking feel them. And he's sundowning before noon. And he thinks that it's okay to take somebody who just met their biological father less than 2 weeks ago to Europe, even though she begged him not to 3 times, and he denied me. But he already had my luggage. He already had my luggage in his truck, and he gives me these puppy dog eyes. Like, but I already made all the reservations, and you know, you're really gonna make me go by myself? The only thing he didn't have was my passport, because that was on my person. You know? Like, I just met my dad, and then he tells me on Spain. We go through Italy, France, and Spain for 6 freaking weeks. And I asked him multiple times to just send me home because I had shit to do. I have 3 freaking seasonal jobs. I come back to nothing because the rafting place where I wash dishes in the summer doesn't have enough work for me because they're not getting enough reservations. Okay? I can't sing. I tried to do 4 songs, my first set, up on stage with my band, and I burst into fucking tears, dude. And then, like, yeah, my dad's trying to save my soul. Like, he you know, used to go to a Methodist church, and he thinks that the only reason that my mom found him was a miracle, okay? But it was because his entrails are hanging out of his body, and the medical establishment that did the surgery told him that it would be a 5% chance. That's relative risk, okay? 5% chance he'd be wearing a colostomy bag, all right? And now they're telling him that they will not reattach his colon until he completes chemo. Oh, but it's okay, because it's not like radiation chemo. It's just mustard gas chemo that they inject directly into your freaking veins, okay? And then they tell him that he's pre-diabetic too. So they're going to give him insulin shots, right? That's great. That's real freaking great. Hooray for medical intervention.
So wait a second. You're in America. Your mum's in America. How did she even meet your dad if he comes from Europe? Where in Europe does he come from then?
I was a happy accident. He's not from Europe. My dad's family is from certain parts of Italy, yes. Like his mother and his father, because his mother was a country music singer, and he's a drummer, but he used to have his own, I only was there a couple times, so I only know so much about him, but he used to have a tow truck business. His brother ran that shit into the ground after he stole one of his trucks and took it down to Florida. When he finally did bring the last truck back, it was completely demolished and unusable. And then my dad had to speak with somebody on New York to open up a coffee distribution business, and now he's a tech, but he doesn't even have that business anymore. Like, he doesn't even have that business. He works for somebody else.
So it sounds
And
like your
I
father's
only found
going
him.
through.
Yeah,
He's going through a really bad time at the moment too.
yeah, yeah. And he tells me that he loves me.
Well,
But
in a
my mom doesn't
way,
have the balls to tell him what happened to my face or show him the pictures, because I think that's kind of important. And I already put them on Facebook, so you can either look there or, email me. I'll send you the pictures. You can look at them. Because after they did excessive force and freaking pinned my ass to the ground and tried to George Floyd me, because I already have carpal tunnel and polyarthralgia, and I've had it for years. And I only found out like probably 5 years ago. And the dude that did that to my face, he crushed my hip when he fell on me, because he managed to like escape the whole situation with barely a scratch on him, because I pulled his shirt over his head and he didn't even have the grace to fall, or the decency to fall gracefully. And he was going to try and rescue some maiden who takes my hatchet off of a picnic table, because I'm getting ready to scoop out half a watermelon after I put some warmer clothes on, because it's getting cold, because it's after dusk. And the music is too freaking loud, and he can't hear me say move, even when I'm yelling directly into his ear. So I literally move him out of my way, and at this point, somebody comes and hits me on the head with something hard, and now I have a concussion. And now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. You threatened me and said that you were going to leave me on Spain. You want to do this? We're back on freaking home turf, motherfucker. Let's go. I don't care if you're 60 or not. I don't care if you got like early onset dementia or not. We're doing this right now, because that's acts of piracy. Okay? And I'm a fucking sailor.
sounds like you've been through it as well. Wow.
This is just over this is July 3rd that happened to me. And I had to have reconstructive surgery, and everybody's begging me to go on Medicaid so the taxpayers can pay for his indiscretions.
So have you got a court date set?
The next the pre-trial conference is scheduled for August 26th at Fremont County Combined Courts.
Then I wish you luck. Have you got any witnesses?
I hope
from
I don't
this?
need luck, because I think I presented myself. You want to hear the statement at my last hearing? The one where I wasn't incarcerated because I had to negotiate my self-PR bond. Do you want to hear it? It's pretty
Go
quick.
for it. We're all ears.
I'm not holding you hostage, because this was a hostage negotiation and I was the hostage. So real quick. Oh, that's a bill that I have to deliver to the guy. Oh, that's my plans, my intentions before August 26th. And here we go. Here we go. For the protection and security of all parties involved, I have submitted evidence of this individual's compliance to sobriety monitoring, as you have requested. I have completed one UA and have another I must complete by 4 p.m. on this day, July 29th, 2026. Oh, actually, I think I started with this part because she caught me off guard. She was like, I don't want you to incriminate yourself. Please don't say anything that would incriminate yourself. And I got shaken up a little bit because every time I've been in a courtroom, I've had to take a plea bargain of some sort. So, hey, I'm an American and I have a constitutional right, and that right shall not be infringed. And you're infringing, and that's not nice. And I'm asking you not to do that. I invoke Article 6, Section 2, and I claim infringement of my life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And, Your Honor, I am so sorry to, report that I believe that there are, acts of sedition. And that's all I had to say, I believe. Oh, no, wait, there was one other part. Did I flip the page? I did. I missed a part, didn't I? Oh, this was the very first portion that I delivered. I am the trustee and sole beneficiary of the all caps entity known as Vera Lee Walsh. And then I did the I'm an American part, I believe. So they got me a little bit out of order, but I only had a rough draft done in colored pencil that I edited a little bit right before I walked into the courtroom, and I was in and out of there in about 15 minutes. How'd I do?
Absolutely
Questions?
wonderful. It fascinates me. I mean, in a lot of ways, you Americans are so lucky to have the Constitution, and for the most part, it's a really, really, really good document. I like it. Living in the
It's got
UK,
flaws.
yeah, nothing wrong with that. Living in the UK, we never drafted a formal constitution. We've got the Magna Carta.
Oh, yes, and maritime law, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Yes.
but we're not subject to maritime law because we are also the people on the land, and we still do have common law, even though it's been completely supplanted by corporate law. But
Mm.
sometimes, but you have to be very well educated to defend yourself because, like I said, once you end up on their monopoly
No.
board, you have to play by the law society's rules, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully, she will at least be a little not understanding, but she'll give me a little leeway since I've never tried a case before. And as long as I'm respectful and, I don't mess up too much and make a fool out of myself and her courtroom, I think that she would appreciate it because I think more men should be doing what I'm trying to do because I'm nervous mainly because I am a woman, and back in the day, you had to have a man speak on your behalf. So, I mean, that's not a thing because of suffrage, but it doesn't really apply.
That's crazy, right? Because once again, I live in the UK, and we had the Danelaw way back in the
Oh,
day. Yeah,
tell me
and
more about that.
well, basically, women have never really been given a fair shake.
Right.
That women have always needed, strong men around them. But under the Danelaw, a woman could actually bring her husband to court, and had the right
Oh, okay.
to.
I remember that
And
now. Yeah.
most times, there was even a rule where they said that they would just have to fight it out. I'm gonna have to
Oh,
go.
all
I'm
right.
gonna be online, but
Thank
my
you
dad
so
is ringing
much.
his bell.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing all that with me, and I look forward to the next time we get to speak. Wow, that was really awesome. I like that. That was good stuff. I haven't checked the comments. I hope you guys are doing okay without me. I didn't mean to abandon you. No, no, no. Let's see. Alyssa. Is Emily here? Get out of here. Yes! Emily, come up. Oh, don't you have keys? he took a stroll. Oh, I can show things.
I'm
Is it on
sorry about
stage?
that. I don't mean to be rude, but my dad's got severe COPD and he's just woken up, so I'm just going to make him his tea and get him set, and I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope he feels better. Hey, Dirty Low Life. How's it going? I can say your full name, even though I can't see. Oh, man. Oh, man. Not sure I should repeat. Usual bodying and violence. Yes, I agree. Hi, Vera. About to head out to the store for cold provisions. Yes. I hope there's some chocolate ice cream in there. Real ice cream, not dairy dessert. Uh, da, 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 da. Wow, these are going fast. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me see if I can put something on stage. It doesn't. It won't let me. All right, bummer. Okay. I'll just read them out. Hello. Hola. Buenos tardes. Oh, all right. That's enough. Hello, my darling. No, that's not happening. I guess I could sing a song. I don't. I wish. Oh, I do have some tea. Kia aapko chai pasand hai? Would you like some tea? You want a Hindi lesson? Okay. एक, दो, तीन, चार, पाँच, छः, सात, आठ, नौ, 10. क्या आपको no? क्या आप cigarette लेंगे? Like a cigarette? No, those are bad. Do not smoke. Don't do this either. This is bad as well. It's made in the USA, but product placement? No, I'm just joking. We could probably get in trouble for that. So we don't have any tobacco licenses. I'm sure you could get that in 0 milligram. No, don't do that. It's poisonous. They heat it to a high temperature. It's not good for your lungs. That's how you get popcorn lung. Probably also COPD, because I have COPD, and that sucks that his dad's going through that. Because, yeah, I was in and out of the hospital every 4 months for like 2 years, and it sucked. Anyway, any special requests? Let's look at that chat. Chat. Chat is French for cat. And
Yes,
we're back.
the cat shat on the mat.
Oh, what are the plains in Spain? Wait, no. Something about rain.
La lluvia en los planos plano. Todas las días no tienen lluvia.
No, tienen. That's a verb. Tienen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm one of those
What did
lucky
you say?
people. I said the rain in Spain stays mainly on the plain in Spanish.
Bueno, muy bueno.
I'm not Spanish, but I lived in Spain for 7 years.
Lucky. I'm so jealous. Well, they are offering spots for people, for certain, essential
especially
workers.
the part where I lived in. I mean, if you live in the north, if you live somewhere like Barcelona or Madrid, it's just like any any other northern Europe, but down in the south in Andalusia, they're different. They've got more space. It's less populated, and they're an interesting bunch of people. And I love them and I miss them. Like I said, I'm back in the UK now. My dad's only got half of his lung capacity, so
Oh my goodness, that's terrible. How old is he?
he
You
is
said.
going to be 80 in February.
Wow.
Yeah.
They
It's
have him
funny
on CPAP?
because my mum and my dad, they split up when I was like 2, and my dad did the honorable thing, and he moved out and he left my mum with the house and all of that. And of course, my
Wow.
mum being my mum, as soon as my dad left, she left. moved to
Oh my
moved
goodness.
moved to a famous place in the UK called Brixton. It's kind of famous for causing trouble. But the funny thing is
A
that
rough and tumble.
my dad's sister was living in London, so he kind of moved back to London, and my mum kind of just followed him. What's the point in breaking up with somebody if you're going to move in next door? I think that was so that she could continue torturing him. I love my mum, by
Or
the way. My
or
mum's
because she needed him because he's supposed to be in your life and he should be close by.
That's the one thing that my mum never. You know how some women can get, when the relationship goes bad, that they can use the kids as a weapon.
Absolutely.
My mum didn't believe in any of that, you know.
Huh.
So
Of course not, because psychology is like distorted, by scumbags like Freud, Sigmund, you know?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get you off topic.
No, 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 no. Let's let's dump on Freud. He was a complete arsehole.
Mm.
So, I know that he is considered to be a pioneer, but honestly, those wise women that you were talking about, they had been dealing with the mental and physical health of their community for, thousands of years before the likes of Freud turned up. And they were persecuted, the witches, once again, another big gripe
Gypsies.
against the Abrahamic faiths. They brutalized the wise women of the world and burnt them, even.
Mm. Or
Yeah.
drown them
Yeah.
or chop their heads off,
Oh,
like.
I have there was a wonderful lady, and I don't know her name, but she had a theory that, the stories about the mermaids,
Yeah,
the
the
women of the sea.
sirens.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
basically, the coastal people, women have, well, first of all, they've got an extra layer of body fat,
Mm.
which helps them to regulate their temperatures. So they're
And
kind of
protect
like
their child.
the
And
best free divers that you can get. Uh, so basically, in the old days, and I'm talking uh, from 5,000 to 2,000 years ago, there were a lot of communities that lived either on the coastline or like in Cambodia, where they had a big central lake. And women would dive for seafood and catch fish and would provide for their family.
dig
And
for clams.
yeah, and when these crazy Europeans, started, they go, I saw a half fish, half woman, and it wasn't a half fish, half woman. It was just some poor lady, trying to provide for her family, and the entire myth about mermaids sprung up from these. These men seeing women in the water, and they just came up with the myth of mermaids. So
Well, they
this
didn't
lady
have
believed,
money for an education.
yeah, but so this lady believed that all of the mermaids were actually just women fishermen. But the standard Christian guy, because they'd been brutalizing their women for so long, they couldn't believe that any man would actually let a woman take care of the family in any meaningful way. So they
Wow.
invented the mermaid. I thought that was
Well,
interesting.
in the Great Depression, they would give destitute women a tenth of an acre, and they would teach them how to can and show them how to grow tomatoes, and they were able to provide for themselves and live, you know, a decent life, and they were happy with it, with a tenth of an acre, you know.
But
And
that's
when
isn't
this
that the
country was
history of
created,
humanity?
well, this country was created, you got 4 acres and a mule, but that's only if you weren't like a serf.
I thought it was 40 acres.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, the equivalent, okay, $50 in gold, right? Back in when this in the 1800s, it was
If you
like
gave, if
it
you
was
gave,
bars this big, okay, and they were 999 gold. Like it's solid. You can't bend it or anything, right? And there were several of them, and that's how much you would get for $50. You would get several of those gold bars plus a few bars of silver, and I forget what else, a couple coins or some shit, you know, or a couple um, notes before they were debt notes. What were they? The reserve
Treasury
notes,
bills and
bank
bonds.
reserve notes, or something to that effect. Yeah, CDs,
Yeah.
whatever, you know, promissory note.
It's all just a bunch of rubbish. This whole economic financial system is just it's a scam, all of it.
Yeah, we need to go back to barter and trade, but we can't get along with our neighbors. So how are we going to do
Like
it?
I hate this whole concept of money. Everything is money. Everything revolves around money. Like it's so annoying and just so fucking
That's why
stupid.
people are so depressed. It's because of
Exactly.
money.
Your whole life revolves around some stupid, meaningless piece of paper that someone printed and told you has value. It's so
And you
stupid.
have to go away, like you have to live abroad in order to make a decent living.
Right.
why do you
You
think
know.
so many of us live in the cities, even though cities are complete dead zones? Most cities, you know, if you cut them off and they couldn't get all of the supplies constantly delivered to them from people that do a real job, you know, they would, all of the people in the cities would be dead within less than 2 weeks. It's like cities are so fragile. They have absolutely nothing that a human really needs to maintain their
Exactly.
life.
The
Guy
modern
Fox, we got a super chat. Hold on.
V for Vendetta.
Guitar, 1,000 joules. Is it from Fatih? Fatih? Fatii.
Yeah, is that Fatima?
Thank you. I don't think so because I saw Fatima
Oh, okay.
Zaz
No.
earlier.
It's not.
Yeah, there's a
Thank you
couple.
for that. I'm sure that DNW would be really, really, really happy right now.
That's a lot of joules. Woo! All right. I forgot.
But yeah, it just there has to be a better system than money. Like, come on now.
But
There is.
honestly, and I don't want to sound mean, but the only value, the only real value in the world is the time. It's the time that you spend with your family. It's the time that you spend gathering resources for your family. And I think that money credits can be a really good way to express that. It's just in the current system that we have now, all of those credits only seem to go in one direction, and that's towards the 1%.
You
Exactly.
beat me
And
to it. You beat.
it,
Sorry.
it no, yeah, it's designed that way. It's designed for the elites to keep getting richer and for us to keep at the same level.
But
Yeah.
the thing is that time is an illusion. There's day and there's night, okay? And then like the Amish, they would get up at like before dawn. They would work for a couple hours. They probably still do this. I don't know. Um, work for a couple hours, go to sleep, take a nap, and then get up, have breakfast, and then friggin' go about their day, and then have lunch. You know, after they're done doing laundry and friggin' house chores and barn chores, right? And then friggin', you know, they've raised a barn on Sunday and they pick stones on Sunday because every other day they have to be busy. and provide for their families and their church. So why aren't we building barns and churches anymore? Not
Good
churches, but
question.
like large buildings that have clocks. Oh, the Guy Fawkes thing. When he was trying to take out Parliament, like, there was some nefarious stuff going on there, right? So
Yeah,
it
Talking about
wasn't just the
because Guy
clock.
Fawkes was working on behalf of the Abrahamic Brotherhood again. I mean, I like the fact that he was
Right,
a
the
rebel.
clocks and the alarm clocks and everything. Like if you just destroy all the clocks and the alarms, I mean, we have the clock. We can do sundials, and we can make those Pythagorean cup, clocks like they have in Rome with the lion heads. You know what I'm talking about? It like
Yep,
drains
yep.
slowly, and then it fills up, and then it keeps the time.
you're talking about the
And
You know,
and the
hourglass.
Chinese
no,
have
the
water
the
clocks.
lion heads, they spout out, and then you can count how many lion heads, and it's 8
Oh,
o'clock.
okay.
Yeah,
I just came back, so I missed the first part of what you were saying.
sorry, my bad. I went
Humanity,
No, it's
fast.
okay.
humanity can't avoid the concept of time because, as a good friend of mine told me, that we call ourselves Earthlings, but the truth of it is that we are Earth, Sun, Moon beings
We're
because the
souls in a
movements,
meat suit.
because the movements of the sun and the moon, we've since before we were modern humans, all of those circadian rhythms have been playing upon us, and so yeah, we structure everything by light. Even modern science, everything in modern science is based on light. The speed of light, the movement of light, the absence of light. So time is important, and I think the real aim of money is to calculate how much time did somebody spend on something so that they can store that time and then share that time with somebody else, you know, because it takes time to grow crops, it takes time to, and when you swap those goods, the amount of time that you actually needed to produce those goods, you need to have a system that will actually value that, because I can't swap a kilo of apples for a cow. I can't do that. So
Yeah. No, but there has to be a better
What
way,
about
though. There
calf?
has to be.
there is most definitely a better way, and I wrote a book on it, but nobody wants to read my book.
500 kilos, 500 kilos of apples for a calf?
Yeah, it depends on how
Why
many
not?
cows you
A
got.
male calf, not a female. A male.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing, right? Right. So this is my gripe with God, right?
Okay.
Males in general have got a really bad rap. I mean, look at our
Yeah.
cannabis. Yeah, look at our cannabis plant, right? Just the lonely cannabis, right? I used to spend hours and hours just picking the males out and putting them on the compost heap. And only the girls got to survive because they were the only ones that could do the really good stuff. So women, the female energy is,
Tarantula. Tarantula
yeah,
has it worse.
it's super
Sorry.
powerful, and I think the ladies of the world, they forget that sometime,
You know
because
what happens to the male tarantulas?
only the silly ones, they get eaten.
Well, no, 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 because you got to look it up. Ask AI. It's horrific. I don't want people to think about it. It's very
But
sad.
there is the occasional smart one that doesn't get on the female tarantula's bad side, and they
No, it
manage
has to do
to.
with the roadways because they're blind. Okay, so if they don't mate, right? They only have a couple weeks to mate or whatever. If they don't mate, like they get stunned by the vibrations of the traffic, right? And they get squished by vehicles or automobiles. And if they don't get squished by vehicles or automobiles, more than likely, if their book lungs don't collapse, then oh no, that's if they did mate. So they have to deal with predators like coyotes and fox and anything that would eat them, which is pretty much
That's strange.
all of the creatures.
That's strange. A coyote and what is it? They have an appetite for tarantulas? Really?
Coyote, badgers, dude, we have these giant badgers. Like, they're not like badgers from Europe. Those are nice and friendly looking, okay? Check out the badgers that inhabit Colorado and the neighboring areas, because those things look like, you've seen the honey badgers, right? Like how they all fight cobras and snakes and all that shit.
Yeah, they're badass. Yeah.
These things look even scarier than those guys.
Wow.
So if that gives you any idea.
And honey badgers are really cool too because they can get stung by a bunch of bees and still they'll be okay.
They get venom in their blood and they'll pass out, but they'll wake up because it happens a lot. Unless it's a small, like diamondback or whatever, venomous creature, because that has the potency is higher.
Even the European badger, like foxes, won't mess with the European badgers. Badgers are tough, sturdy creatures, and for some reason they've got a really bad reputation. Like, most of it's made up, but European farmers hate badgers.
Oh, they're evil. Evil little creatures. But so are dragonflies. Have you ever been bit by a dragonfly? That is not fun.
Really? The dragonflies are problematic?
Dude, grasshoppers.
Yeah,
they wiped out my
if
whole crop.
dragonflies were the size of human beings, there would be no human beings.
3 days. 3 days, the grasshoppers. They're as big as locusts because, people use Roundup out here. And if it's not Roundup, it's like the generic version. So until that stuff comes off the shelves, like, there's no point. There's no point in fighting for like clean food or clean air or any of that. Clean water. Clean water is like what we really need because our bodies are 80% water.
Yeah.
If we can get a brand new worldwide constitution that respects nature a hell of a lot more than it does now.
We just need to stand up.
There's a remedy.
You can't take it sitting down, and everybody's either sitting down or they're sleeping.
Right.
Yeah, but you can't have a good protest unless people have the resources to gather in one place with a clear message. So I think that we, the 99%, we need to learn how to organize ourselves a hell of a lot better. And we were talking about the Pinkertons earlier. I know for a fact that when we start to organize ourselves, that some of us are definitely going to get got because.
Oh, well, I mean, that's the sacrifice you got to make for your children. I don't have any, so I don't have to worry. If I had plants, then they would be my children. And if I had my dog, but he's been gone for like 5 years. I love that guy.
Oh.
Yeah, he was the best. He's my little warrior god, my guardian.
Well, that's the thing, Patrick, is that no one wants to come together and stand up, and that's always the issue. It's all a bunch of talk and no action.
I want to come together and stand up, but I want to come together and stand up, not about tiny little things, because it's not just the data centers, it's just not the banking system. It's everything from the ground up. The fact that most of the world's principles are all built on this sandcastle of Abrahamic values. And people go, oh no, without Jesus, nobody would love each other. People were literally writing about loving each other thousands of years before Jesus, thousands of years before Moses even turned up. People were writing about loving each other, So Yeah, we need to
Bullocks.
rebuild society from the ground up, and everybody that thinks that this world, it's like this. Oh, this is the evil I know. This is the evil I know. Well, the evil you know is gonna end up extincting the planet and graping the planet until it's got nothing left to give. And like
Yep.
I keep saying,
Mm-hmm.
our sun has only got a billion years left. So if humanity manages to destroy everything right now, there's no time for another sentient species like you. There's no time for them to come about, and the sun will blip out, and this entire experiment that we call Earth will be forgotten forever because it won't exist anymore.
Some of our resources are pretty much already gone, like the Dead Sea, like the salt that we get from the Dead Sea.
And the Mediterranean's dying. The
Really?
95% of all of the sharks that lived in the Mediterranean have gone. It's
Oh
really, it's
no.
dying. And every day they're pumping billions of gallons of monoculture farming waste into the Mediterranean, and we're killing it.
Oh man.
Damn.
All right, something positive now. Let's do something positive. Where's Chickpea?
She
We
just
this is
Chicky just went to
positive.
bed.
We are eternal beings,
Ah,
and
at least somebody's paying attention to the
any
chat.
energy that exists, it can never be destroyed. It can only repurpose itself. And because we are made of energy, I believe that we are eternal beings. And even if we get it hopelessly wrong here, we'll get a second chance someday.
Really?
Really, I wouldn't lie to you.
I mean, I kind of subscribe to that theory as well too. That wherever universe sends us for energy expressing itself in a bunch of different forms. But the
May
thing
I
is,
make a
though,
public disclaimer? I could be wrong. I don't know everything. I
It's going to
could
be
be
yeah,
Mad
wrong.
Max Fury Road. That's what it's going to be. You know, Mad
That
Max
sounds
Fury
kind of
Road.
cool to me, though. That sounds. I always used to
If
watch
you
the
have a
old.
clan, if you don't
Yeah,
have a clan, you're screwed. Because if The Walking Dead taught us anything,
that's true.
you won't last long on your own. So I
And
hope you
in
get
The
along with your
Walking Dead,
neighbors.
in The Walking Dead, it wasn't even the zombies that were the biggest problems. It was just humans screwing each other
Yup.
over. That was the biggest problem, you know.
Uh-huh. Mm.
So
Yeah, the scumbags. Like Negan with his bat.
yeah, I'm not a Negan fan, but I did
Well, you got
enjoy
enough
Negan because
anti-heroes.
because Negan told a story that had to be told. If you see what I mean. There was great value in that because none of us want to live under the influence of Negan. It is worth sacrificing your life to get rid of the likes of Negan, in my opinion.
Chopping your hand off, I might have to do it. If it happens, it happens. What are you going to do? I gotta wait like another hour
I'll be
before I
back.
water these plants.
But at the same time, we are all kind of. I always say this: most of us make it through every day without being, controlled, bullied by another human being. Uh,
Oh,
most of us
Bernadette.
most of us can put food in our belly.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. And I'm super grateful that I have a voice to speak up for myself. I need a bucket. I
And
wonder
a
if my
decent
shed is
platform
open.
to do it on, like this one.
Well, not YouTube. No, I'm getting more action on Facebook right now. Currently, my
No,
stats are up, but I'm not
Facebook.
monetized.
What's
I
up,
meant more
Ricardo?
I meant more the host than the
Oh,
channel,
got you.
whatever you call it. Anyway, hi Patrick, how's it going? You alright, man?
Yeah, life's ticking along. My dad just woke up, made him some tea. He'll probably want some Marmite and toast or something in a little bit. Like
Oh,
life's good.
nice. I like
Yeah.
Marmite. It's a good, healthy snack.
Yeah, they say that there's only two types of people in the world: Marmite people and Vegemite people.
Yeah, I actually like both. Vegemite can be a little thick, but it's still got it's the original. You got to respect it. It's the original, recipe from Australia. We copied Marmite copied their recipe and made it a little more, just a little different, a little glossier.
I like putting a little bit of Vegemite in a stew. I think that is
Oh
like
yeah,
it gives it something absolutely magical.
that's
We
a good
had
idea.
we
Some.
had a Australian couple volunteer on our farm in Spain, and they made a Vegemite stew. And before they left, they were like, "Before you go, you've got to just do one more before you go."
Yeah,
So yeah.
yeah, it was that delicious. Yeah, I love cooking for myself. It's the best. I don't eat out. Well, rarely. I don't enjoy having someone else cook my food for me. It's just not for me. So
It's funny because cooking, it's a lifestyle, you know. If you're gonna cook for yourself, then you have to do it at least 5 days a week, you know, and you have to, like plan meals out.
That's not true.
It
You can
brings.
do meal prep 2 days a week and prep for the whole week. The
yeah,
Amish do it all the time.
I don't do a lot of prep. Just thinking. I try and think ahead what I'm going to eat that night or tomorrow night or whatever.
Yeah, but ultimately, if you're one of those people that goes to the supermarket every single day and tries to only buy the ingredients that you're going to need for that certain meal, it can be super uneconomic, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, but I don't just. I mean, I've got loads of ingredients stored up for future meals, so I've got so much stuff, so many what do they call them? Condiments and herbs and spices and all kinds of things,
But that's an investment. It really is. Like I said, so
I've been
cooking,
doing it for years, so
yeah,
it's
cooking for
taken a long time.
yourself is it's a lifestyle choice, you know. Because I used to cook for myself in Spain, and when I got back to London, I kind of live out of the deep freeze now. So it doesn't help that I have to do.
Frozen fruit and veg is okay. And potatoes and stuff. Probably meat as well. I don't know. I don't eat meat, so
I even have frozen onions and
It's better than canned. It has more nutrients. So
yeah.
Maybe in
And
America.
it's processed.
Here in the
Canned
UK,
stuff's been
I don't
processed,
think
so it's not.
anybody's seen a can of onions. You see, what
No.
you Americans, you're lucky in so many ways. It's unbelievable. Us poor common folk in the UK, we don't get half of the luxuries. I told
are
my
you
dad I wanted
kidding
to.
me?
Limited
I'm
choice.
not.
You got to be kidding, because our groceries in the last few years, like the last 5 to 6 years, everything in our cart has gone up like 4 times what it used to cost. Like, I don't want
Well,
to hear
yeah,
that crap.
that's because of the manufactured energy crisis.
And you're
That's
getting
just,
less
what do you
in
call
the
it?
package.
Honestly, even the Sentinelese on that little island in India are suffering from the manufacture, and they've got absolutely no contact to the outside world.
Yeah, I think it's
Honestly,
a worldwide thing. It's not just happening in one place, one country. It's happening fucking everywhere.
exactly. But
It's
as
like
I
you
was
can't
saying
get away. There's
before,
nowhere to escape from Babylon.
I was looking in West Virginia to buy properties in West Virginia,
Yeah.
and there are shitloads of properties in West Virginia listed
Sweet.
somewhere in between $5,000 and $10,000. And they normally come with a little plot of land. And okay, the property is probably being eaten by termites or something. Tranquility.
Tranquilo. Tranquilo.
One of my favourite
Claro,
words.
tranquilo.
One of my favourite concepts.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
tranquility.
I was like, Dad, you're pensioned. I'm your carer. So let's go and live in West Virginia. And my dad said, I'm not leaving this country. They're not pushing me out. My dad
Let's go
sacrificed his
live
life for
in
this
West
country.
Virginia. West Virginia. Yeah. Go on, are you going then? What's going on? Not everybody's on board. Not everybody's on board with the idea. It seems like relocating to West Virginia.
No, I'm not going back to the East Coast unless
good
it's
to me.
like Florida Keys.
No, the truth of it is I'm waiting now until
I know what goes
I
on there.
can hit my early retirement, and then I want to go and live in Cambodia in a
Swingers.
houseboat.
Ooh, that sounds
Live in
fun.
a houseboat. That's cool.
I want to do Costa Rica or like Panama or
Cuba.
I am now toast.
Jamaica.
Hmm?
Barbados.
Jamaica.
No.
Big
Agenda
crowded.
2030. Jamaica 2030. Can't do it. 15-minute city.
No, don't stay in the city. Just get out.
In Cambodia, none of the
Stay-
people
stay
there
in
have
the
ever
hills.
heard of any of the things that we from the
You saw
Western
what happened in
world talk
Hawaii,
about.
right?
Chill with the Rastas.
Wait, one more time?
In Cambodia, none of the people there have ever heard of any of the things that we're talking about, like
I know.
2030 or the Rothschilds or the World Economic. They've never heard
Completely
of any of that
oblivious.
stuff, but they have been fighting with their next door neighbors. They're all Buddhists, and they've been fighting about a Buddhist temple for years.
Which one?
Somewhere on the border between Thailand and Cambodia, there's a Buddhist temple, and they literally, like, to the death, have been fighting over who owns this temple.
I bet it's a
Yeah,
Wow.
Buddhists killing Buddhists about a Buddhist temple. Craziness, yeah.
It is crazy. Just like this blackberry jam from Pinion Pantry.
Oh, don't.
Yeah,
That
it's
sounds
delicious. I put that in my drink too. I swirled it in with the berries and cherries.
good. Oh,
Thank you, Chickpea.
Woo!
Thank you,
So
Chickpea.
good.
Chickpea just became a member of the
Awesome.
Finding Gnosis community. I appreciate
Right
you,
on.
Chickpea. That's
Go on,
fantastic.
Chickpea. Nice
Go on,
one.
Do a
Chickpea.
little dance.
Cheer
Love
up,
Beat a
you,
little
Chickpea.
cat.
Thank you very much.
Get
Cheer up,
down tonight.
Chickpea. Cheer up, Chickpea. Can you
And
play that
guys,
song?
tonight.
what that
Can you
means
play that
is,
song
one
once
second,
again?
what that means is, if you are a member, you can come on the Discord and chat 24/7 whenever you like in the Finding Gnosis
Ooh,
community. There'll always be someone there. So
lucky.
it's only $3.99. There you go. Thank you, Chickpea.
Somebody sponsor me. Somebody freaking sponsor me right now. I need that. All day and all
Cheers.
night FM.
Cheers, Chickpea.
Mm.
Thanks, CNW. Do you still have that song? Because I'd love to hear it again. It's so
Yeah, I
fun.
do somewhere. Speak of the lady herself. Thank you, Chickpea, for becoming a member. Appreciate that.
Hi, Chickpea.
She's an
Hi,
early adopter.
Welcome
Thank
back.
you to Nibbles, Daniela, and Chickpea. 3 members so far. Thank you, girls.
I think
All the ladies.
Hi, do
Sorry.
you want to see Sweetie Pie? You want to see Sweetie? I get
I
Sweetie.
think there'll always be a
We
place
need a
for you.
kitten.
For you
Yeah,
there,
we
Chickpea.
definitely need a kitten.
Yep.
Hello
Don't
to
patronize
Sophia.
her. No, I'm just joking.
Do come back, Sophia. All of y'all come back who were on earlier.
Y'all come back now. You hear?
Conversation. As usual, Ricardo, you do not look your age. And
I've just had a shave.
Here's the kitten, the little baby.
yeah,
Look at her.
Oh my goodness.
It's a little
Look at that
torty
fur
kitten.
Smooth as
floof
the
nugget.
baby's bum.
A
Hello,
little
baby.
torty fluffle. She's a fluffy torty. A little fluffy girl.
She's a dark.
So
She's a
cute.
little black tortie as well.
All right, that's enough.
14 weeks old. Hey,
It's too cute. It's too much cuteness.
hiding my old
Okay.
face on camera. My fluffy. I've got 8 cats, Battle Axe.
So lucky.
At least it's not 16, because I have been in a house or a trailer that had 16 cats, and it's not.
Yeah, I've got 8.
8 is manageable.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's hard work.
Yeah, it's a full-time job.
Chippy, I know someone with. I know there's a bloke up the road. Well, I say up the road, he's about a mile and a half away.
Yeah.
He's got 17 cats.
Oh, I'd love him.
He's quite famous.
Oh,
He's
who
a
is it?
he's a geriatric Jamaican bloke with 17 cats.
Oh, I would love
and
him.
an only cat is a lonely cat.
I would love that guy because I do like men with lots
But
of cats.
you know, it sounds like it's hard work, but he does look after them all. He does. He worships them.
I bet he does. I worship mine, spoiled little things. Spoiled to death.
And the cat came back the very next day.
The heat's got them. They're all over the shop. I don't know where they've all gone.
Meow.
They'll be they're all running about outside, I think.
Nighttime is the cat's time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chickpea, can you Chickpea, can you get them to meow on command? Or...
Daisy, I can. Hold on, I'll get Daisy. Right, watch this. Right, I say Daisy to her. Hold on, I'll just pick her
That
up.
would be a good trick.
Yeah. This is Daisy. Say Daisy. Daisy. Meow.
Hello, Daisy.
Meow. Daisy.
Meow.
Here.
Oh.
Daisy. Meow.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw it.
So fucking cool.
That's
Daisy.
forever. That's on the internet forever.
Yeah,
Daisy.
yeah.
My goodness.
That's Daisy.
Did you, I heard that in the wild, grown-up cats don't actually meow anymore.
No, they don't meow. No.
Which means that domestic cats, they literally only meow for us because they know.
Yeah, they only
it
meow
makes
at humans. That's common knowledge. I thought you knew that. We all know that. Cats only meow at us humans.
Well, I didn't know that until very
Yeah, we all
recently.
know it.
There was me thinking that there was tigers sitting around there somewhere meowing, and that apparently no pumas, no cougars, no cougars are meowing out there.
They just meow at us humans.
They
They
can
must
meow
understand.
though.
They must understand
They
their
don't meow
language
to
better
us.
than we do. Because they meow at
What?
each other, don't they? Cats.
No, they don't meow at each other, Ricardo. They don't.
They
It's really
don't?
weird. They only meow at me. They don't meow at each other.
They're trying
They
to talk
hiss
to
and
us,
spit
aren't
at
they?
each other, but they
There are
talk body language and rubbing and things.
Yeah, there are
They don't
people that
meow at
can.
each other.
You know, there are experts on YouTube that can. I've seen this one guy. He's like a cat, whisperer, and he talks. He's got a couple of cats, and he teaches people how to communicate with their cats better.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I know which
Can't
guy
remember
you're
his
talking
name, but
about.
he's-
Yeah, I know who
he's
you
really
are
cool.
talking about. Yes,
Yeah.
I know that guy. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I've been assured that it's exactly the opposite way around. Cats, because they kind of they like their humans, they will go to extraordinary lengths to do stuff to communicate with them that in the wild they would never do it.
no, I know. Yes, I know.
They
this.
blink. They blink to
They
show their
blink.
affection.
They do this blinking thing at us. That means they love you.
Yeah, Battle Axe. I've been told to tell you that the tattoos are extremely pretty.
Oh,
And
thanks.
they are.
Yeah, my
Who's
cats
that?
lay on the backs for me. When they see me, they lay up, put their legs up in the air, and they see me and do silly things. And they meow at me because they want something.
Cougars sit around discussing climate change.
But there's no one in the world as
Very
lovely.
exciting, is it?
No one.
Climate conditioning. Climate
Pouncing on the
conditioning.
nearest prey.
Well,
Not letting go.
they promise us that I've got 30 years left to go if I manage to get to the same age as my dad is now. And they
Wow.
pretty much promised me that I will manage to see death, doom, and destruction because of climate change.
Watch it burn. I hope you got a playlist for watching it burn, because I got one.
Yeah.
Yep. Here's my baby. She's for
What's that
sale.
called?
If anybody wants her.
Yeah, but I'm hoping
Future
that
apocalypse
maybe we can delay it until I'm not here anymore, because I'd rather be a very young person during a global crisis like Mad Max than an old
You
person.
dirty girl. You dirty, dirty girl.
Filthy. Is that your car?
This is my truck.
Cool.
This is Bernadette.
Nice.
I'll give you a tour.
Yeah.
You know, she's in great condition. She just needs a new pair of shoes.
Brilliant.
And she is not currently registered.
Oh.
No registrare.
Car wash. Take it to the car wash, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, and she needs her emergency brake serviced. But I installed this lock on the tailgate, and I bought that tonneau cover.
What is it? What make is it? What model?
2000 Silverado. It's the 350, but I actually thought I had bought the 327 black. So I got
Silverado's pretty good.
I got screwed.
Is that an American though?
She tows my 4,000-pound 1984 kit companion though.
Hmm.
So
nice.
Not very far, obviously.
Is it true that in America that they don't do MOTs? You're responsible for maintaining your vehicle.
Would his
And
mum
if
yells?
you get
That's
into an
correct.
accident, here in the UK, you have to pay a bunch of strangers to tell you whether or not your car is fit for driving.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they do that in certain states. Yeah, but not here in Colorado. Unless you live in Denver, then you have to have your catalytic converter checked for emissions. So yeah. The biggest thing is though, with insurance, you pay for insurance, right? Insurance doesn't cover wear parts. So what the heck is the point? Unless you get in an accident, and all I have is liability on this bad boy. It's $33 a month.
Yeah, that's another scam. That's another scam. If I could implement my spec system into the world, you would only ever need one insurance, and that insurance would cover you for everything. It would cover you for an accident in your vehicle.
They'll soon go bust. Do they do that?
It would cover you. No, you're forgetting. Everybody pays 90% taxes.
You got to get bonded and licensed.
But you would get one insurance, and it would cover you for everything. Just one, you know?
Yeah, you pay it over a few months. It's only a couple $1,000s, and you get like a $2 million policy if you're self-insured. Oh God, these people! I haven't done it because I lived off of $6,000 last year.
How can you afford to live on $6,000?
Don't ask me. I'm a starving artist. I was in a band, and I washed dishes at a whitewater rafting place, and then what was my third job? Oh, I work for Stagehands Union, Local 62. Yeah,
wow,
baby.
Battle-Axe, you've managed to improve my personal best, because I think the cheapest year that I ever did in the south of Spain was roughly $8,000. So you're a superhero.
Euro or dollars? Euro or dollars? Oh, okay, euros is different. It's just like pounds. Like I think the conversion rate is like $1.35 for every pound.
Yeah, but those conversion rates in England, we've got this saying, swings and roundabouts. You know, you can pretty much do for a euro what you can do for a dollar, because in America, certain things are just way cheaper, other things are more expensive, and I look at it like you can't buy anything with a dollar, right? And you can't buy anything with a pound, and you can't buy anything with a euro. So, it makes
€2 you can get a coffee.
£4 for a coffee here in the UK.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about Spain. Spain, €2 will get you a decent cup of coffee.
Exactly. Yeah. The best cup of coffee you've ever had in your life, even. So
I know.
Spain is
That's why I need to go to the UK.
I love Spain.
Well, if you ever get to Spain and you're in Andalusia, then just Just let
I got friends on
Finding
Cheshire.
Gnosis know. I know so many cool people that live in Andalusia.
Really?
And
That's on the
yeah,
side.
I complain about Israel a lot, but there are quite a lot of Israeli refugees in the south of
I'm
Spain.
about to be.
Yeah.
Well, not Israeli, but my last.
They literally they've run away from Israel because they either want to put their kids in the army or do something horrible to them. Or,
Gosh.
so
Yeah, my
there are a
26-year-old
lot.
half brother wants to join the army. I'm like, dude, we got to take care of home first. You know, forget war, okay?
I don't know,
We're talking
in
about
to a certain degree,
Grumps.
because I ended up in the army accidentally, and it wasn't. It
thought
wasn't.
Gently.
Grumps,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
this.
complete
How'd
works
you
of
end up
nature.
in there accidentally?
Yes,
Nature.
darling, I did.
I told you.
Do you want to read us
I wanted to go into the
an
moon.
excerpt from it?
No, not yet. I haven't got that. It's over 1,000 pages long. I don't know how I'm going to get through it. Very long.
Well, I ended up in the army because the English got rid of conscription really early.
Conscription.
But
Actually,
the
and
the
you,
Dutch,
Patrick, on the subject of the Dutch and the English, I didn't say this to you, but Holland was a neutral country when England invaded. You do know that, don't you?
Holland was a neutral country when bloody what's
sorry.
his name? Napoleon invaded. Shut up.
No, I'm talking about when the English invaded. I'm not talking about Napoleon. I'm talking about the English invading.
Holland's not special. England invaded everywhere. Get
Yes,
over
I know.
it.
That's why the Dutch don't like the English very much. So now you know.
What about the Cowper? We English, we were
The
minding our
action.
own business, and the Cowper got on his ship.
I don't
sailed
give a
up
shit
the
what the
Thames,
English
He
did.
sailed up
The
the Thames,
English,
and he
the
set
English
fire.
caused the Great Dutch Famine,
He
where
set
millions of
fire.
my
No, this
people
is before the
died.
Great
Calm
Dutch
down,
Famine.
Chippy.
The Cowper sailed up the Thames, and he set all of the English ships on fire, and he forced us to have to put a chain over the Thames
started this whole
to
stuff with the
protect
Dutch,
ourselves
not
from
me.
you nasty, nasty
started it.
Dutch people.
How dare you call us? Holland is
Jullie
a
zeiden,
neutral country
er
calling
is
us
de
nuts.
mensen van de hele wereld. Nederlanders zijn gewoon niet goed. Neem het nu aan.
How you
Personally,
smooth
I love the Dutch. I love the Dutch.
Duitser, yes.
They gave us
How you
Amsterdam.
smooth dicht.
I
Coffee
wish I
shops.
could do that with the
Rotvent,
French. Tell them in their own
you
language how terrible they are.
Rotvent. How you smooth dicht.
How can you hate the Dutch?
Ik hou
Got
mijn
so
mond
many
niet
good things.
dicht. Dat doe ik niet. Dat ga ik ook niet doen. Dat wil ik niet doen.
Oh,
Their language isn't
fuck off,
particularly one
isn't
of them.
that? What?
Their language isn't one of them. But
It
they gave
sounds
us
I don't like
mean.
the Dutch
Whatever you're
language.
saying.
That's why I live
Amsterdam.
here.
Come on, they gave us
I prefer
Amsterdam.
English.
No, it's not just weed. It's not just cannabis. It's mushrooms as well. You can buy in the shops.
Yeah,
All
no,
kinds of crazy
That's
mushrooms.
all an illusion. It's all an illusion. The Dutch hate the use of marijuana, any mind-altering drugs. 90% of all Dutch people are completely anti-recreational drug.
No, they're not.
The only reason that they
I mean,
pretend
they
that
weren't
they
when I was
are.
living there. I can tell you, I've lived in Holland, and they weren't when I was living there. I wasn't
You
there for
can't.
long. They're all
You need to
on
show.
happy
You
smoke.
need to.
I
You
was the
literally
only
need to
one not
show.
doing it. See,
You
he knows my
literally
country.
need to
What's
show
I do.
that
What's
you are
changed?
registered within the
He
gemeente,
knows my
the
country better than
community,
I do.
to even be able to
I
buy
am
drugs
Dutch. I
from a
have
coffee
relatives
shop.
Dutch. He knows
Honestly,
better.
Amsterdam
Couldn't
is
make
not
it up.
Holland.
You couldn't make it up.
Amsterdam is not Holland. And Amsterdam only does it for the tourists.
Amsterdam's
They
not
don't care
Holland.
about you. They just want your money.
Hou je smoel dicht,
I
je
understand.
oude
It's a good
zijnsnoot.
friend, mate. Still, like, find the best.
Hou je
Find
smoel
decent,
dicht.
coffee shops that don't. That don't
Yeah, California's better than Holland. You want to have some nice marijuana? Go to California.
Ricardo,
Holland,
I
horrible.
lived in Holland for a very short while. Granted, only a short while, but there was cannabis
Amsterdam.
everywhere. I never took it because I'm not into it, but it was everywhere. All my friends are at it. They were all at it. You could buy it anywhere. Same
you
as
grew
Berlin,
up in
like
Holland, yeah?
anyway.
As long as, like,
I suppose
you're
he
not
knows
going around
Berlin
making a
better than me
nuisance of yourself,
too.
it's
What?
fine.
Chickpea, you grew up in Holland, yeah?
No.
Oh, then I
I
probably
went there-
spent more time in Holland than you.
You were
No, you
born
haven't.
there.
How long did you spend in Holland?
I got there when I was 10, and I left when I was 18. Well, almost 19.
Oh, fair
I
enough.
left
You were
when
there
I
longer
left
than
when
me.
Oh yeah. Plus the Dutch, they kidnapped me. They forced me to go into their army, and I told them I was gay. And they said that they didn't care.
Yeah.
If they found me having sex with anybody, they put me in prison.
Yeah, well, you
And they
do.
forced
I think
me
he's
into
talking
their
about the bollocks,
army.
actually.
Terrible people.
How je smooth dicht je oude zeiksnoot?
How dare they control you like that? Awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
It wasn't even about me. It wasn't even about me. It was about all of the Turkish people that are living
Can you
there.
never shut your mouth for 1 fucking minute? You've been
Okay, I
going
will.
on and on and on for about 4 hours now.
You can't
Non-stop.
talk. You can't
Commencing
talk for
silent
everyone.
mode.
Empty vessels make the most noise. Right. Good. Shut up.
Good point. Good point, Chickpea.
That was like snort.
I like Patrick, but yeah, he does talk a lot.
He criticised my ancestors and I've taken umbrage. Even though I live in this country, still my ancestry.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, I'm Dutch by birth, so you know, still my country.
Celtic. My
I will go
Celtic
back there, but
and Greek roots.
Battleaxe, you're
I
going to
like
have to
this.
unmute yourself if you want to say something, darling. Chickpea, you're AN. What do you care about your ancestry? Isn't it their fault you're here?
But I'm Dutch. I'm still Dutch in that I still eat licorice like the Dutch do. I still have my little Dutch. I buy lots of pot plants and flowers like the
I like
Dutch do.
tulips. I love tulips.
I buy tulips. And yeah, like I said, I eat licorice, which is a very Dutch thing to do. And I put
love
salt
licorice
on my
as well.
licorice, which is what the Dutch do. So I
Maybe
still
I
have my
could be
little
Dutch
Dutch
too.
ways.
Maybe I could be Dutch too. I don't
I
think
put salt on my licorice, yeah.
I am.
Eat
But
it, salted.
maybe they could adopt me as one of their
Well,
own.
I must.
Dirty
I
Low
must
Life
say,
says that Vera, aka the Battleaxe, is like a silent movie. It is kind of nice to watch her in silent mode, like just walking around doing her thing.
Yeah.
It's nice.
It's cool.
I must say that my
an
sister
adventure.
still lives in the Netherlands, and her children were born in the Netherlands, and they consider themselves to be Dutch, and I love both of them dearly. So
But I still don't understand what England was doing invading a neutral country. I've never understood that. That never gets talked about.
okay, yeah, but like I said, well, historically speaking, England is the worst nation that ever existed. But a close second comes the Dutch, and then the Spanish, I think. Oh, and then the Turkish because of the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, the Turks are pretty bad, weren't they?
I thought the
Yeah.
Ottoman Empire was Muslim.
No, they were just Turkish until they got bushwhacked by Islam.
They were Muslim.
Everybody,
Their religion was
remember,
Muslim.
everybody got
Come on,
bushwhacked
they were
by Islam.
They were Muslim.
They didn't start off Muslim. Nobody did.
No. The whole thing sprang out of
Just having
Christianity.
a
didn't it?
little thing. No, the Ottoman Empire was not Greek. You see, now you talk a lot of shit, might I say. See, it was not Greek at all. It says so here. The Ottoman Empire was not Greek. Didn't think it was.
But and the Ottoman Empire, they kidnapped my 10 times great uncle in the Barbary Sea and forced him to become a soldier in their army, a janissary.
Yeah, well, they weren't Greeks.
No, they definitely
Who
weren't
was it?
Greeks. The Ptolemies were Greeks. Cleopatra was Greek.
The Spartans were Greeks.
That was Cleopatra.
And they were some of the best, most feared warriors in all of history, I think.
Only
So-
because to become a true Spartan, you had to kill somebody's slave, and you had to. Do you know how universities here in the UK they've got this thing? Oh, what do they call it? where somebody becomes your I can't say the word on YouTube, and you have to do what they want you to do. Your seniors in university, the Spartans were very, very, very similar to that. And to become a Spartan, you had to find a sponsor within the Spartan elite. You had to be a landowner, but you literally became their kind of dare I say bum boy in order
Right.
to in order to get in. So the Spartans, woo, dodgy.
The whole human race is shit. That's why I don't like us very much.
It might not always be such a bum deal. If you forgive the pun.
Yeah, I'm sure some of them were benevolent, but you always know there's always one Epstein in the pile. There's always one Epstein in the pile.
Sure. I must have been really lucky because I've never been abused. I mean, I almost got raped when I was like 20 by a guy, but it was, you know, I didn't go to the police. It wasn't that serious, really. I just thought he just took advantage of me because I was drunk. So
I must read something. Once you were apes, and even now man is still more of an ape than any ape. Yes. You have made your way from worm to man, and much of you is still a worm.
In that way.
What?
Are you disincluding all of our beautiful female folk in that?
Well, I'm a female, not a bloody man.
But isn't humanity equally? Isn't humanity like equally good and bad? I mean, look at what Boudica did.
I'm a woman. I'm not a female. That's like an agricultural term or a farming term.
What did Boudica do? Sorry, I don't know my history. What did Boudica do? Can you remind us?
Well, yeah. Well, okay, right. So the Romans, they took over her land and all of that, and they bullied her husband into paying taxes and becoming subservient. But then her husband died, and she ended up becoming the figurehead of the tribe, and she was so contrary, she refused to pay the taxes to Rome and all of that.
Right. She was a rebel.
Which ended up getting her poor daughters raped in front of her. And then she convinced all of the local tribes to gang up and burn down the city of London. And of course that would have dramatic consequences, and it did.
Yeah.
Here's a good one. Verily, man is a filthy stream. One must be a veritable sea in order to absorb such a filthy stream and not become unclean. Oh, I love what this man has to say. I'm going to like this book.
But back in the old days, when they used the term man...
Wait, I need to respond. That was read to me. Excuse me. How can you absorb it? Like, because you can only absorb it for so long. Like the water? Like, eventually you got to wring it out?
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't say. It just says, verily man is a filthy stream. One must be variable.
Are we gonna?
You can only hold water for so long because it gets heavy.
Wash your
I'm
car.
just saying.
You're gonna wash your car for us? That'd be amazing.
Go on, carry back to wash. Wash.
Go.
Wash. I'm going to like this book.
Do it today. That's quite
Thank
inspiring.
God there was one good man, Nietzsche.
Yes.
Okay, what did
my favourite's Emile. I love Emile Cioran. I love him.
Nietzsche. Dude, what was so good about Nietzsche?
Well, I don't know. It's the first I've ever read his works. I just got the book today from Amazon.
Yeah,
so I've got 1,200 pages to read.
What people write and what people do can often be very different things. So.
Yes, I know. I do know that.
I'm asking Patrick if he knows, or anybody, what kind of life Nietzsche lived. What, was he married?
I don't know. I've only just found out. I've only just bought his book, so I don't know anything.
Was he a hermit?
I semi think that I'm going to now have to get the audio book of Nietzsche now, because otherwise I'm going to be left in the dust by Chippy.
Well, I shouldn't think so.
I meant to delve in deep.
I have a load of work to do every day. I'm a little cat slave.
everything.
You know what's a good-
I did audio book Gilgamesh, and I think Gilgamesh was an antisocial, and he couldn't write good books. And I did Sun Tzu as well. Sun Tzu's okay for his time, I suppose.
But you can get the complete works of Nietzsche on Amazon for 20 quid. That's quite a nice little bargain, I suppose, if one reads it, obviously. It's only a bargain if you read it.
I read all kinds of stuff. I'm a good reader, and I'm a good writer as well.
Have you also read my favourite?
Spelling champion.
Yeah.
The being a spelling champion doesn't really win you that many awards.
No. Spelling champion. Oh, right.
It's something though. It's a skill.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. If you're a spelling champion, spell Mississippi.
MISSIPPI. Yeah. MISSIPPI. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. MISSIPPI. Is that what you said? Oh, well, you said it really weird. Okay.
Mississippi is the most poetic word ever when you spell it. It's got like a cosmic synergy and balance about it, doesn't it?
It's a wonderful word to say, Mississippi. Almost sounds like Mrs. Hippie, which is what I might have if I ever had a wife. She'd be my hippie wife, Mrs. Hippie.
Well,
Nice.
me being dyslexic, I can read a word 500 times, and for some reason, I can just never spell it. It's crazy. It's almost as if my brain refuses to learn how to spell certain words. It's terrible, actually.
So has no one ever tried to not force you, but teach you, right, and encourage you?
I was diagnosed at quite a young age, and lots of good teachers really spent times, like that thing, A comes before E, but only after B, and stuff like that.
Yeah. I know.
It just never stuck for some reason.
A before E, but never after C, or something.
Yeah, which really sucks because I've just started writing books, and if it wasn't for me being able to say to the AI, but you've got to be really strict, otherwise it starts making up. You have to say, can you please only correct the spelling in this in this chapter? Do not change the structure or the words, otherwise it starts rewriting what you just spent an hour to write. Yeah, it's terrible.
And it still does it, and then it apologizes afterwards. Like it didn't hear you just say, please don't change anything else except for this specific statement. And then it does it 3 more times. And then you're like, please, can I just get a customer service representative?
Honestly, and I use Copilot, and then Copilot literally says, but you've got a really inefficient use of words, and I don't care. It's what I'm saying, Oh, and then it will just flat out tell you that you can't say things as well, like yeah.
So do you ever use auto spell or auto correct when you're typing?
But sometimes that doesn't work because it keeps coming up every time with the one word that I really don't want to, and I can't give you an example at the moment. But my spelling is so bad that it thinks that I'm trying to say something completely different. Whereas AI,
that must be annoying.
AI kind of reads the whole thing and then normally guesses the right word. But like I said, it just can't resist trying to chop it down, condense it into if it's 50 words, it wants to condense it down into 5 words or something. It's terrible.
No. Well, one thing I used to help me to help me type. I've just discovered it a few years ago. It's quite a newish thing. Is where you can use gestures to type. So you don't have to type every letter individually, because that could take ages. You just kind of type in the general direction of where the letter is, and you just swipe. You touch the screen and you just keep it on, swipe from one bit to the other. And usually, if you're not too, you're quite accurate about it, it usually predicts the right word. So that seems to help.
Actually, that reminds me of something else. Apparently, in China and Japan, they're beginning to actually lose their language now because the keyboards have become so efficient in typing for them that lots of them can't, with the hand, they can't actually even produce the what do they call it, kanji, or they can't actually even do that anymore because the computers become so efficient in typing for them.
Yeah. So they've lost the ability to speak to speak effectively. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I can imagine a situation if we survive the next 1,000 years, where there'll be like a power outage or something, and they won't even be able to communicate with each other because they've totally lost the ability to communicate with abstract symbols.
Why we should.
You see, this is why AI is evil. It's destroying the thing that makes us, human, especially our ability to think critically. You know what I mean? And to be able to, express ourselves through using our cognitive abilities.
Well, there's so many different and varied forms of communication. If you think about it, there's there's body language, like the sign language, different kinds of sign language. There's obviously different speaking languages. There's like thousands of those in the world. There's telepathy as well. There's so many.
Telepathy. You ever used telepathy?
I have experimented with it a few times, usually under the influence of LSD.
And did it work?
Yeah. But
Really?
You've got to. Both people have got to be receptive. So I don't think you can. It's not as simple as just reading someone's thoughts. Like if they don't want you to, if they don't consent to you reading their thoughts, they have to be kind of sending as well as you receiving. But it's a really sensitive thing, and it's more like you read someone. You can read someone's mood or read someone's energy. So
interesting.
That can help you gauge what state someone's in. It could be a total stranger. But yeah, telepathy's real, but most most people don't believe in these things, so they're not going to.
So Jay, you've never had a telepathic experience?
No, I don't believe in it because I've never experienced it.
Yeah.
I had a very strange telepathic experience, and it was an interspecies telepathic experience. Basically, I was living on a very remote farm in Andalusia, and I'd been gone for quite a bit because I was working. I was working in a place called Cabra de Santa Cristal. Anyway, I got back home after a long time, and I spent the first couple of days in my truck on my own, just chilling, getting back. And I decided to visit my neighbor, Felipe. And the farm's very big. It was 52 hectares. And I went at about 8 o'clock at night, and I went down to see Felipe. And Felipe had just managed to get one of his crops of marijuana in. He just cured it. and he's like, "Oh yeah, try this." And I mean, I'm a lightweight when it comes to THC, but I thought, yeah, I'll have a couple of puffs, and a couple of puffs turned into a couple more puffs, and then it was time to go home, and it was about 11 o'clock. Now, out in the countryside in the south of Spain, when it's dark, it's dark. There's no street lights. It was a moonless night, and Felipe
Damn.
said to me, "Yeah," he said, "you can stay here." And I'm like, "No, no, no, man. I'm used to this. I can go home." He's like, "Do you want to lend a torch?" And I'm like, "Nah, I don't need no torch. I can do it." I regretted it like 5 minutes after walking away. So it's pitch black, and I'm walking, and you had to go because he lived on the other side of the riverbed. So there was a dry riverbed. I lived on the one side, he lived on the other, and it was about 15 minutes walk back to my. But in the dark, that 15 minutes could be 30. And I'm walking in the dry riverbed, and I could swear I heard somebody following me, right? But I'm like, no, 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 no. You're just being paranoid. You've had a few joints. You're just being paranoid. Do not give in to it, right? But I stopped and I listened, and then I couldn't hear anything. And I'm like, I'm not looking back. I'm not looking back. And then I walked like 30 more paces, and then I stopped suddenly, and then I couldn't hear anything. Anyway, when I finally got back home, I sat down outside my truck. It was the next door neighbor's dog. She's called Spangles, and she'd been following me. There was actually somebody following me, and I said to her, I said, "Spangles, why didn't you tell me something? You were following me." And I swear to God, I heard the words in my head. So it's like, "I was just seeing you home safely."
Yeah.
Aww.
So it wasn't paranoia. You were actually, what I think it actually was. You were extra sensitized, because cannabis is a sensitizer. So you were
But
more.
yeah, obviously, every time I
sensitized to
stopped, she
your
stopped.
environment.
Yeah, and
You knew
I
something
couldn't
was
see her. But yeah,
Wow.
but when she actually came up to me, because she was happy when I got home, and I said to her in words, "Why didn't you like tell me it was you?" And honestly, the words formed in, "Oh, it's just making sure you got home safely."
Yeah.
That fucked me up. I swear to God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Have your back.
Well, we do say dogs are a man's best friend, right? So.
My cat follows me to the supermarket.
Other people tried suggesting the whole body language thing or something, but you have to remember, I'm sitting outside my truck, and the only form of lighting I had were those little solar panel lights that you can get, and they were crap. She was completely silhouetted when the words popped in my head.
I tell you, everyone, my tomcat takes me to the supermarket it follows me to the supermarket. It does. Sweet little
And
boy.
have you ever had a telepathic experience with him, Chickpea?
No, he just meows at me, and I know what he wants. I know exactly what he wants. But he does. He comes to the co-op with me. Follows.
Does he wait outside, or does he?
Yeah, Dave's an outside cat. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, he lives. At the moment, he's living outside altogether because the flat's too hot for him, so he's living outside. But as soon as I call him, he comes running home straight away.
Some people keep their cats, shut in. I mean, they've got this.
No, I don't believe in keep. If a cat wants to go out, they have to go out. It's cruel.
Yeah, right.
It's very good, and it cuts their lifespan. But they say it can cut their lifespan. I think it probably does, but I think to lock an animal up indoors is cruel.
Cats need their independence.
Yeah, because four of my cats are house cats. They can go out if they want. The windows are always open. There's a cat flap, but they don't want to go out.
No.
But Dave, that's why Dave lives with me, because he was actually been living somewhere else for 6 years before he came to live with me. He was a house cat, but he wasn't very happy, and eventually they decided to rehome him. He came to live with me.
Yeah.
Ginger Buster boy.
It's
Everybody
very
loves
strange
him.
because my dad's ended up with a cat. He is a feral cat, and my dad saw him facing off a fox one day, and my dad was impressed. And after that, he started coming and visiting us, and then my dad first started putting water out for him and milk out for him, and now anytime that cat turns up, my dad's always got some food ready for the cat. So he's kind of got this feral cat, that they've got this weird relationship with each other.
It's not weird.
And when my dad's in hospital, of course, I end up having to feed the cat. So
Oh. No, Dave always comes home and he wants something. Just meows outside, and if I don't hear him, a neighbour knocks on the door because other people see him.
But
sitting
cats,
outside.
that's the funny thing, because our cat's feral. That cat, he'll spit at you, but he never meows.
Dave meows all the time. Meowing.
They're like meow when they're not even hungry. They want attention, really. But if they know they can manipulate you by meowing and meowing until you give them something to make them stop, then they'll keep doing it. That's not good, is it?
Did I tell you, Ricardo, that Dave, my Tom, brings home mice for the girls to play with? Did I tell you that? Yeah, he brings home live mice. So there's live mice running around my flat for the girls to play with.
Oh, it's good.
Wait, you don't feel a bit freaked out by that, Chippy?
What?
You don't feel freaked out that mice are running around your apartment?
Yeah, I don't like it one little bit, and I try and catch the mouse. I do try and catch it, but if it's under my bed, I can't catch it. Yes, it's sad, grim, brutal reality, and it is.
You get like a mallet, a big mallet, and just try and whack him with it.
I have tried, Ricardo. It's if I have tried, I will try and get the mouse off him, but there's moments when I can't. And plus the mice go and hide somewhere, and then when I'm asleep, blah blah blah, they'll, it happens when I'm asleep.
It's been happening forever. Come on, how long have cats and mice been at it?
What, mice?
Game of cat and mice. Yeah.
But cats have always killed mice. That's what cats do. The cat is a hunter. It's a carnivore. They hunt. It's sad, grim, brutal reality.
So we don't need to encourage them to do it because they're good.
No, they do it automatically.
But
Tomcats do it automatically. It's very common for tomcats to kill mice and bring them home as presents.
Yeah.
It's sad, brutal, grim reality.
It's fine.
Unless you've got an extremely lazy cat. The cats that remember I said I live with a family of 5 cats. The mice would literally, because you buy your milk in Spain, you buy them in those little cardboard, block brick things. The mice, they would start nibbling almost at the top of the pack, and then sit there and drink all the milk, and then they'd come back and then they'd nibble a little bit further. So when you finally got to your pack of milk, it would be half empty. And I literally once saw a mouse walk right past the cat and start nibbling. I chased the mouse off, but the cat just ignored the mouse completely.
You can always tempt him out with some cheese on a trap. I mean, if they're good.
If you ever need to catch a mouse in your rat-friendly mouse trap, don't use cheese. They're really not big fans. Mice actually like bacon. If you put a little bit of bacon, and we used to catch them on a regular basis, and then we used to bring them, because we lived about 5 miles away from town. We used to bring the mice to just before the turn-off to go to town, and we used to let them out there. But mice are really smart. They can find their way back.
Crunchy over smooth, right?
They don't like the cheap stuff. They don't get Jif or Peter Pan or any of that crap. Like, you got to get the good stuff.
Get the real stuff, pure peanuts, peanut oil.
But mice have got amazing direction. Like I said, because it's 5 miles to town, so it's about 3 miles till the turn-off. And there was this one mouse, and it had like this black spot on it. And I swear to God, we caught the same mouse again.
Wow!
And it was 3 miles from the, where you went up to the main road. It might have just been a similar mouse, but I swear to God it was the same one.
Wait, so like, do mice, they kind of have like a sense of smell like dogs? So where they can
They can be thousands of miles away from like their home or whatever, but they can track it back.
Probably.
I don't know how, because
Sensitive
like I
little
said, we
noses.
drove the mouse in the car, and there was absolutely no way that maybe it could smell like I don't know. I have no idea how it managed to achieve it.
Yeah, they
And
probably have like a nose like how dogs have a really good nose, you know.
Yeah, I think they do.
Because remember,
apparently
Yeah, but
elephants
cats
have
can.
got much better sense of smell than elephants make much better trackers than dogs do.
really,
But
Why
cats
don't the
can keep
police? Why
saving
don't the
though.
police use
They
them
can
on
find a way
drugs?
back for miles.
Sniffer elephants. They probably wouldn't get in the door, would they? They're too big.
yeah,
Not very
so
trainable.
that's the thing. They might be better at smelling than dogs, but they're not as quick. So yeah.
And in the south of Spain, the problem with mice is where there's mice, it attracts snakes, and there aren't any poisonous snakes in Spain.
No.
But a friend of mine, he woke up and he was face to face with a snake, and it really freaked him out.
I'm not scared.
Apparently, because you're warm, they'll sneak up and they'll cozy up to you, the snake.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah.
snakes?
Pardon?
You said snakes?
Yeah.
I love snakes.
Our neighbor
No,
woke up
snakes are freaky.
face to face with a snake. I watch Clint's Reptiles on YouTube here, and I think I've managed to get a much better understanding of what it is to be a snake, you know, and they're more interesting than you initially would think. I think that's the case with all living things.
Oh yeah, that's definitely much more than you first realise. I think.
Like the fact that they can
Scratch
kind
the
of smell.
surface.
They can kind of smell in color. The snakes.
Mm.
When they're doing that tongue flicking thing,
Yeah.
they've got these two little kind of heat sensors on their lips, and the combination of smell and the heat sensors, they can kind of create a visual image of something. So that's kind of a cool trick.
Oh, interesting.
That sounds a little synesthesic to me. You know about synesthesia?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that where
Interesting
some humans confuse the different senses with each other?
Yeah. All their senses are mixed up, so they smell colours, feel tastes, and see sounds and stuff. Must be like
Apparently there was a lady who had that thing, and she couldn't brush her teeth because every time she brushed her teeth, she ended up having an orgasm. She had
Wow.
synesthesia. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, right.
You see, but I said it earlier, there is so much more in between heaven and earth than I think that we will ever know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate because.
Craziness.
Sorry, what do you say, Ricardo?
Absolute craziness, I said.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Is that the elites, they probably have access to that knowledge, but we don't, you know?
So how can we not have any more knowledge than they have? Have any less knowledge than they have?
Because they probably like they just have like access to things that we just don't have, you know?
Well, maybe that's part of the trick. Maybe that's what they want us to think.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe.
I reckon if we were lucky enough, to have two real billionaires in the panel, maybe like a Chinese female billionaire, because there's a couple, right? And they were in this chat, the only thing that they would be able to talk about would be the next project that their corporation is trying to do, and it would probably be extremely boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
how to extract money out of people in a certain way.
I mean, Elon Musk wants to go to Mars, and I probably know more about Mars than Elon Musk does.
Hello.
It's a pipe dream, isn't it? We can't go to Mars. We can't live there. We can't survive there, can we?
Mars is... You cannot terraform Mars, first of all. It will always be a cold, dead planet.
It's a dusty planet.
It's kind of like, that's a pipe dream. But we can... Well, if we can find a way to convert helium-3 into energy, we will have found an abundant energy source, something that is 1,000 times more energy producing than petrol, and it will open up a lot of windows for us. And like I said, I'm currently writing a book on colonizing the only place in another solar system that we possibly could colonize, which is Proxima B in the Centauri star system. And I believe that humanity could learn lots of valuable lessons on how to build the equipment and the technology that would be needed to live on a planet like Proxima B, because it's in the habitable zone, but it's around a dwarf star. But it's 4.5
really
light
far away.
years. It's 4.5 light years away.
Yeah, I thought so.
But if we could manage to move an object at 1.5% of the speed of light, which, if I remember correctly, is about 30,000, or is it 300,000 kilometers per second, we could actually get to Proxima B in 300 years, which is doable.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll develop the warp speed technology.
We'll never develop the warp speed technology, because to create a bubble around a ship, it would literally take more power than we have in our solar system. So we'll never do it. That we won't do. But traveling at
Sorry, Captain, I don't have the power.
Yeah, but traveling at 1.5 speed of light, the big problem is that within an 8 light year radius, that's 600 years at 1 point. There's nothing. There is absolutely nothing worth colonizing from a human perspective. It's abysmal. Yeah. And we've only got 1 billion years to achieve it, because even if there's humans in 1 billion years, if we haven't found a way to get to the next solar system, we're all done for.
Well, how about if we just looked after the planet we've got and didn't destroy it?
The sun's going to go out in 1 billion years anyway. It doesn't matter how well we look after it. I mean, I don't see humanity managing to survive the next 10,000 years the way we're going now, but things can change. But the future's looking bleak for humanity.
Yep, I agree. I'm not going to give up hope, ever.
Speak for yourselves.
There's always a way.
Pandora said it, didn't she? She said the only thing that's left in the box now, lads, is hope.
There's a will. There's a
High
way.
objective.
Hope was lost. I'm sorry. Hope was lost before 2020. It was like 2 years before 2020, I think.
Hello, Robin. Always good
Golly.
to see you, Spec Man. Nice to see everybody here today. Yeah, I'm with the sister. I don't think I see us lasting 1 billion years. That's pretty optimistic.
But if we can get
Be
to Proxima B,
optimistic. Don't be grumpy.
we
When the
will
road gets
literally-
bumpy, just smile.
if we can get to Proxima B, that would buy us an extra 5 billion years, and a lot can happen in 5 billion years.
An
I mean,
itty
those are
bitty
some-
mouse
those are
with
some-
itty bitty feet. We're sitting upon my toilet seat.
Happen in
Pushed
half
them
an
in
hour.
and I flushed them down. And I watched them spin around and around. An itty bitty bird with an itty bitty bill was sitting upon my windowsill. I lured him in with a piece of bread, and then I squashed his little head. That's so mean. Why would you pop the little bird? Tweety Bird already sees stars. Sorry, I'm done.
That was cool.
The problem is, Robin, I don't know how much you've studied evolution and the history of what's been happening on this planet, but the top species, the animal species on the entire planet, right? They call them sometimes apex predators, but I'm not even thinking in that regard. I'm thinking of like the apex species itself. The most prevalent, most highly evolved species, we've gone through some cycles of what that animal actually was. And it started with like, simple celled organisms, and then it went like then it went to like the trilobites or whatever, right? And then it went to the dinosaurs, and then it went to the humans, right? And what we've seen is that the amount of time that the dominant species has lasted on the planet has gotten shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. So the phylobacteria lasted like 1 billion years, let's say, right? Then you get to the trilobites, and they lasted like several hundred million years. Then you get to the dinosaurs, they lasted a few hundred million years, and now you've gotten to people, and we've been on the planet for maybe a couple 100,000 years tops, right? And so we're probably looking to go extinct in the next, I don't know what. I hate to be a doomsdayer. We'll let Cougar Doomer come up here and give everybody the bad news on that. Give us a number, but we're definitely not going to make
10,000. Let's say 10,000 years. If we keep doing what we're doing now, we won't make it for the next 10,000.
Wait, there's no way 10,000. I don't see us making it. I don't see us making it another 1,000 years, because you have to remember the population, the human population, is growing at an exponential rate. And
it was growing at an exponential rate, but now it's collapsing.
It's not collapsing.
India's got negative birth rate. Right.
Yeah,
now.
That's fine. But the negative birth rate still doesn't mean that the population is collapsing, because when people say that, what they're forgetting to factor in is the fact that people are living longer. The population overall is still growing. Now, you're right. It's not necessarily growing exponentially. That's true. But the overall population is still increasing. They are gaslighting the shit out of you when they say we're only going to be at about 9 to 10 billion people in the next 50 years. We're already over 8 billion people, around 8.5 billion people potentially right now. And if you look at the population growth, especially chunks of 25, 50 years, right? We added 2 billion people in 50 years, right? At one point, in 50 years, 2 billion people. So the population is still growing. And so to think that it's going to be
Which population are you speaking of?
The human population, sorry.
All right. Well, you have to be specific, because certain countries have limitations on how many children they're allowed to have. All right. And China outnumbers America 3-1. And that was like going back probably about 8 years or more. So
and we can't even the Chinese are famously known for lying about their population.
Underestimating it.
No, lying, just purely lying. They pretended that they had more people than India at one stage. And because of this thing that people keep talking about, which is physics, the fact that people can count, we know that they were lying.
Barefaced liars.
But I believe that if humanity wants to, that we learn to cooperate, we can achieve anything. But the problem is that most of the time we spend here on Earth, we spend it competing against each other instead of cooperating with each other.
And collaborating. They'll collaborate on music and anything but like getting our crap together,
Stop
getting our shit
collaborate
together.
And listen.
Yeah, that stuff.
I agree with the fundamental. I agree with the fundamental principle of cooperation. That's the axiomatic principle that leads to everyone's best well-being, and so we need to obtain that. However, the problem is the more people you factor in, the more complex that becomes to be able to obtain that goal. And the other issue is that I never quite did finish, and I apologize for just coming in here and hijacking the stream. I just wanted to respond to what Robin was saying, is that when we look at the population growth, you actually look at the graphs between population growth and climate change, and they both run together. Right? They actually, one is linked to the other. So when we start adding all these people, what we're doing is effectively damaging the planet and reducing our resources that we need for our survival and for our flourishing. So this cannot last. This is going to crash, just like economies are set up to crash. This whole population thing is actually going to crash in on itself.
It's not the people, it's the plastic. It's the recycling. And we're actually recycling. We're living recycling because ash, or you put your box in the ground like 6 feet, it's slow or it's a fast, fertilizer. But either way, you're living fertilizer. Okay.
But we are amazing because
You can't grow anything without bone meal, without a lot of things that we've used for centuries. I'm sorry, it's just not possible.
We're amazing because even our babies now, human babies, are managing to incorporate microplastics into their very being. So
we can adapt.
Nature can do incredible things.
Yeah.
It's just nature can't beat the apex destructive human being.
Just like tires. Tires used to be made out of like actual rubber trees, like, the gum. Okay, and now they're made out of synthetic. So even if you're using a bicycle, okay, it's your footprint. It's your car. You're the carbon. You are the carbon.
If we can
okay?
harvest enough helium-3 and build helium-3 reactors, everybody can travel on maglifts. We don't need no tires no more.
People can't even drive their Honda. You're going to give them a pilot's license to every fucking person out there? I don't think that's a good idea.
They're not going to allow that. They're not going to allow it even if it was like eco-friendly, because anybody that says that they give a crap about like the actual environment that we live in, they're full of crap. Unless they're an actual philanthropist, which there are very few of, because even the nonprofits aren't nonprofits. Like Salvation Army is like one of the only nonprofits on America that actually is a nonprofit. Okay.
And that's the first rule of spec. We have to get rid of charity. Anybody donating to charity, if it's not a one-to-one, if it's a company, a corporation, or an organization that donates to charity, they should spend a year in prison.
No, nothing like that. But seriously, like, vet the charities that you are donating to. Make sure that it is actually going to where they say it's going to. Because PETA and HSPCA, they're not nonprofits.
And the Red Cross openly admit that half of the money that they collect, they directly give to warlords so that they can survive long enough to even get the goods and services to the people that need them. Charity it should be made illegal. I say there's two ways to run a sophisticated society. Yeah?
It's just like people that they can't deal with migrant workers. Go ahead, sorry.
One is either through socialism, the other is charity, but you can't have both at the same time. The one just cancels the other one out.
Well, we're at banning things as well. Can we ban fake virtue signalers on?
Oh God, with the buzzwords. Here we go. Next, you're gonna do ad homs. Come on, man. Just anything to devalue anything we're talking about, because you just can't believe that we actually have a chance if we make the change. You have to make the change. You can't talk about the change.
As far as I know, the only book that I have ever read that even begins to try to tackle the problems of the next 100, 1,000 years is the book that I wrote myself. And people are going to have to make some really, really big compromises. But at the same time, those big compromises come with massive benefits. Like I said, you would only ever need one insurance. It would cover you for anything that ever happened to you. And it would cut through red tape like butter, because all of the bureaucracy that exists now would not. And it would literally give the people the power to bring class action suits against anybody that they wanted to.
Right.
The people collectively could take any corporation to court and stand a really good chance of winning. So we can save ourselves if we want to.
Can I just address one of the comments in the chat
Yes,
really
please.
quick? I can't highlight anything because I don't have the keys to the city here. But Rocky, your conspiracy theory nonsense is just palpable, brother. So if you want to actually know, there are actual answers about
That's right.
evolution. You talk about transitional species. Look at the transitional fossil record. There are mountains of evidence. We have more evidence for evolution than we do for the theory of gravity. For fuck's sake. So you can peddle that nonsense all you want. Go hang out with the flat earthers. You guys will get along really well.
Conspiracy theory is a term coined by the CIA, dude. Like, you aren't getting anywhere with your fucking argument because it's not even an argument. You didn't even come with any solutions. So,
How did
what a fucking jerk off.
We were talking about Guy Fawkes earlier today. What did they get Guy Fawkes on? On conspiracy to kill the British Parliament. Conspiracies have
gunpowder.
existed long before the word conspiracy theory.
Gunpowder
People
plot.
can conspire. It only takes two of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, little conspiracies.
We only need 3% of all nations to stand up. That's it. That's it. Only 3% to take out the 1%. Okay?
Go
because it's 13 families, but there were 13 families, but they have all conglomerated, all right? And they've moved all their money. Germany doesn't have their money or gold in our friggin' Fort Knox anymore. We're broke. We couldn't even afford a war if we went to civil war right now, which we're pretty much on the verge because everybody hates one another. And all they do is feed
we are all living beyond
the
our
violence.
means. There isn't a single nation except from the Sentinelese Island that isn't in debt. We've actually managed to engineer an economic system where the richest man in the world is the man with the most debt. And where I came from, debt is a negative. It's not a positive, but society's managed to turn debt into wealth. And we all believe it, and it's going to destroy us. I've managed to create a system that cannot occur debt at all.
No, I was addressing. I think the sister's confused. The sister's confused. I was actually addressing Rocky from the chat. I wasn't talking about what you were talking about as a conspiracy theory. I was talking about Rocky and the conspiracy against evolution. And Rocky, this is another nonsensical claim. This nothing from nothing. No evolutionary biologist is asserting that you're getting life from nothing. That's something that religious people assert. It's called creation ex nihilo, that God allegedly created everything from nothing. That's the religious person's perspective. So if you think nothing from nothing is so ridiculous, I would encourage you to abandon your nonsensical religious views and get on board with science.
Yeah, Rocky. There is more proof. There's more proof for evolution than there is for gravity, Rocky. Get on board with reality.
You're assuming that he's religious. What if he's spiritual? What if he doesn't even have a religion?
Because I've engaged
like, what if he's
Rocky
a native?
I'm not assuming anything, sister. I've engaged with Rocky a number of times.
I'm not your sister.
If Rocky was a native,
fair enough.
in fact, the native people of the world, they normally chat a hell of a lot more sense than all of these university graduates, in my experience.
I had an interesting conversation actually on my channel just before I came over here, talking to somebody who's an Ayn Rand philosopher, talking about freedom and right of ownership and stuff like that, and based on who gets somewhere first. And he was talking about colonization of America and what a great thing it was. And I was like, well, wait a minute. If you're prioritizing people who got there first, what about all the Native Americans that were displaced by the colonizers? I mean, that doesn't even follow. I'm so confused as to how you're coming to that conclusion.
Why do you have to single out one people? It's like the affirmative action that failed. Okay, it failed miserably, and it was by design. Just like our system, how it's broken, it was never designed to be fixed. It was always meant to be broken.
And I also have to say, I believe that the Native Americans, from 1,000 years ago, I believe that they were drastically underutilizing what is now known as North America. I think that they were doing.
The Spanish were here before us.
They were doing okay. They were happy and they were healthy. But there was always space for a hell of a lot more people in North America, and I think there's a lot of people out there that believe that humanity's biggest crime is going over a population of 100 million people. But we've been over a population of 100 million people for at least 3,000 years. And I'm not saying what humanity does collectively today, that it's a good thing, but it obviously was possible to create a stable population of 8 billion people. We didn't need to pollute the planet in doing it. We didn't need to put Freon in our fridges, because we don't put Freon in our fridges now. You
Nope.
know, Freon. You know,
We definitely don't need it.
Don't
we
need
didn't.
asbestos.
We didn't need to. We didn't need to
Didn't need it.
overfish. We didn't need to chop down all of the forests.
Don't need lead in our pencils.
The people from the Amazon, they say that there were 10 million of them before the Spanish turned up and started ruining everything. They didn't deforest their nation, you know. So we've had the tools to be more eco-friendly from the time of Jesus. We just chose not to.
Guys, we've got somebody new here. I'd
Selfish.
have to welcome them. Heather, welcome.
Ooh.
You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Good to have you here.
Thanks. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm enjoying the conversation. I was just curious about, I kind of missed the last point about natives. I think he was saying they were doing okay before colonization or something, and it just made me think about the, I'm not sure like if I can trust the way it was written that it all went down, and just thinking about like the Grand Canyon and all the evidence for habitation and cultural like involvement there that's really old, way older than, that's kind of like bridging other cultures that shouldn't be connected, like Egypt and things like that. So I just think the beginning of the country is really mysterious, but I don't want to come off right away as a conspiracy
Interesting.
theorist.
Heather, you I know that the ancient American cultures were very sophisticated, and I read a book a while back, a few years ago, on the Native American people, where they came from genetically, and you know their culture and diet, and it was really interesting. But Heather, to say that the ancient Egyptian archaeology, or that there were artifacts from ancient Egypt in the Grand Canyon, I mean, I've heard this before. Does anybody else know about that? Hasn't that been quite
If it
easily
was
debunked? Hasn't it been debunked by now?
The Smithsonian does a really good job of covering up a lot of things that happened in history. So I just really don't trust anything that was even said to be debunked at this point.
Right.
We don't even know that north is north.
Can anybody remind me what exactly the claim is about? Is it something to do with ancient Egyptian pottery or drawing or painting?
No, somebody. There's people that claim that they found either a Buddhist or something temple in the Grand Canyon. So.
Really?
Yeah.
A Buddhist.
Yeah, but it's really good. But apparently, there's a lot of American military that hang out there. It's a part of one of the reservations that even the Native Americans from that reservation, they're not even allowed to go to that part of the Grand Canyon. Not that I believe the story, but they definitely make it easy to make conspiracy theories about if you won't let anybody down. I actually saw somebody try to go there and get arrested.
Really?
So Heather, you came on here. I am interested in this. Do tell us what you know about any artifacts that have been found in the Grand Canyon.
And what we should be doing.
Yeah, what we should be doing. Yeah, solutions always, I know I think the time has come for like, it's great to have conversations for years and years and years about the same topics, but yeah, solutions and proactivity and like watching each other actually do it on video, like writing an email, like mirror neurons, we're watching each other. Oh, okay, that's a permission slip for me to act out of my normal habit of acting just through conversation and not really actually doing something. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not an expert on the research of the Grand Canyon. I've just, I just don't really trust the narratives of the history books. And so when I heard
Heather,
it, yeah.
okay. Look, when people are new here, we ask them a couple of questions.
Okay, great.
The first one, Heather, which I feel will be really interesting coming from you, the answer that is what is going on? What do you feel is going on? You can answer that however you like. We can talk about existentially, in society, the present day, however you want to answer that, answer it. What is going on, Heather?
Okay, cool. I like the open-endedness of that for interpretation and everything. So what's going on? I'm always in existential contemplation, it feels like, and so mine would probably get really far out there rather than just like society and our governments and stuff. But I feel that I'm simultaneously some sort of a force of spirit that is animating some physical animal part of myself, that so I'm like living in this dual pulled in two different directions, and I'm on this path of life in this realm or this world in this shared reality with everyone, and where it seems like what's going on is how I would answer the past. Seems like the past decade, more and more people are realizing that a lot of the narratives, like I just mentioned, were made up, and history is written by the victors, and there's, specific narratives and propaganda that's set up for us to like learn and all be cookie cutters and be able to say the same things and know the same talking points, and it's all very planned out. And so as we learn all that, and then I say, okay, well, I got to erase everything I've ever learned and do my own research on things, which I feel like a lot of people are doing, and then realizing like, oh, we've been living wrong. And so what I feel personally, I've been always wanting to live in more like right relationship with the realm, to help the cycles and the rhythms of the microcosm align with the macrocosm. Like it unlocks a really beautiful experience, I think, that helps with healing, that helps us come together to process big initiations like life and death, when we are like attuned with nature, and really, realizing that we can grow our own food, we can create systems that make sense instead of divide and have to funnel all of our energy. And we've been so manipulated and for so long through advertisements and neuro-linguistic programming, and it's just like a lot of people are really numb and not unable to think for themselves because they're just relying on what they hear in advertisements to direct them to their next choice they're going to make. So it's a really hard process of like realizing and then reorienting and then being brave enough to come out into the culture in that form, because you're going to be swimming against the current, and there's this underlying thing like if you're not agreeing with everybody else, you're going to die because they're going to cast you out of the tribe or whatever. So that's where I'll stop.
Sorry, I was muted there. That was an amazing answer, Heather. You said so much that there's lots to unpack there. Heather, I was listening when you talked about healing. Do you is it this existence? Do you feel is it a place that, I mean, it seems you believe in spirituality. What is the reason for us being here, Heather? Is it to heal? And if
Well,
so, from what?
what I was insinuating about the healing part was like that. I think that we get really sick as people when we're not aligned with the rhythms and the cycles of nature, because we are part nature. And so there's a lot of information that we can derive from recognizing the patterns and the signatures and the qualities of the natural world around us. And instead we're outsourcing to synthetic things that are inverting and distorting nature. So everything most people are taking in is distorting and breaking them down from the inside, because it's not the right assimilation. It's coming from synthetic and not the natural. So we can't synthesize it
Interesting.
correctly. So that, but then if we came here to heal, it would be pretty ironic, because it's really traumatic, and
Right.
it's like really beating a soul down. And if the only healing I think that could happen through like so much trauma and bringing you to your knees metaphorically would be like, wow, this is how I'm arriving. It's healing my naivety and my innocence to think that evil or malintent or malevolent energy can't come from absolutely anywhere. Like, I don't even think that I can say good or evil. I just think that the universe is so unpredictable, the way that energies move through each being that's created, like whether it's a person or nature or whatever's. I just feel like if it healed anything for me, I can only speak from my experience, is it healed my naivety. And now I'm just like really hyper vigilant about energy, and when someone's trying to manipulate me or to take siphon off of me, and it's healing my weakness, so I'm becoming
Interesting.
stronger.
Interesting. It sounds like another way of looking at it is, you talked about your previous naivety. It sounds like it's causing you to develop critical thinking skills, basically.
Yeah.
Think.
On multiple levels, you know, and also critical thinking skills, and also just it's like a hardening, it's like a righteous anger. It's not, it's turning me into like this really intense, angry, but like with love type thing, to recognize when something's not right, and then do what I can to affect change for that situation.
Like passionate.
Passionate.
Why? I gotta.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I feel like I'm
Fascinating.
just talking and talking and talking.
No.
So
I mean, it's good to just let it all out and see what comes of it. You know, Heather. Do you believe in continuity of your consciousness after death?
yeah, it's like something that like divides people. They, if you know, someone will share their belief on something, and beliefs can change. Like, I could learn something tomorrow that would change what I'm going to say right now, and but you know, somebody could hear what I say and completely write me or anybody else off because of a belief today. And so I think that's too bad. But I'll just preface that by saying I feel that there is scientific evidence, especially when leaning into like biology through Michael Levin's work, or Rupert Sheldrake, I know, is a bit fringe, but he's got a lot of great evidence about the morphic fields and the informational fields that are formless, that energy like ingresses into interfaces through. And so it's like every person has their own field of information. Like, I don't think that my thoughts are necessarily inside my brain material. I think that it's in a non-detectable, for the most part, field around my body. Like, everything has an electromagnetic field that looks like a torus. And so I think that is what lasts after the physical body dies. So that, depending on the quality of whether or not it's held in coherence or whatever, I don't really know so much details about how that would work, but that's what I think that lasts.
Well, I tell you what, you've put a lot of thought into. Guys, I'm echoing here. Am I?
Yeah, there's a strong echo.
You're right. Echo,
Sorry.
yeah. It's quite
Yeah,
bad.
you've put a lot of thought into this, clearly, Heather. And I feel like you're in the right place for people to start picking your brain and comparing, contrasting thoughts. I like the way you're not set upon some kind of dogmatic belief. You seem to be open-minded and open to possibilities. So it will make for fruitful conversation, I'm sure. Guys, have any of you been sparked into wanting to say something to Heather based on what she says so far?
I think she's in the right place. You're in the right place. You're definitely on the side of the light.
Right.
There's a lot to when you start talking about like Michael Levin's work and fundamental consciousness and things of that nature. You're talking about ancient history. There was, I think, I missed the part, to be honest with you. I know she said something about Egypt, and I stepped out of the room with that part. But I know there was talk about the Grand Canyon, the ancient history of North America and South America. We do have some pretty good information, relatively speaking. But as far back as the Grand Canyon goes, no, that was a geological process that happened a long time ago. But we don't have any historical record of people groups or things of that nature when that was happening. But and compared to the Middle East and Northern Africa, which would be like when you talk about Egypt, we go back pretty far in Mesopotamia because that's where we think the written record started, right, with the Sumerian tradition. But when it comes to North and South America, it gets a little bit more spotty. South America, we could trace some things back to like 3000 before the Common Era, but in North American continent, it's really spotty. Maybe 2000 BCE is where we start getting some information with like the who the hell was that? The Poverty Point culture, I think is what we call that, right? And then that was a really small window we have of that. Then it goes to this big gap of the early woodland period. We have a little bit with the Hopwell tradition at the turn of the century, and then it goes to the late woodland period. Then we don't get anything else until like 1,000 years later, 2,000 years later with Mississippi culture, and at that point, or excuse me, 1,000 years later, and then it's just a few hundred years after that Columbus comes over here. So there's just not much there for us to work with when it comes to North America.
We are pretty sure that it was humans that did for the last of the American rhinoceroses.
Was one landmass at one point, a few different times actually, right? So that's why we're finding these fossils that we now associate with being from different continents. There was just one Pangea. Before that, they would think it was called the Columbia continent. And I can't remember. There's like at least 3 times when it was just one great landmass. I don't know how far back, depending how far back you go, there were no animals, right? So I think Pangea, we know for sure there were animals, but so yeah, I guess that just
even the trees are related, from like Canada across Northern Europe. And probably because of the land masses being connected at one point, But
I
and the
think
rocks,
Heather,
you can see it.
I think Heather was definitely talking about only the history of modern human beings, which is roughly 300,000 years. Because
guys, we better ask her another question that we asked newbies. Heather, have you ever had a paranormal experience?
Yeah, I went to, and yeah, absolutely. I feel like I wouldn't. It would be rare to find someone who hasn't, but I don't know. Maybe they just don't want to talk about it, or maybe they're not old enough yet. But yeah, I've had so many. I guess I could find like the coolest one to share. If you'd like me to do that, I could do that right now.
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
You're echoing. PNW.
I think it's Heather's.
Well, if
Heather,
you
you
mute,
got me
I'll
on
tell the
speaker.
story.
So are you, Jay. So am I.
Yeah, Heather, I think you have us on
sounds
speaker,
fantastic,
right?
So Heather,
No.
you sound fantastic, so you continue.
Heather sounds great,
Echo.
but when she she does. When she's unmuted, I think she's playing us on speaker, so we can hear ourselves through her microphone. That's what's happening. But it's okay. I mean, she can mute herself when she's not talking. Go ahead, Heather.
All right, yeah, that's the case. It's because I don't have headphones on. So, right. I grew up as an only child. in upstate New York in the rural area. So I was always like daydreaming and looking out the window. One time when I was 7 years old, I was waiting for the school bus, and it was before the light came. It was really dark and cold. I didn't want to go outside yet. And so I was waiting for the lights of the school bus to be down the long road before I went out. And I'm just like there by myself, just dazing, waiting. And I feel this presence outside up in the air, like a really big presence. And it was very palpable. And I just looked and didn't see anything, but I could feel, and I was like, what? Something is watching me. And it didn't feel scary. But yeah. So I went to school, never told anybody about it. I used to have a lot of fainting spells growing up. And I used to be able to, before bed, I would put my arms down by my side and I would easily be able to rise up out of my body and go up to the ceiling and leave my house, because it was kind of like a scary place for me. I didn't like being there. It was a traumatic household for different reasons.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thanks. So that was really cool, like that I was able to leave my body, leave my house. I don't know where I was going. But anyways, fast forward, still as an adult having these kind of like fainting spell, migraine, weird situations happening, and stopped the ability of like being able to voluntarily have an out-of-body experience, but still had other experiences regardless. But one day, this was about 10 years ago here in California, I started to have an ocular migraine, and it's where you see like the light shards and the diamond light and stuff in your eyes, and it is on everything, and it's really trippy.
I imagine it's really painful as well.
Oh, it's super painful. Yeah, I have a lot of really painful stuff in my life. It's really painful. So I went outside and I was like, let me just lay down under this tree and relax, and maybe that will help. And I just do some breathing and relaxing. And the sun goes through the leaves, and it kind of has this weird effect on I felt like my brain glitched out for a second, which, you know, if someone has like mild epilepsy, or I do think that the brain glitches with, you know, meditation, breath work, near-death experiences, epilepsy, different neurodivergent type things, psychedelics, obviously, that we're limited. Our brains are designed somehow to limit our experience of perceiving how much reality we can perceive. So when it like has these little glitches, I feel are open to perceive more of reality than we were, and it's shocking. So I'm laying there, and all of a sudden I can feel my whole life in that one moment, like every single memory. Wow. And it wasn't like I was going through every memory. I could just feel it all in one distilled essence. And I was like, wow, this is me. Wow, this is weird. And so I'm laying there and I feel like I'm going to go back and visit myself as a child. And so I'm laying there and I am looking down at myself, waiting for the school bus. And then I realized in that second, like, holy crap, that was me that I felt when I was 7 in the sky outside, because I'm doing that right now 10 years ago. So I feel like I had this really weird retrocausal glitch that happened where I was able to connect a different part of my life in that moment for whatever reason I needed to do that.
Interesting. I'm just going to mute you quickly. I'll unmute you in a second. Yeah, I mean, we've had people talk about that in the past here. You know, we have mentioned possible reasons for it, which might be scientifically based, such as, you know, the block universe theory, that the past, the present, and the future all just happen at once and continue to be forever. And their time is an illusion in that sense. So somehow you now are connected to the past and the future, and maybe your future self can think back about the past self and send some kind of signal or energy there. Maybe not even on purpose, maybe without any actual control. It's just something that happens. I mean, this is what some people have speculated here. It is very interesting. I've heard of people saying the same thing, Heather, that they feel like they've been in contact with their past selves. Interestingly, though, Heather, on a different note, some therapists say it is good when you have a traumatic memory of the past, when you were a child, for example. It is good to go into that memory as yourself in your adult form, and, for example, hold the hand of your child self, maybe comfort yourself, maybe give yourself words of wisdom or the support that you didn't get at the time to kind of deal with the trauma. Apparently that works, so just putting that out there for anybody who has traumatic memories from their childhood. You're no longer there now. Those memories in essence don't exist. They're in your it's just something in your imagination, and therefore you can use your own wisdom now to go into those memories and sort out what should have been done back then. Some people find that therapeutic. Yes.
I never told you, did I? Before my mother died, I remember on a Thursday evening, a voice saying to me, "I'm going to die on Thursday." And I just thought it was my imagination, but it wasn't. I never told you that, did I? Grumpy Cats, I'm talking to you.
Sorry, I was talking. I was muted by mistake. Yeah, you have mentioned that before, Chickpea, and I've heard a lot of people, for some reason or other, have had similar experiences. Chickpea. I know my own mother. When she was in church, and she got this overwhelming feeling that her dad had passed.
Yeah,
and he died quite young, but when they went back, he was dead.
Weird, isn't it?
I know it happens. Some people, for some reason or other, it does happen to them. Again, who knows? There may be a scientific reason for it. We're connected. There's energies running around. Maybe at some kind of subconscious level, people have this ability to feel, and their thoughts are shaped because of that. Who knows? I've certainly heard this before. I've heard lots of people say similar things, Chickpea. It is very strange indeed. Sorry, Heather. Feel free to unmute yourself, and anybody else on the panel, do feel free to talk.
No.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say thank you as well for that lovely guidance. As a piggyback off the story, to help others with their childhood trauma, to reimagine it as an adult, being there with them. Yeah, there's a long process that we can do in our mind and our psyche with all the different parts, our internal family systems and different, you can be like, start to map your own metacognition of where your thoughts and impulses are coming from. It's very interesting.
So, Heather, have you ever? Sorry, I've been sleeping for half an hour. Have you ever experienced a thing where you should have died and something occurred to keep you alive? Sorry?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You had that too.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Can I just say, when Heather is speaking, try not to speak at the same time as she is speaking because there's an echo on her thing. I just want to quickly read this before we go to Heather. Jeeps also had a similar experience, guys. Jeep says that they heard a voice tell them their mum was dying in their mind, not out loud, though. There you go. Sorry, go ahead, Heather. And yeah, everybody else, please be quiet while Heather's speaking.
I'm putting my headphones on, so that won't be a problem anymore. I just have to turn on my Bluetooth. But so connecting now. So should be connected now.
Okay. Still the echo.
So no, it's just connected now. Can you hear me? Do I sound a little different?
A little bit.
Okay.
And it's still an echo.
Oh, wait a second.
You're echoing too, Grumps. I can hear myself.
Yeah, is it Heather? Have you checked to see if you have both the YouTube app running and the StreamYard app?
Very clever, OE. Yes. check your tabs, Heather. You may have the StreamYard tab and the
Oh,
YouTube
she's
tab
got
open.
YouTube open.
So close the YouTube tab. Yeah. Good man.
Anyone would think that Objective Ethics has done this before.
He is a professional.
Okay, I've sorted it out, guys. It's all good. Go ahead and talk.
Nice.
Right?
Go ahead. Chickpea was asking you a question. Go ahead, guys.
Are we echoing or what?
No, you're fine.
Okay,
Perfect.
great. Yes, I've had a few experiences like that, Chickpea, throughout my life. Actually, yeah. It's really weird.
Yeah, I'm very unhappy about it because I should have died twice. Once when I was in my early 20s and again in my late 30s. And something intervened in my what should have been demise. And I mean, it sounds great, but if you don't like it here, it's not that great. And I still wonder what is going on, because I should have died in a fire when I was in my early 20s. I left a cooker on, a load of stuff, blah, blah, blah. And then in my late 30s, I took a massive overdose. And the doctor said, there's no way you could have survived, but I took it. And I know that something intervened. I know it. I could feel it.
The only thing I can say to that, I don't feel like I want to get into like the experiences I've had right now, but what I want to get into is, are you familiar with Anthony Peake? He's an author. He writes about the daemon. And what's really interesting is it's an aspect of the psyche. And I think the subconscious is actually like so deep that if you get all the way to the bottom of your subconscious, however that would be, you like get out to the I think the subconscious is like a gateway to connect a lot of weird things together. Anyway, this daemon figure he talks about in his research, a lot of artists, a lot of people who are open to receiving intuitive messages and things like that and kind of going with a more flowy style of life receive, like I used to be a painter, and I did all these paintings in my early 20s. And I never knew what they meant because I was just kind of like doing these abstract expressionistic things and looking like, oh, that's weird. What is that? Why did I paint this house and do all these details on it? Yeah. Well, they were all, now I see looking back that I was painting imagery to tell myself what was going to happen in the future, these accidents. I had painted. Right. Yeah. And so this seems to be something like, this daemon aspect of our subconscious has, you'd have to believe that there's a life script though, that, and so it's hard to, but there might be a part of you, if you're say like, who's doing it, it might be a part of you. I don't even know. It's so crazy to speculate like that.
Yes, I have thought of that horrible thought. That thought has occurred to me. I must admit, is it me that's doing it because I want to see something? But, I'm very, yes, it could be me doing it. God only knows. I'm very unhappy about it though, because, I don't like it here very much. And I want to leave.
Yeah, I like.
I'm still here.
I hear you. I like what this person says, Magna.
Your cats need you, Chickpea.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, Ricardo. They've given me some tablets and the tablets do work. I suffer very badly from depression, and I'm still depressed, but I take Seroxat, and Seroxat stops me from acting on it.
Yeah, that's quite a popular one. I used to take that myself years ago.
Yeah, so I don't act on it anymore.
Heather, you mentioned Michael Levine. Do you mind if I ask you about your view on consciousness as a fundamental phenomenon?
Sure, no problem. Yeah, and I haven't listened to him in a while, but I usually go from, Bernardo Kastrup or, listen to people for a while and then change the next person. But yeah, I enjoyed, so my thoughts on that, I like how Michael Levin describes that there's a field of information that is immeasurable, that ingresses into any available interface that's like a cell or a biology, this information. Okay, so I feel like this field of information, all information, and then I said, so yes, simple, quick answer. I believe that consciousness is a part of fundamental makeup of reality. I think there's probably levels of fields that are separated by degrees of phase differentiation, however that could be, like if anyone would believe in ether or dielectricity or plasma as it starts to form and take shape and become something out of quote unquote nothing. I think that there's fields of information that we can access that's outside of our biological matter. So yeah, there's something out. Yes, I don't think brain. Yeah. What?
OBE.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You had one, yes.
It sounds like you're taking the top-down approach then, as opposed to the bottom-up approach. Is I right on that?
Can you elaborate? I don't really use those terms, so I'm not sure what you mean.
Let me give a better definition, just so everybody can follow what I'm saying here. So the top-down approach would be a view that consciousness arises from more fundamental mind-like properties that are present in all matter. And I'm trying to put this as simply as possible, whereas the bottom-up approach would be that the mind is a fundamental feature of reality from the start. It's just present in all physical.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Bottom up. Okay, yeah. That's when you said Kastrup and Michael Levine. I was introduced to those two people several months ago when I started talking with non-dualists, and they do have interesting work, but there have been a lot of criticisms with their conclusions based on unfalsifiability for one thing, and potentially just asserting without actually being able to demonstrate that this is happening, as opposed to biochemical processes of nature that we would attribute to actual just like matter or
the thing that trips me up about that point is that, like, how can we as humans with our technology even develop something to measure out of the scope of reality that we're unable to perceive in the first place?
Oh, no, you're right, sister. Therein lies the criticism, because that's what makes it unfalsifiable. So it's an interesting hypothesis, but I don't think that we have any way of accessing it. So when we talk about fundamental consciousness, the reason why I tend to hold, and I'm somewhat agnostic about it, but the reason I do tend to hold the dualistic viewpoint on this is because when we affect the brain, we affect consciousness, and we know this, and we also can demonstrate this and experiment with it a number of different ways. Split brain patient studies are some of the more interesting studies relative to this, but it still doesn't necessarily get us to the final conclusion to be able to dismiss fundamental consciousness, but it does, in my opinion. So what it would reduce the argument down to is that the brain is like an antenna, but it would require us to demonstrate that this field exists, this conscious field exists. And it's true that we have like quantum entanglement and other things in quantum physics that we know there's this energy field, so to speak. But can we say that there's any consciousness related to that? I don't think we can. Personally, I'm not ready to make that leap, although I do find it to be very interesting.
Something that's really interesting. I know we all just have to like be okay with not having all the answers and go with our, like, what we lean towards, and then not get defensive or upset if someone's not agreeing with what you're saying and stuff. But
I would just like to say that if you look at a modem for a computer, there's absolutely, without the education that goes behind it, there's absolutely no way that you could tell it's built to receive messages.
One also really cool thing that's a great point, is also thinking about like, so when a caterpillar turns into its chrysalis and completely loses all of its cellular integrity and just becomes goo, where there's no information in the cells to instruct the being to turn into a butterfly, it accesses it from its fields. And so that's one way to think about it.
Well, I think one of the difficult things that we're still trying to figure out, and I'm getting ready to interview a molecular biologist next week. I'm really excited about it, but I've been doing some research into DNA just for the purpose of that conversation. And when it comes down to gene coding, we understand so many we have so many pieces of the puzzle when it comes to DNA, the base 4, the 64 codons, ribosomes, all these different elements, mRNA, tRNA, and all this other stuff. that we could put together and say, well, this is how DNA is duplicating and this is where we're getting our genes from. But why do genes select for specific things? Because it's the same basic building blocks in every single living organism. What makes a butterfly a butterfly? Why does it select for the things it selects for? We credit it, I think biologists credit it to environmental pressures, which is fascinating, but that would indicate maybe a little bit more to what you're talking about with maybe some kind of field or something that.
And what about this?
I'm
What
sorry, go
about
ahead.
the studies? What about the studies where they will do on dissecting a brain to the extreme in animal laboratories, that there's basically nothing left in the brain, but the memory is still carried on or even passed down to the second generation. The memory is instilled into the field of information. It's no longer even anywhere biologically, and then even their offspring are able to collect that information from the field.
Yeah,
Have you
we
heard of
love
the
we love
conservation?
epigenetics. They call that
Have-
epigenetics, and I think it's
Mhm.
really fascinating.
Yeah, there's
I have one thing
neuroplasticity.
for objective. When
Well,
you
let me
do
just really
your
quickly
interview,
hold on really quick before I answer your question, because I want to address what she said. Have you heard of, I'm sorry, Robin, I just want to, just one quick final thought, and then I'll get to your question. Have you thought of or considered, there's a theory of the conservation of information. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Perhaps just not by the label. If you can tell me more.
So in theory, all of the information that's existing in the universe is actually conserved much in the same way that energy is conserved and energy and matter is conserved. So if, for example, so with entropy, we know that it's much easier to break the egg than it is to put the egg back together, right? However, in theory, all of the information is still there. So if we had the computing power, we could actually reassemble the egg because the information itself doesn't go anywhere. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I would say is true. Yeah, I believe that.
Okay, Robin. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, brother. I didn't mean to be rude.
it was amazing because your second point, as you know, I just recently wrote a paper, and scientists claim that all information can be recaptured, but at the same time, science claims that all information is destroyed when it enters into a black hole. So there's a contradiction there.
Oh, go ahead.
No, if you want to respond, I can remember.
The contradiction. So that's interesting because my understanding is, based on what I've heard about this theory, is the information is conserved at the event horizon, so it doesn't actually enter into the black hole. Does that make sense? So I don't know, and I've also heard alternative theories that information is actually conserved even in a black hole, and that it comes out the other side as a singularity, and then into another Big Bang on another universe. I mean, there's so many different. This is all really theoretical, or I would even, you know what I mean. So I'm not saying any of this. I'm not standing behind.
Have you or anybody read The New Science of Heaven by Robert Temple, or know about the Kordylewski clouds that are between the Lagrange points between the Earth and the Moon? Apparently, allegedly, that is seeming to be sentient plasma that can hold information.
No, I
I'd be curious as how do you get they got to sentient though? What makes something sentient? Just because it conserves information?
No, because it can self-organize and grow upon itself and make decisions, and in plasma physics and research.
Are we differentiating decision making to just natural chemical processes?
Sure. Well, we can talk more about Michael Levin and watch demonstrations that he has of these xenobots, these singular cell organisms that are clearly making choices and decisions.
Yeah, that's where I think I disagree with Michael Levin's conclusions. And I think a lot of science, the majority of science, does disagree with his conclusions, because the assertion is that it's a decision-making process with intent or agency, and bioelectrical signals and biochemical signals don't necessarily require. What's the justification for inserting or asserting that it's intentional or there's agency behind it? That's the stretch I'm just not ready to make without better evidence.
Yeah,
I agree.
I understand.
Can I ask Heather a question, please? Hello?
Yeah.
Can I ask Heather, when you had your OBE, was your soul and your consciousness and sight outside with you in your OBE?
my body was in an ICU hospital room, and my soul, or who I was flying through the astral realm, trying to escape these two weird angel creatures.
Oh, right. So you had your consciousness and you had your soul and your sight and your hearing.
Oh yeah, it was
Yeah, you see,
very
that's what the weird thing
intense.
about OBEs is. When I had my OBE, everything was intact. I could hear, I could see, I had my soul and I had my brain. And I know I had all those things with me in the OBEs, which means that we can live outside the meat bag. Because I'm trying to get out of the meat bag. I hate the damn thing. You know?
Well, like I told you, when I was little and I would lay down, I was so excited because I would put my arms down by my side in a certain way and I would start to vibrate. My whole body would start to buzz, and then I would feel myself leave my body. And I wasn't feel my body anymore. I felt myself as my floating up and leaving my body.
What is
Yeah.
interesting, Heather, is sorry guys. What is interesting is you said you had a traumatic childhood, and you know I've spoken to a lot of people who've had. Well, actually, to be honest with you, as far as I remember, it's only been women who have told me they've had out of body experiences. I'm not saying men don't have them, but the people who have told me they've had them have been women, and yeah, all those women that told me they had out of body experiences have also had extremely traumatic experiences.
Can I be the first?
Maybe
Can I
we're
be,
trying to
be the
escape our
first
meat
person
bags
who is
from.
a male? I've had an out-of-body experience.
No, but Patrick, I just want the ladies to like think about that, and maybe let's think about why that is. Like, why is it that women who have been severely traumatized have
Maybe we're
out-of-body
trying to
experiences,
escape the
or
meat
are more
bag.
likely to have them?
Yeah, I think that perhaps maybe I wouldn't say one is more sensitive than another regarding gender and how much you can take or not take, but it seems to be drilled into the male gender to like, you know, just deal with it and don't cry and I don't know. And so maybe you haven't heard the stories because it's hard to be vulnerable like that, more so for a man and a woman. But women endure a lot of stuff in silence, and so there's a lot of dissociated women around here that are just doing things and they're not even in their
I think so.
bodies.
I think, you know, as I've got older, I've come to, you know, appreciate that men, we can be stressed, but we can show it more because of our physicality. You know, I'm not saying we go around beating people up, but there's a confidence that comes with being a man in a lot of cases where we show. They say we're not emotional, but I think we show our emotion in our actions.
Oh yeah.
You know, the way we stand.
Right.
You know,
Mhm.
the way we walk across a room, the way we talk to somebody. I
Right.
mean, but with a woman, I feel that they have to hold it in more because they're not as physical as a man. And maybe, yeah, that there is something rattling in a cage there, Heather, and maybe that is why at some point, you know, it has to come out. And
Yeah.
in your case, it comes out as a out of body experience.
I've got
Yeah.
actually something to say that's probably going to blow
Okay.
both Chickpea and when you were both out of body, did you happen to actually try to look down at yourself?
Yes.
And find that you were there, but you couldn't see yourself?
No, I could see myself laying down on the table. They were I was having
No,
a surgery.
no, your outer body, your astral body.
No, I didn't try and look at it. I was too busy floating around the room and wondering what was going on. No, I didn't try and see myself.
Heather?
No, I didn't have that experience.
Every single person that I have ever spoken to that's had an out-of-body experience, they never seem, maybe because of the awe of the moment, but they can never remember actually seeing a physical self. They can feel
I just wanted to
their hand
leave.
there.
Patrick,
I wouldn't want to turn back around.
The doctors didn't see me floating around the room either, because I must have been up there for quite a while. Because I had quite heavy duty surgery. The doctors didn't see me floating about either. They didn't.
And
I was invisible to them.
I know several men that have had out of body experiences. In fact,
Oh, stop it, Cougar.
My dad was willing to tell everybody that would listen about his out of body experience when I was a kid. And I thought it was a whole load of nonsense until I had one myself.
Yeah, everybody says that when they haven't had one.
Oh, there's a question about triggering it manually. There's a woman. Her name is Isabella Green. She has these videos where she wants, she can teach people how to do it voluntarily, but I wouldn't pay for that service. All she does is Kriya yoga breathing techniques
I mean, is it
between.
not just lucid dreaming? I mean, I've heard of these people that do lucid
No,
dreaming.
it's different. No, it's like your body starts vibrating and you actually pop out of your body, and
No,
it's
Grumps,
so.
I came out, and I know I did.
It
Yeah.
sounds actually terrifying. I'm not actually sure I'd
Yeah.
want to do it.
No,
to be
it's
honest with you.
lovely. It's
I mean,
lovely.
are you not
I love-
afraid that you're kind of when it happens? Are you not afraid
Yeah.
that that you're kind of in this in between place?
Liminal. Yeah, that's why most people can't do it, because it's too much fear.
What,
Are
were
you
you
afraid you'll
scared,
poop
Heather?
yourself?
There is sorry.
I
There
wasn't
is kind of
scared.
there is kind of a scientific method of doing it. They put like electrodes into your brain and like to certain specific areas in your brain, and it feels like you're outside your body, like you're not necessarily above, but like behind your body. So it is basically burn chemistry. Which
No,
is
I'm
interesting, Rod.
outside my body, and I know it.
Well, that's
know
interesting.
it.
Hold on. That's really
Yes.
interesting. That is interesting. That
What
Wild
will
Hearts.
break
Come on
first,
here.
your spirit or your body, Batman?
One second, Bane. Wild Heart.
It's something
interesting
you
what you
can't
just said
know
there.
about until you experience it.
Chickpea,
It's
Wild
bad.
Heart has come on here and said they've been able to replicate OBEs in a clinical setting by putting electrodes into different parts of the brain. I find that
That's what they do.
fascinating. Wild Heart, would you be able to share an article or a paper for
I'll look it up. Yeah, just give me a minute.
While he's looking that up, I was able to replicate ODBs in a clinical setting by combining Big Baby Jesus with Osiris, and it came out with Old Dirty Bastard. I did that in a clinical setting.
But people are always disputing them. Well, I can assure you I had one, and so did Heather. If you haven't had one, you can't imagine what it's like, because you have to experience it to know
Why
it.
am I not getting included in the club, Chickpea?
Oh, sorry, you had one, an OBE.
Oh,
Sorry,
hell
I
yeah. Oh, hell yeah. It was epic.
People trash it, say, no, you can't have them. Well, I had one. I didn't want to come back either, I can tell you. Because I hate my meat bag.
I was kind of very happy to get back because it's kind of confusing.
Tell us about your OBE then, Patrick. When was it?
Well, I was doing my work away experience, and a friend of mine from Spain, he said, I'm going to go on a world trip and you can come. And I'm like, I can't afford that stuff, Pepe. And he's like, no, I'll pay for it. I said, no. I said, but what we can do is we could visit my country, because I've never really visited my country as a grown up. So we came here to the UK and we went up to Skipton, we went to Tiverton, we went to Glastonbury, we went to Street, and we helped people with their projects for bed and breakfast. And in Street, there was a lady putting on a festival, and we helped her get her property ready for the festival.
Sorry. Was this all during your OBE?
No, this is before. I'm just setting the scene up.
Okay, fair enough.
And basically, there was a shaman there, and he was going to do a ayahuasca ceremony. And my friend Pepe said to me, oh, Robin, I saw this. We're going to do a ayahuasca ceremony. I've seen this. And I'm like, yeah, cool, Pepe. And he goes up to the shaman, a guy who spent 6 years in the Amazon. He called himself Darpan. Anyway, he's like, oh, yeah, I've seen this. Can we take part in your ayahuasca ceremony? And this guy, Darpan, he said, no. But he was like, why not? He goes, because I only do 12 people at a time, and I'm fully booked, so no. And I thought that was bloody hilarious. And then, literally 4 hours before it happened, Darpan goes to Pepe and said, 2 people have fallen out. If you want to do it, you can do it. So, we had to pay. I refused to pay, but Pepe said, this is ordained. I told you, I've seen this. You had to do it. So I just gave up and I did it. And I took a shitload of ayahuasca. And after an undetermined amount of time, I was no longer in the little shed where we were. I was somewhere completely different, flying outside over the earth. So I was definitely not in my body. But once I got used to it, I actually gained the ability to be able to open my eyes and pull myself back into the room for a second. And it was difficult to control, but then I would be back out. So because I was being a bit of an idiot with myself, I kept jumping in and jumping out again. And so I was 100% awake and experiencing not being in my body. And it was cool and scary at the same time.
Yeah, Gnosis, I found the link. I put it in the private chat. You'll have to put it in the public chat if you want. But it's from PubMed, which I think is like a pretty valid.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Wildheart. Appreciate that. That's good stuff. Now going back to Patrick, were you under the influence of some, psychoactive medication, illegal or otherwise?
Yeah, ayahuasca.
Sorry. Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca, yeah. Which is a drink that we discovered that came from the Amazon, and they prepare a certain leaf and a certain root from a different plant, and it's apparently got something very close to DDT in it, and
DMT.
Oh, that was it. And it makes it easier for you to jump out. Nobody told me that before I took it, but
I mean, what?
Oh my god,
Patrick, did you see any entities?
One.
And it's funny. It's funny that DMT is like naturally occurring in the brain, especially like it when you're like near death. It releases a lot of DMT, so that could explain the out of body experiences as well.
I'm sharing the article that Wildheart referred to earlier for all of you to have a look at.
The entity that I saw, it was really tricky because my dad talked about them my whole life, as I said, and he called them the others. And lots of people like to call them angels. So basically, I found myself, and I know for a fact that I'm sitting on a farm in the middle of Somerset in Devon, but I found myself standing in the door of my dad's bedroom in the very house that I'm living in right now. My dad's lived here for 45 years, right? And I'm looking around the corner, and my dad's talking to me, and I just get this funny feeling that I'm sitting in a barn in Somerset somewhere, and this is not my dad. And as soon as I said, "You're not my dad," it kind of got all upset and kind of pushed me out, if you see what I mean. So I think I met one of the others. And the thing about that is afterwards I thought about it. Lots of people say, "Oh, my grandmother came to collect me," or "my granddad," or some shit. I think it might just be one of the others, and that they've got the ability to appear to you as something familiar, so maybe not to freak you out a bit. That was what I got anyway. But I just thought it was kind of tricking me, so I became uncomfortable.
When you say the others, I know I've just joined, but when you say the others, what do you mean? What are the others?
Well, I believe that some people mistake them for demons. I think that others mistake them for angels. I think that some people mistake them for a family relative. But when you get out of your body for a certain length of time, I think they think that you're interesting because it's not something that we're supposed to be doing. Yeah.
No, but sorry to interrupt, but the question was, what are the others? You told me what they're not. Some people.
I know what they're not. I don't know what they are. I know that they are other. I know that they are other. They're definitely not other human beings flying
they're
around.
formless entities.
So you know they exist, but you don't know what they are, is what you're saying.
I met one, but I don't know what it is.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit of a skeptic, that's all. I apologize.
I guarantee you, find somebody that does ayahuasca ceremonies, dump a whole load of ayahuasca in you, then come back and chat with me, and we'll be on the same page.
Yeah, taking a shitload of drugs will do that.
But that's therein lies the problem, though. And that's the issue that I have with all these conversations. And I don't want to dismiss your guys' personal experiences, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But I'm just asking us to consider an alternative, perhaps more practical view on this. And when we look at, for one thing, we're talking about ultimately things that can be explained by brain states as an alternative explanation.
Oh, sorry, I gotta jump off, guys. It's been really nice. Take care. Something just came up. No, sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your thing.
Heather, come back soon, darling. Great to have you here. Thank you.
Bye, Heather. Bye.
So consider the fact that while it's a myth that we only use 10% of our brain, we actually use 100% of our brain. We do brain scans to determine this. But the truth is we only use normally in our daily function 10 to less than 35% of the brain at one time. So if you expand, the firing of these neurons, you could be experiencing all kinds of insane phenomenon that you wouldn't be able to really explain, other than maybe offering some kind of super or other type of explanation. The data says that there's no definitive scientific proof
You're
that
incorrect, actually. You are incorrect.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you what the data says. This is
Well,
not my
humans
opinion.
use 100% of their brains. It's a scientific myth, this 10% stuff. Says here,
I just said that. I said that people use 100% of the brain, but they only use 10 to 35% at one time. But they do use 100% of their brain.
Objective. There is no definitive. Can I chat, please, Chickpea?
Scientific myth. Just because you haven't experienced it, objective doesn't mean to say it doesn't happen. Now,
he's literally saying what you're saying.
What happened to me happened, and I know it did. Now, don't like people say because they haven't experienced it, it couldn't happen. Okay, I've never seen red balls flying around, but other people have.
I'm not questioning that you experienced what you experienced. What I'm saying is your conclusion from that is what I'm disagreeing with.
Guys, hold on, guys. There are certain, we can't prove they happen, guys. You have to appreciate, Chickpea, when people haven't had the experience, it's hard for them to believe something that's so unusual.
Yes, I know.
And we're not saying you didn't have that experience. Now, 1 second, Patrick. I'm talking, please. Now, there are many experiences that we could say, yeah, we could put that down to brain chemistry, a fluctuation in the way the brain works. But now there are anecdotal stories that are so bizarre that we couldn't put it down to the workings of the brain. But then we can't know they actually happen, Chickpea, as individuals, because we didn't have that experience. And that's the problem here.
Yeah, well,
if we didn't have the experience, it's hard for us to believe it. Sorry, Chickpea.
It happens to a lot of people. I'm not the only person that says it. And can I just say
I know, Chickpea, but you see we're in a hard spot here.
Right, the same as this whole thing of reincarnation. Lots of children say these weird things about having lived before. You suggest they're all telling lies? Because I don't think they are.
Can I say my piece now?
Again,
no, they're not lying.
Again, Chickpea. Some of the things they say are so generalized. It could have been
random.
As a child, Chickpea, let me speak for a second, darling.
Let me
as a child, your brain is like a sponge. Okay, you take in information, and basically they can regurgitate things that seem very strange to their parents, but they could have heard their parents talking, their grandparents, a neighbor. They could have been going along in the pushchair, heard someone at the bus stop. They could have heard something on the television, the radio, their mother's phone when she's watching YouTube. I'm just saying there can be explanations in that regard, but yet again, there are some extremely strange stories out there of children saying things that seem so bizarre, so out there, so unlikely that yes, if it is true, it does beckon one to start thinking maybe there is something to this reincarnation.
There is something to it. Why would
again, that's a leap of faith one has to make. To we have to say we believe that this happened. Unfortunately, we cannot be sure as individuals that these things have happened to other people. I'm sorry.
Lots of people have had out-of-body experience under surgery. Lots of people.
Can I say my piece now?
Lots of people believe.
The cool thing about past lives is how many of us got to be Alexander the Great and Cleopatra and Julius Caesar. You know, like so many of us got to be these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's never like a poverty stricken like.
No,
Well, if you take a kind of vital,
It's always like
I hate
Alexander
to
the
play.
Great.
I hate to play devil's advocate when you're talking with your tongue firmly in your cheek. But if you look at it from a kind of Buddhist perspective, where there's no self and we are all one, maybe there is truth that we were
Can I say
all
my
like
piece
Alexander
now?
the Great. We were all Napoleon Vital. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Can I say my piece now?
But it says
Maybe if I put it in my pipe and smoke it, it'll actually make sense.
100% of our brains.
I'm literally almost afraid that my microphone's not working. Can I say my piece now?
Yeah,
Two people just recently won a Nobel Prize for proving that the universe is not real. Scientists.
I
Proper
doubt that
scientists.
very
So
much. I
if
doubt-
two
I
people
doubt-
if two people can win a Nobel Prize for proving that the universe is
Whoa.
not real, why can't we have an out-of-body experience?
All right, can we have an article about that?
Sorry,
I hate to sound like objective ethics, but can we have a fucking source for that?
No, we do need articles. We do need. Can you?
Yeah,
You've said that twice, Patrick, and none of us have looked it up. So can
Yeah,
you share?
I'm pulling it in. I'm pulling it in the chat now.
All right, well, you're doing that. Do you mind if I finish the statement that I was trying to make before all of you interrupted me? Just trying to give an alternative view. And Chickpea, I did preface all this by saying I'm not dismissing your personal experiences. All I'm trying to do is offer an alternative explanation for other people to consider. You can do whatever you want with it, the information, okay? You could throw it away or whatever. This is not targeting you specifically. There is no
Yes, I know, but I
definitive...
hear it a lot, and it bugs me because it happened, and I know
Oh,
it.
I
and
believe you.
other
I
people
believe
too.
you. There's no definitive
other people as
scientific
well.
proof. Okay, do you
Do you
mind if
think-
I...
Do you think
Chickpea.
I'm happy about it? I'm very unhappy about
Oh,
it.
how would you get definitive scientific proof that a soul left the body? Science hasn't proven the soul yet.
I didn't say that. Well, first of all, we're not talking about souls. We're talking about out of body, unless you're saying that is a soul or whatever. But if you're
No,
going to
the
make
soul comes out with you.
make the claim, all I'm saying is
What do you
there
think
are-
leaves the
there
body?
are-
Fucking
there
jar of
are
mayonnaise?
There are alternative explanations to these out of body experiences. That's all I'm talking about here, right? So I'm not saying this is for sure the answer. I'm just saying there are alternative explanations. And
Once again, the atheist scientist pokes their nose in and goes, sometimes it's just brain chemistry. There's no data that says there's a soul. It's like, thanks for letting us know, dude.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So there's no definitive scientific proof that out-of-body experiences involve consciousness existing outside of the body, but there is substantial research showing they are real, common, and can be explained by known brain mechanisms. OBEs occur
There's
in
scientific research that states that I'm the hunkiest motherfucker in the world, but it's known.
There's no
estimated
definitive
5 to 20%
proof
of
in
the
science
population.
that we even exist. Like I just posted in the private chat.
See, that's the asinine. That is the asinine worldview of the staunch atheist. Is like, if there's no scientific data for this, then it actually can't be part of reality. They don't even accept the possibility that science just doesn't have the capacity to measure it yet.
No, that's not. Can I just say, as an atheist, that is not the atheist view. It's the atheist view is if there's not enough evidence to convince someone, then you shouldn't believe it. We're not saying that God doesn't exist or supernatural doesn't exist. It's just saying at the moment we don't.
Are
have
you
enough
reading on the
evidence to prove
screen?
it
There
does.
isn't enough evidence to prove that the universe even exists. Are you reading what's on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've asked in the private chat. I've asked for a source for that.
No, I think you got that bit wrong there, Patrick. It's not saying the universe doesn't exist. It's saying that locally things aren't permanent until they're observed. So it's about causality and it's about observation.
I would like to see how that's actually measured, because what that sounds like to me is this thing that theoretical physicists do, where they put together some mathematical model that actually isn't tested in reality at all. It's just like math that works out somewhere. See, things don't actually, unless you observe them, things don't exist. Dude, when I come in a sock and throw it under my bed, it's
Look
there
up,
in the
look
morning.
up, guys.
You understand?
Look up Roger Penrose. He's somebody who is talking about, doubting all of that kind of thinking. This.
Can I just point out? Sorry, no,
See, that's literally magical things. Here's an example of scientists doing magical
But
thinking.
these guys won a Nobel Prize for it. They literally won a
Can I
prize.
just point out the last sentence?
Dude, Barack Obama won a Nobel Prize. Who gives a fuck?
says-
You can win a Nobel Prize for
says-
showing up.
Sorry, is my microphone looking? It says it does not mean the physical universe is fake or a simulation. the last sentence in that speech, whatever, says it does not mean the physical universe is fake or a simulation. So I don't
And
know
it
what
also
to-
doesn't mean that the physical universe wasn't organized by some sort of orchestrator or architect. It means nothing.
Exactly. So let me and Chickpea keep our out of body experiences and let other people try to find a rational explanation for them.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
I was trying to do that, and you guys were unwilling to engage in the actual alternative explanation, which is very interesting. I wasn't saying, and I'll repeat this for like the 5th time, I wasn't saying your guys' experiences are invalid. I'm just saying there are alternative explanations, and you guys shut down the conversation multiple times. I understand you guys
I will come in
beholden to
on
your view.
OE's side and give an anecdotal piece that, the only time I've ever experienced out of body experiences is when I've altered my brain chemistry with drugs. So that to me, personally, anecdotally, isn't a good argument for the out of body experience. But I also believe in the soul, so I think it can happen. Anecdotally, though, it's never happened to me unless I've fucked with my brain on drugs.
Objective. What's your take on the fact that we are nothing but a load of vibrating atoms? And if you could squash up the entire mass of the Earth,
Hold on, I want to
solid
point out
matter
something
would
about
only be
that
the
question.
size of a sugar cube. What's your take on that?
I only got half the question because 2 people were talking.
Right,
Chickpea. I got the load of vibrating atoms. What was the last part?
Yeah, if we are nothing but a load of vibrating atoms, this is a scientific fact. We are nothing but a load of vibrating atoms. And if you could squash the whole lot up, the whole matter of the planet, into a solid, it would be the size of a sugar cube. There's nothing actually here. It's just a load of atoms vibrating.
I can answer that. Sorry,
No, I got
sorry,
you, brother. No, brother. She asked me. Thank you. The reason that you can explain that is due to the conservation of energy and matter. So matter can be transferred into energy and vice versa. So just because all of the existing matter can be crushed into a size of a sugar cube or whatever you said, or a pinhead, doesn't mean that the conservation is flawed. The theory of conservation still holds because it's just transferred into an energy field. So there's no problem in physics with that.
And another explanation is.
But at the end of the day, there's nothing here anyway. Just a load of atoms.
The distant, the amount of matter in an atom is tiny. There's the central point, and then the
I know. That's what I'm saying.
So if you squashed it down to just pure matter, it would be that.
It's not quite nothing, Chickpea. It's mostly nothing. But there is something that makes it something.
It's society. The atom, if you squash them all together, there's nothing actually here, just a load of atoms. We see them, but it's just a load of atoms.
You can get rid of all of the matter in the universe and still not violate the law of conservation of energy, right? Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, is the conservation fact. But you can transfer energy to matter, right? So you can get rid of all that matter and transfer it back into energy. And there's no violation of the laws of physics. Now, I'm not saying that refutes the OBE stuff or the NDE stuff or the soul, the vital stuff. That's a whole separate conversation. But as far as just addressing what you're saying about the sugar cube or whatever, that falls within the laws of physics as we know it.
Yeah, thank you.
JE says, why is
I believe
DMT
it.
stored in the brain and released after the person passes on? Very suspect indeed. It is strange. I mean, in nature, animals release DMT when they're being attacked. And it gives them some kind of peace when they're dying, or it's some kind of hormone released that makes it less of a immense and horrific experience. Apparently so.
I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure whether it's released after the person dies.
It's before. Just before,
I could be wrong.
But it is very strange. I think again, it's one of those things we read on the show before. But if anybody else wants to research why DMT spurts out in the brain before you die, do let us know. And also, is there any correlation with brain, hormones in animals when they're being attacked?
I would say that there's an evolutionary answer because it actually benefits our survival, because as you release the DMT into your brain, the body actually goes into a state of relaxation, and your body can sustain a tremendous amount of force and impact and all other types of physical phenomenon when it's relaxed versus when it's actually tensed up. So it could be just a beneficial process of evolution.
Yeah. That's a great point. And I think you're probably right, Oe. Fantastic. Yeah. If you are in a relaxed state, you're less likely to get injured. And maybe your blood flow slows down as well. Less blood loss. That makes a lot of sense, Oe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down,
But apparently it doesn't apply to falling out of an aeroplane at 10,000 feet, because apparently you pass out halfway through your journey, but then when the air gets thicker, it wakes you up just in time to see yourself go splat.
that's something to look forward to. Yeah.
Actually, when you mentioned jumping out of airplanes, that's one of the ways that we came to understand this, is because the military, which it's horrifically unethical to do this, but there was a lot of experiments, and they probably still are. I hate to say it, but I know for sure in the past there have been a lot of experiments done on soldiers, and one of the experiments was to try and figure out how far a soldier had to drop before they would break a bone. And soldiers were basically figured out that you could tense up, and with a broken bone, they would be put on leave or they would get off the battlefield or whatever. So they were tensing up on short drops, and they figured it was like 6 inches or something like that is all you had to drop if you tensed up and stepped off of a helicopter or stepped off of a step or whatever it was they were doing this experiment on. And so the tensing up is what actually was significantly increased the chance of breaking a bone. So that's how we even came to this understanding at all. Poor soldiers being treated.
I suppose, OE. That's why there's a magic amount of alcoholic intoxication that saves people from getting seriously hurt when they fall over.
Did I tell you when I got knocked over by a bus, Ramps? Did I tell you when I got knocked over when I was in Berlin? I got knocked over by a bus. I was as high as a kite on giggle smoke, and apparently I was thrown about 20 foot in the air. I landed on the pavement and lay there laughing. I wasn't even scratched, but I was as high as a kite.
That I think I mentioned earlier today in the chat that I had gone through the windshield of a car. I was 3 sheets to the wind, and I walked home from that. And then, in fact, I know another guy that I did time with, and I didn't see it happen, but I believe his story. He was a funny guy. He was in there for like his 10th DUI or something like that, and he was telling a story about one time he was walking to catch, you know what the light rail train is? It's kind of like the subway system or whatever you might want to consider, but it's an above ground subway system. He had his beers in a paper sack because they had taken his license away from him to drive a car for like the 5th time or whatever, and he was so drunk he actually got hit by the train to the degree that he went flying across the tracks, and his beer went flying all over the place, and he made it just fine. He was so drunk that he just walked it off, I guess.
To be with the bus, I just lay there laughing. After being hit by a bus.
It can make sense. Like if you relax, you know, if you're very drunk, like totally out of it, your body will be totally relaxed. So it
I was when I got hit by the bus. Yeah. High as a kite, I was.
Okay, guys. There's a few seats left. If anybody wants to come on, link is pinned in the live chat.
So the lesson is, if you're gonna get knocked over by a bus, drink a lot.
Smoke a load of stuff first.
I think that's
jump
the
off beach head or something.
Hey, Wildheart, how's your journey to sobriety going? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, it's going well at the moment. Yeah, I'm a lot better. Good. Yeah, thanks a lot.
You look a lot better actually. So, are you managing to taper off?
Yeah, I'm cutting down like slowly but surely. Yeah, cheers. I'm good.
Keep it up, brother.
Yeah, and thanks to everyone.
Guys, what's going on, man? What's the topic for tonight then?
We're talking about here, there, and everywhere. We're talking about how boring the earth would be without spirituality.
Really boring.
Boring. Oh, Frank, I remember you. You used to come on my channel, didn't you? Yeah, good to see you.
That's what fucking video games are for, right? That's what video games are for, isn't it?
But even video games take spirituality. I mean, how many joints must have the guys that created Street Fighter been smoking before they came up with that stuff?
That's true. I wouldn't put that behind me, but I don't know if it would be boring without spirituality. What do you mean by spirituality? What's your definition?
Well, we've had a whole chat about out-of-body experiences and premonitions and all of these things that science just has no way to prove. And it's kept the conversation alive. And if we start talking about things that science has proven, then all of us wouldn't even be here because it's boring.
But don't you think that there's a lot of people out there who are straight out materialists? They don't experience an ounce of spirituality, and they might be having a great old time. Don't you reckon?
They're definitely not in this chat.
But the point is, you shouldn't believe something until there's enough evidence to convince you to believe it.
You shouldn't
So just
believe
saying
something
until
it's happened to you.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I haven't finished. The point is, just saying science hasn't disproven it doesn't make it true. You shouldn't believe it until there's evidence to prove it. That's
So basically, I can't. Nobody can believe in anything except science. That's boring.
Except what science has demonstrated to be true.
That's
Yeah, you
boring.
shouldn't believe
Extremely
anything
boring.
Well, there are actually two ways to understand things, or
In fact, because we see, because we see everything via the medium of light, yet we haven't been able to accurately identify the nature of light. Should we disbelieve everything that we see, including the picture of you right now? I don't know what light is. Science doesn't know what light is. And because I'm using
Science
it to
doesn't
see
know what
you,
light is. It's
should I take it to not be true?
Science does know what light is. It's what light is made.
Is light a wave or a particle?
It can be both.
You can go that deep. I mean, but
that's
do you
impossible.
Want to overthink it like that?
But we know what it is. It's photons.
I mean, it's not like quantum mechanics can be explained. I mean, still, theory is a theory. That doesn't mean that that is a fact. It's still an exploration of science.
No, but the difference is, with a theory is that at its premise it has a fact. That's what a theory is compared to a hypothesis, right? That's the difference, though. So even
theories are often supported by numerous theories are often supported by numerous facts. And don't forget that there's actually two different ways that we come about what we consider to be knowledge. There's the empirical knowledge, or that we come for that we use the empirical method for, right? So we use testing, observation, experimentation, prediction, so on and so forth. But there's another way that we come to know things that are not testable on the material world, things that science doesn't even address, like God claims or soul claims or whatever it might be. It doesn't have to be that just alone. It can be other things. It's called practical certainty, right? And we can test those using things like philosophy, looking for internal contradictions and so on and so forth, unsupported premises and things of that nature. So we don't have to be physicalists necessarily and say everything has to be either judged to be true by the scientific method. There are other ways to come to understand things, but leave what's in the realm of science to science and leave what's in the realm of other types of information to practical certainty, and then learn to justify your position with either a valid argument that leads to a sound conclusion or a provable, testable experiment.
Well, I'm going to say that out-of-body experiences live in the second realm of what you were saying. It's like asking, why do dogs turn around in circles before they lay down and it's not even snowing? Science has nothing to say about that shit, does it? But they do it.
There's probably a reason. Yeah.
It does say something about it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. They probably looked into
what does that have to do with science?
It's a genetically driven behavior that benefited them in the forest because they used to.
So was my out of body experience. There you go. I've got a scientific explanation for it.
Yeah, but that is not because it's your personal experience.
Yeah, you seem to be misunderstanding what you don't know with what science hasn't proven. Science has probably looked into why dogs turn around and then sit down. It's just you don't know it. You seem to be misunderstanding what you don't know with what science has proven.
That might be good, but I refuse to live in a universe that tells me that I can only think or say something if some scientist has said that I can.
Well, no one's saying that.
But that is your premise, though. You already have a strict consequence of yourself by believing that you are strictly narrated to certain scientific questions while you are not.
Yeah, you can say what you want, and other people are free to call it bullshit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Science literally says that if matter and antimatter was equal at the so-called Big Bang, we wouldn't even be here. But they can't prove that shit.
But can you
Science
prove
says
it?
a whole load of shit it can't prove.
Exactly.
That's just obvious. matter and
So
antimatter.
why can't I talk about my out-of-body experience that I can't
Do
prove?
you want the
Why
answer?
is everybody
Do
throwing
you want the
science
answer,
at
or
me?
Because it's your,
do you want the
your
answer, or
personal
do you just want to?
experience.
Do you want the answer, or you just want to talk? Matter and antimatter collide and destroy each other. So if there was an equal amount at the Big Bang, or whenever you say it, if there was an equal matter, then they would destroy each other and nothing would exist. That's just obvious. You don't even have to run an experiment with that.
It's actually not obvious
So it must
because
have been- it must have been
I wrote a
slightly
complete
more-
physics because I wrote a complete physics paper using the language of science, and in that physics paper there can be equal amounts of matter and antimatter at the Big Bang, and it still not have a negative effect.
Well, who
So
says
you
that?
still don't
Who
matter.
says that the premise of the Big Bang is true?
Big Bang is
I don't-
demonstrated,
I don't-
and you,
I
and you
don't- I
don't get
don't believe
motion.
in the
You
Big
don't get
Bang.
motion without an imbalance of
And
force.
can I just ask, was that paper you wrote, was that peer reviewed and published in any notable?
You can't
science
get
paper?
anything peer reviewed for your bloody life. Nobody's
Right, so you
interested.
just wrote a paper.
You literally
It wasn't peer
have to
reviewed.
pay. You
I
literally
can
have
write
to
a
pay
paper about
anybody with a
anything.
PhD to do anything.
I can
If
write
you
a
don't
paper
pay
that
them, they
leprechauns
don't do
exist.
nothing.
So it was never peer reviewed. It was never published. You just wrote a paper.
It's still a science paper, though. Who knows? Maybe
Yeah, the
I
science
don't want to
paper,
scrutinize the guy. Maybe it's interesting. Maybe it has some credence to it.
No one agreed with it, but you wrote a science paper.
It's
Yeah.
not got anything to do with agreeing or not agreeing. All I'm saying is that I
No,
wrote
that's
a
what peer
paper
review is.
in
That's what peer
scientific
review
language that categorically states that antimatter and matter can be in equal parts at the beginning of the universe without a negative effect, and physics actually supports it.
Right. And was that paper you wrote peer reviewed at any point?
Well, if science approves it, then I guess it has to be.
We already established the fact that to get something peer reviewed, you have to pay a whole load of people with PhDs to even want to be interested,
You don't
because
have
they're
to-
only interested in their
No.
own bullshit, not
No.
anybody else's.
No, you publish it and then it gets peer reviewed by other scientists. They do. You don't have to pay to get
Yeah,
something peer reviewed.
usually they are in the same university when that happens. Always been the same club. Always has happened. Peer reviewing.
Yeah, it might be the
doesn't
same
reject it.
scientific. It's got to be in the same scientific kind of.
Yeah, of course.
You know, but
The
yeah, you
first,
don't have
the
to
first
pay
thing
to
they
get
ask
it
you,
peer
the
reviewed.
first thing they ask you is, where did you get your PhD from? And depending on that answer, they choose to ignore you or not.
Right. So you're saying you have to pay to get something, a scientific paper peer reviewed. I'm going to fact
I
check
would.
that.
I
'Cause
would, because I've got no friends in any major universities.
It doesn't make it true though. Oh, it doesn't make it untrue either.
That's it. Yeah. Do you have to pay to get a scientific paper? Sorry, Karen.
I'm just saying that at the moment I'm kind of getting. I mean, I love the scientific principle. I love it. That you do an experiment and then you hand it off to your buddies and they do the experiment and it works, and then he hands it off to his buddy, he does it, it works, and if it works like 500 times in a row, they go, okay, this is a thing that works. I love that. Yeah.
Okay,
It's an amazing way to explain God's creation.
Can I just come up with what Google's come up with? I won't share the screen. No, you do not pay money specifically to get a paper peer reviewed by traditional academic journals. Instead, traditional peer review is managed for free by academic editors and volunteer experts. However, you may pay article processing charges or publication fees to a journal after your paper is accepted, or pay commercial, but you said you've not done any of that. So you don't have to pay for it to be peer reviewed or to get it published in the journal. You might have to pay
That's
after
it.
that.
I'm employing you as my agent. We'll settle on a fee. I'll give you my paper and you can get it published for me. Let's make a deal.
That's not how it works. You just don't know.
But you would
Just
need
fucking bullshit.
you would need to be on an academic level though, otherwise it has no point.
I'm on an extremely high academic level. Honestly, if you read my paper, it will blow your little socks off. You'll love
No,
it.
I said you would need to be on the same academic level. Otherwise, a mason can ask a carpenter how his work is, but the results would be different.
But
Yeah,
but
it's
the
really
mason
the
but
same.
the mason can learn the carpenter's job, and the carpenter
But
can
that
learn
is
the
not what peer
mason's
review
job.
is about.
Again, it says instead
It literally says peer.
traditional peer review is managed for free by academic editors and volunteer experts.
Peer
We
review
don't-
doesn't mean anything.
Get me some of them
Gold
volunteer
standard.
experts. I
Gold
need
standard
at
hasn't
least-
been around since the 60s.
I lead at least 10 volunteer experts, and trust me, I've been looking. I've sent thousands of emails to thousands of people. I need one person to certify my reverse scoop heavy lifting principle, how to land 500 million tons onto an exoplanet. I need another person to certify my... Stop laughing. I'm being serious here. I need another person...
All right.
I need another person to certify my regurgitation theory, which completely disproves the Big Bang theory, and proves the existence of a God within physics. It's brilliant. What was my other thing? Oh,
All
and I
you need to prove God with physics is the second law of thermodynamics. That's all you need.
And I need.
So you wrote a paper that proves God. You wrote a paper for two other things, which would totally revolutionize science, and no one is taking you seriously. What does that
Really,
tell you?
no, nobody. Even the panel.
Exactly. What does that tell
and
you?
you're the most reasonable
Your
people in the
papers are clearly
universe.
bullshit. Your
Maybe
papers are clearly bullshit.
Well, or maybe he's just too smart for us. Maybe he's just way above us.
Yeah.
And I invented a completely new theory in economics, which I named.
You don't keep it at one topic, do you?
No, man, I'm a kleptomaniac.
Welcome to Spec.
I'm a multiple klepto.
Welcome to fucking Spec, guys.
Patrick,
This is Spec, guys, fans.
Patrick, am I right? You've invented a way to get to another planet as well, or something? Another solar system. Another solar. You said something about getting to another solar system. What was it you invented?
Well,
Sorry.
The thing about this is when I was writing my book, I wanted to create an economic and social system that people could last for 300 years trapped in a space vehicle for a journey to Proxima B. But then I realized, wait a minute, if they get all the way to Proxima B, they would want to take the home that they'd lived in for 300 years. They'd want to take it with them. And it happens to weigh 500 million tons. So now I had the problem of landing that 5 million ton ship onto the surface of Proxima B. So I had to come up with a completely new way to do it. And because I'm writing hard sci-fi, it had to be perfectly correct within
sci-fi.
physics. So I ended up creating what I called that reverse
So you're writing
scoop
science
vehicle
fiction.
landing.
You're writing science fiction. I can see an immediate problem. People don't live 300 years.
Why do I feel like you're doing a spin-off from Frank Herbert's Dune?
Chat, can you please laugh at that guy now? Because it's a interstellar generational ship. It's the only way that it can be done. I thought
fuck off and come back to planet Earth, guys. What are you talking about?
Mentioning Frank Herbert.
You never mentioned that before. You said people who live 300 years on a ship would want to take the ship
I said
with
it was
them.
a
That's what
300-year
you said.
journey. Pay attention.
No, you said the people who live 300 years on a ship would want to take the ship with them. People don't live 300 years.
Okay. Let me put it this way: if all of the people end up murdering each other within the first generation, it's not going to get to its generation with to its destination with people, is it? I mean, Proxima B is 4.5 light years away. Traveling at 1.5% the speed of light, it's going to take 300 years to get there.
So-
no human lives 300 years, which is why I staggered the journey over 16 generations. Of course I would do that.
So
It's only
essentially
logical.
what you were saying is that you have a spaceship that has essentially a living organism on it. that keeps generating generations.
Actually, by the time of its arrival, it has, well, if we discount the plants, it has 1,013 living human beings on it.
Okay, then what is your premise? Then how do they do that? How do they get oxygen? How do they get food? How does it work? How do they get sunlight?
We've already solved all of those problems, but how do you power it? Now that's the secret key to this source, and I propose that we should do it by using helium-free nuclear reaction.
Helium-free nuclear reaction. So you're not using helium. Then what are you using?
Helium-free.
I can't believe we're taking this seriously.
If it's
He's a
helium-free,
science
then you're
fiction
not
writer.
using helium.
Exactly.
Anyone can write science. Yeah, anyone can write science fiction. Yeah.
Spec, are you trying to fucking? You might as well run for office in the United States. You'd probably fucking win, man.
And while I was at it, I actually managed to create a system for creating even longer journeys than 4.5 Lehman by sending just ordinary helium out into space and leaving it there for 1,000 years. And in those 1,000 years, it will actually break down and become helium-free. So you can actually send fuel ahead of you for longer journeys.
So are scientists taking this seriously? Are they like taking up this plan and running with
I think we'd already established that I am looking for 2 PhDs in economics, 2 PhDs in physics, and a few PhDs in cosmology to verify my work. Because once they do, I could change the nature of the universe.
Once you do, come back and we'll take you seriously. Until then, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, this is the Finding Gnosis show, not fucking Finding
Rude.
Spectres, Patrick Edwards.
You want to sit here and talk about science and how great it is, but then when somebody actually has some
I'm
science.
sorry. I apologize. That was quite rude. Yeah. So.
I'm very, very, very sorry for wasting your time, sir. So sorry, so sorry. Don't read my book.
Please don't read it.
Alex, what the fuck are you doing? Alex, what are you up to there? Are you doing gardening or what?
Work. Yeah, no, I'm watering the plants that aren't mine.
Can you just say that was a little racist?
Yeah, my garden would look a lot freaking better than
already at
that.
the beginning of this show, I admitted that I am a little bit racist. And
No,
by extension, I think that everybody else is a little bit racist.
Let me explain.
Wait, remember, Spec, wait, I have a question, sorry, Walter. Spec, do you still believe in ethno-nationalism?
I believe that people have the right to ethno-nationalism if they want it.
Okay, but when we say that, what if that involves, wait, hang on a second, guys. What if that involves violent expulsion?
I don't believe in violence as a means to make any meaningful changes on the planet. I don't believe that violence is the way to do it.
Okay, so basically, I can agree with you on that point. So if certain communities want to create themselves based on ethnicity as an identity, just like Orania in South Africa, where it's non-violent, then to be honest, I don't really have a problem. But I have a problem with the violent expulsion that traditional ethno-nationalism tends to produce. If you look at South Africa, Rwanda, many other places.
I think that Orania has proven that there is a model of ethno-nationalism
what is Orania?
that can be practiced without being violent to anybody else.
Hold on. What is Irania?
Orania is a place in South Africa where you have to be white Afrikaans in order to join that community. If you're not, you can go and visit, but you're not allowed to become a permanent resident. It's called Orania in Afrikaans.
Dude, I don't know. Maybe I could take a spot there. I don't know.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not against that because they're not like violently expelling people. They've set up their own community within the South African law. They haven't expelled anybody, so I'm not against ethno-nationalism if it looks like that. But what I'm against is, like the very violent expulsion of people against their will.
And it's absolutely hilarious because loads of black journalists, they go there And they go, look how fantastic this is, right? This is fantastic. I want to be part of this, but they won't let me because I'm black. I speak Afrikaans.
Sorry,
I want to be
I-
part of this. You lot are being
all right,
racist because you
shush,
won't let me
shush,
be part of this wonderful society that you live in. It's like, what?
Can I just explain? Can I just explain my brilliant racist joke? When I said you were a little bit racist, you know, because the Chinese get the R's and the L's mixed up.
White
so
light.
you're a little bit racist. I just wanted to explain it. Carry on.
Bravo!
Thank you.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that I am a little bit racist. It takes
No,
a
you're a
lot.
bit
It
racist.
takes a literal lot for my racism to come out. But I have found
So
myself.
who are you racist against?
White people, black people,
Africans.
Asian people, Indian people.
So you're
Dutch
basically
people.
a fucking misanthrope.
He's racist against
So you're
humans.
basically just sounds like a fucking misanthrope. You're not racist. You're just a fucking
I'm
misanthrope.
racist against ignorant people that are blissfully ignorant. No, I'm just racist against everyone equally. Does that work? Is that okay? No, it's not.
I'm racist against everyone.
I
except the
even
Jews.
got into a fight with a Native American at Glastonbury, right? You're gonna want to hear this. So I'm 8, right? And there's
We'll
a
make that
whole
decision.
bunch of Native Americans, right? And they're doing this dance and they're throwing food on the floor, right? And like maize and all kinds of color and lentils and they're calling it art. And I'm 8, and I'm like, all I can see is that there's hungry people in the world and you're chucking food on the floor. Anyway, this Native American got so angry with me that he walks over to all of these sacks, like resin.
What the fuck is that?
Somebody's killing a cat.
Chickpea, stop killing the cat. Let that cat go. That's inhumane.
Anyway, so he walks me over to this
corridor.
I'm trying to tell my story about how I was racist to a Native American. You're ruining it.
I thought they'd like to hear a cat for a change. I'd like to hear some kittens.
Right, so you're being racist to a bunch of.
Anyway, so
Yeah,
this Native American guy, right? He must have been in his 40s. I mean, he literally grabbed me by the scruff of my neck. He drags me over to where all of the sacks, these like resident Hessian sacks are with the stuff, and he chucks a stuck at and he goes, "Here, you got food now. Fuck off." Anyway, so I'm fucking off with my sack and I look in, and there's about 10 kilos of popcorn in there. Right?
Nice.
So I ran back to my mum. I'm like, Mum, a Native American gave me all of this popcorn. What should I do? And she's like, you need to make popcorn out of it, and you can feed the people. I'm like, yeah, Mum. How can I do this? So my mum
I'm
said,
surprised you didn't ask him a DNA test.
So my mum said to me, why don't you go?
Wait.
I'm trying to tell a story.
I know I'm interrupting you mid sentence. So the Native American gave you a bag of popcorn, and your mum told you to make it into popcorn.
It wasn't popped yet.
So it's not popcorn then, is it? They're called fucking kernels, mate. If it's not popped, it's called kernels. Yeah, it's not
level is
fucking
obviously lacking,
Potential
bro.
popcorn. It had the potential to become popcorn. Let me finish my story.
It had the
I say we lynch fucking Spec. Overthrow Spec. Overthrow Spec. No, I'm joking.
Can't even listen to a damn story.
I bet you any money, Raj, when you went to school, you were always the kid that was interrupting story time by the teacher.
For real.
Right,
he got picked last for kickball.
Right, so to bring everyone up to date, you were racist to a Native American. He gave you a bag of corn, which you made into popcorn. Carry on.
Okay, so my mum.
He also got a bag of wheat, and then he made it into bread.
So basically, I said to my mum, like, I got this, but how do I turn it into popcorn? And she said, well, if you go to the Hare Krishnas and ask them very nicely and tell them that you will donate some to Krishna, they might do it for you. So I went to the Krishnas and I bugged the Krishnas for so long.
But you're in America!
They
A
agreed.
microwave would also work.
They
A
agreed to cook
microwave
this
would work.
popcorn. Now, this popcorn, once they'd cooked it, it turned into 3 black bags full of popcorn.
3 black bags. Specifically.
So you basically burnt it.
Like the contractor bags.
Anyway, so
Could
I'm
it
like,
been
I've got
put
my
into 3
popcorn.
Fucking hell, you're the worst storyteller ever.
Yeah,
I
wow.
got my popcorn.
You're
and
not
I said,
telling
Mom,
any
I got my
story.
popcorn. What do I do now?
I'm fascinated. Everyone shush. I'm fascinated. Carry on.
And she said, go down, sit on the main drag, yeah, and tell people that they can have popcorn for a donation. So that's what I
So you
did. I
charge
sat on the
people
main
for the
drag
corn
of
that you got
Glastonbury
free?
Festival. And people were like, I'd like to buy some popcorn. How much is it? I said, it's whatever you want to pay for it. And they're like, okay, I'll give you 50p. And I'm like, thank you. And they're like, where's my popcorn? I got nothing to put it in because I just had 3 plastic bags. So people ended up bringing plates and pots and pans. Anyway, at the end of about 4 hours, I literally made like 30 quid, which when I was 8, back in whenever I was 8, it must have been the 80s, right? It was a fortune. And I went
Hold
back.
on.
Wait,
I have a question.
What do you spend it on?
I have several of them.
So do I. So do I.
How
the
you're
fuck
English,
was there
right?
Native Americans
You live
in England?
Yeah, how is there a Native American involved?
They were throwing
Yeah, there's no Native Americans.
and calling it
Do you think Native Americans will come to the country that fucked them over? What are you talking about?
Pay
I know
attention.
that for a
That's why you got
fact.
the
In
corn.
fact, my
Native
family
Americans wouldn't come to England. What the fuck are you talking about?
Can you just let him finish the damn story? Golly, it's taking forever.
Where else would you get the
told you the story was racist.
I feel like, oh fucking hell! What is this hellish cat dimension, man? What the fuck?
My ears are literally hurting. Thanks for that.
You're not wearing
Spec, I'm
earbuds.
sorry, but you're like the worst storyteller ever, man. For fuck's sake, bro. Like you just go off on different tangents, and like the ending is not even worth listening to, man.
Basically, you stole a load of corn.
If you've got a better racist story about Native Americans,
Basically-
you can tell your story now.
Basically,
I have
you
one.
stole a load of corn off Native Americans. You made
Leave,
some other
how about this? Leave the Native Americans alone.
and then you
stealing
sold
it when they gave
You're
it to
basically a
him.
slave trader.
You guys are fucked up. It was probably
Spec,
covered in
how about
glyphosate
this?
and they didn't want to eat it.
Leave the
It was
Native
covered in
Americans
Roundup
alone. They're-
and they didn't want it.
You made the Native Americans grow it for you. The other tribe cook it for you, and then you sold
I
it.
need
and
smoky
give
I
them
bet
all
you there's a
that
bunch of white dudes that were high on mushrooms that were dressed up as Native Americans.
Wait a second. That is called little mixed race
Slavery.
kid entrepreneurial status. That's how every millionaire became a millionaire. It started off with bullying a Native American.
That's like Donald
I
Trump
just-
did it.
I can't.
Spec, you know they weren't really Native Americans. There were probably some white dudes that were high as a kite and they dressed up as
They were
Native Americans. And
Spanish
you, being a little
some
kid,
kind of
you
Italian.
probably believe that shit. That's what probably.
I swear to God, you can look it up. It happened in Glastonbury Festival. I was 8. I'm 50 now. You can look it up. You can probably find the name of the Native American that gave me that bag of popcorn, of unpopped corn.
You say look it up like it's an established, fucking report or news report about it. Oh, for fuck's sake, bro.
Probably an Indian dressed up as a Native American.
This is why.
Sorry,
And he
can I
probably
just
gave
say-
you curry instead of popcorn.
Unpopped corn.
Yeah,
it's just corn.
It's true. It's so true.
Sorry,
It's an
unpopped
Indian
corn.
God
Indian.
has trained you to be the most cruel, uncompassionate, freaking just jerk offs that you could possibly be.
Welcome to Microsoft
So
Customer
congratulations.
Service. How can I help you, please? Thank you. Come again. I'm Rashid from New Delhi, India.
Gold
You
star
don't
for the
have to
day.
call it- You don't have to call it unpopped corn. Unpopped corn is just corn. It's not unpopped corn.
And if
That's
you,
what I said. He had kernels of corn and he calls it popcorn.
Dried corn.
and if you can turn back wine, then it would be a grape. A really good Cher song, by the way.
What? Why not? Great. Gypsies, tramps, and thieves. I know that one.
I don't think the world would be boring without
Oh,
spirituality.
that's really funny because I just typed into Google. I said, "What year was it that the Native Americans went to Glastonbury Festival?" And Google said, "If they did, it was never recorded."
Steve, you're so full of shit, man. For fuck's sake!
I swear to God, I've got loads of witnesses. They're
I
all
didn't
dead
get
now,
my
though.
invitation to the festival, so I'm kind of offended. I'm Native American, I'm part Cherokee. Where was my friggin' invitation?
Oh,
Wait,
he
oh shit! Are you actually part Cherokee?
Wait.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I
Wait,
am.
I think the stereotype
I'm
was
Latvian,
more that
Italian.
Mexicans do gardening, so.
He's just debunked his own shit story.
snap.
You went on for 20 minutes
How-
and then you got looked
How
up on
fucking
Google.
dare you, Spec?
Irish, Welsh.
Spec, I'm putting you in the same category as fucking Peter Ragnarok. You're a pathological fucking liar, just like Peter Ragnarok.
Wait a second. It could have been just like my out-of-body experience. Science can't prove
fuck
that it
off.
happened, but I know that it did.
Oh, Patrick, I've never met you before, but I think you're a troll.
My
I think you're a massive troll.
Oh, I
I'm not
actually
really
know.
gonna
I
lie.
actually know what year it was because I can't forget him. Who's that guy that
Yeah.
sings? Because
Google
I
doesn't.
actually met him. Because with my share of the profits, because my mum made me share the money with my little sister, and she did nothing. She didn't bully
I'm
any
drowning
Native Americans or Krishnas. Right, but my mum made me share the money with her. I bought myself a little puppet, which was a bird, like an ostrich bird. I forget what his name.
What's his?
Who's the
name?
Oh man,
What's his
who's
name?
the guy
No,
that
I've got his
sang,
name. I've just googled it. Wait, I've got his name. It was Big Chief Talking Bollocks. That was his name.
I need to look up the song because I can't remember his name. He's really, really famous. He's the one that said he's the one that sang the song "Have I Told You Lately That I Love You." You know that
Have
song?
I told you lately that I love you?
I'll place no one in earth
That's my
above you.
vibrato.
Anyway, that guy, I actually gave him my little puppet, and he took it.
Big
He was
Chief
quite
making
happy.
up shit. Yeah, Big Chief making
Yeah,
up
it's
shit.
just
I
off
don't-
the cuff.
honestly,
Just like
my
this,
life
got 'em.
has been so crazy. I don't need to make up shit.
Running mouth.
It's been a
The only person that believes you on this panel is the Battle Axe. I don't think any of the other dudes believe you. Including me, motherfucker.
I'm used to people. I'm used to people not believing me.
There's a
But the weird thing about
I wonder why.
The weird thing about telling the truth.
You don't
is
have
that
to
it doesn't
be afraid of what you are. I'm no Mariah Carey, but there's an answer if you look inside your soul. No, that's the wrong verse. Anyway, go on.
Bravo!
Yeah.
Well done. The thing about telling the truth is that
You
it
can't
doesn't
find love. No.
All right,
it
you
doesn't
can't
actually require anybody else to believe you.
Well,
yeah, belief is different
had
than
the time of
knowing.
my life.
And I
never
never
felt
felt this way before.
Yes, I swear.
Is the
Yeah,
truth?
it's true.
And
And I owe it all to you. Let's do some U2.
I've been waiting for so long.
Now I finally found someone stand by me.
I'll do backup. Oh, how about Trenchtown Rock? Trenchtown Rock. I said, don't watch that. Trenchtown Rock. If you're big fish or sprat. Trenchtown Rock. You reap what you sow. Trenchtown Rock, and everyone know now. Trenchtown Rock. I said, don't turn your back. Trenchtown Rock. I said, give this numb a try. Trenchtown Rock. Never let the children cry. Trenchtown Rock, 'cause you got to tell Jaja. Grooving in Kingston 12, we're grooving in Kingston 12. I'm grooving in Kingston 12, we're grooving in Kingston 12 now.
You're very
Why
much
you
on
for
your own for
Gollum
this.
so? No,
You know
I'm
what?
for Gollum so. I said you won't come cold I-O, 'cause you can't come cold I-O.
Anyway, I looked. I have you told me,
Spec.
guy, and apparently his name is Van Morrison.
Van from
All right,
from the
Spec, how about
One
this?
good thing about music.
Oh, and I
when it
have got.
hits,
I
you
have
feel
got.
fucking
no
hell, man. You
pain.
started the
I've
singing
got my little
nutcases.
sister because she flipping
Was
stole
he-
15 quid of my profits off of
You
me.
guys don't know good music.
Sorry, was Van Morrison the Native American? Is that what
No,
you're saying?
Van Morrison was the guy that I
Yeah,
gave
he
the
probably was
puppet
just
to.
American.
What kind of fucking fake Native American name is that? Van Morrison. It's more like Brave Eagle or fucking Blackfoot or Running Coyote. That's what I expected.
Van
Don't give me
Morrison was
a...
the guy that I gave my puppet to. I gave the.
There ain't no Native American called Van Morrison, bro. What the fuck are you
Your
talking
audio
about?
sucks. You're all staticky.
There's no American called Van Morrison.
Actually,
He's the guy that
Native
said, "Have I
American.
told you
For
lately
fuck's
that I love
sake.
you?"
Native
Van
American.
Morrison's
Yo,
I
And
just
like you're American.
called
Van
to
Morrison is
say
an American,
I love
right?
you.
I love you. I just called. Actually, fun fact: Van Morrison's Native American name is Talking Bullshit. That's a.
I told you.
Oh, I thought it was Chitty
lately
Chitty Bang Bang.
that I love you.
Honestly, how could somebody make up such a terrific popcorn story? Or
honestly,
unpopular?
how about... Listen, how about this, Spec, how about this? Me and you will go down to the United States and we'll go to a real fucking powwow. And then you'll get to see a real Native American. How about
What is
that?
a real powwow?
They might take
Are they
revenge
in ceremonial
for the unpopcorn
ceremonial
saga.
robes?
But
Well, you should know
That
your
doesn't
you should,
necessarily mean
wait,
that
hold
it
on,
is
with
a
the balance.
true powwow.
Don't they
Well,
go
you
like
should
that?
know you're part Cherokee. Well, you're part Cherokee, right? So you should know what a powwow is.
I've been to a powwow,
I'll tell you what,
I've been
Rats. Next
to
time I'm in the
frickin' rodeo
Netherlands,
too,
right?
and
You
you look
live
like
in
a
London,
frickin'
right? The
circus
next time I
clown.
go to the Netherlands, I'll invite you along to my sister's house, and she can retell you the story. Then you'll know it's
get 'em.
true.
Right.
Get him.
You would invite me to your sister's house? Sounds like a dangerous thing.
I once stole a bag of popcorn
You
off
would be
David
afraid of
Bowie.
his
That is a
sister,
better
too. She's
story than
probably an
yours.
awesome woman.
I lived in the same
Equally-
street as David
equally
Bowie's
untrue.
mum.
Did you?
Yeah, and I live near Elvis.
I've
I
never
have a
met
joke.
Elvis, but I lived in
I
the
met
same
Elvis
street
once.
as David
If a
Bowie's
frog
mum. I
had
used to
wings.
live on the front line.
I
And
met
David
Elvis once
Bowie's
on
mum, if
I
you
met
get to
Elvis
the end,
once on an alien spaceship. We were going to Mars. We circled Mars, came back to Earth. Yeah, Elvis was fully alive. Yeah, 1979 that happened. Yeah.
Why?
Have you got any witnesses other than Elvis Presley?
Guys, this fucking conversation, this conversation has deteriorated. I'm out, man. Take it, guys. This is bullshit. Bye bye.
I just called
To
to say I love you.
Good old
I
Stevie
just
Wonder.
called to say how much I care.
Honestly,
I
if I started telling you some of my unbelievable stories,
I love you.
Patrick, don't you get ever tired of yourself?
Oh, you should do, really.
I used
Preferably
to.
in the next 2 minutes.
You used to. You got over it. Well, don't.
I mean, you can tell a story that is so incredible that people might not believe it if you want.
Well, I've been
A
here
real
for what
story
now?
though, not a made up one.
40 minutes? You have talked for 30 of them.
Yeah, we can all make up bullshit. It's not an impressive task. Yeah.
Like, if bullshit artist was a real job, you would be the director.
You'll be king.
The show will end soon.
Oh, I think that's final warnings for us to get out.
Oh, praise the Lords.
There you go,
Praise
guys.
the Lord. It's been so much fun.
An opportunity for some respite for everybody involved. The show will end
Thank
soon.
you.
So we can do closing remarks. We'll go clockwise, I suppose. Patrick, are you there?
No, he's not there. Objective ethics.
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
go
I'm
to
still here.
objective ethics. Thank you guys for the jewel givers. Bust more nuts. I appreciate you, brother. And Emily, very kind of you, darling. Very kind of you. I'll put it in the back pocket, and I will try and build that doomsday bunker for us all. Objective ethics, brother. Do you want to give your closing remarks? I don't know if he's there, guys. He may have stepped away. That means it's down to
Yeah, enjoyed the
Frank's left.
conversation with everybody. Thank
Sorry.
you very much. I'll look forward to seeing you all on the 15th. Hopefully, it'll be a good show.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, OE. Thank you very much.
Great.
Wild Heart.
No. Oh, are we going clockwise? Yeah, it is me. Thank you very much for having me on. Great to see everyone. Goodbye. Good night, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Wild Heart. Thank you very much. And we'll go to Patrick again. Patrick, are you there?
Don't, please.
Well, we need him to give his closing remarks.
No, I've got.
Yeah, he helped me co-star while.
Okay, well, bye-bye, Wild Heart. We'll see you next time. Battle Axe, do you want to give your closing remarks, darling, and close the show? Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure, and it's been real, and it's been a real pleasure. Thanks for having me. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Battle Axe. Okay, see you next time, everybody. We'll close it there. We'll be back again soon. Don't worry. Turn your notifications on. And yeah, come back again. Maybe next time we will find Gnosis. Take care, everybody. All the very best to you.